Wow.
Very sad. So she initially she had said that the baby died. The baby had a burning fever and died overnight, and then she was actually caught because the neighbors saw her trying to bury the child in the morning. So they asked questions, or so she kept saying, "Oh no, the baby died, during the night," until the police came, and then she was forced to confess. And then she said that it was because the boy that's impregnated her abandoned her, and she just can't cope anymore. So she just poisoned the baby. It's just sad, honestly. I wish there would be safe spaces for people like this, young people.
No, but there are everywhere.
If there are, people don't know.
There are
Like
everywhere.
where you have a safe space.
Literally, you can go to a
just
church.
go and have your baby.
You don't get it. Literally, you can go to a church or a mosque or anywhere, just abandon the child there and just run away.
It's just so sad.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, there are other
You can't
options.
do that now in Nigeria. They will drag you back. On whose account?
No, but they will take. So if you leave the child there, they will take the child to an orphanage.
Sister.
That's why there are orphanages. Do you know that?
Do you know the
to
drama
adopt a child in this country,
in Nigeria,
and this
is
is
one
the
of the hardest to adopt a child in this country. It's so hard
That's sad.
to adopt a
For
child.
her to have carried a child for 9 months,
And
taking care of the child up until how many months?
11 months.
11 months, like almost a year.
The crazy thing is, she only sees the pain now.
She's not
seeing this. This is a trauma. This is a broken person waiting to happen in a couple of years.
And she had just experienced, sad, very sad.
Yeah.
Mary, your story.
I have a video from Mercy Johnson complaining why that she doesn't see the reason why exchange rates is going to affect the cost of chicken.
Is it the chicken or the egg?
The eggs, rather.
Yeah.
Can they pay it?
I think they'll try to pull it out. So I was trying to explain to Mary.
Yeah, cost of feed and all of that.
As you see this life right now.
Yes. So everything is gonna go up.
Oh, is that the video? So I think we should just take a listen.
I get confused. So I think I asked them. Now this egg now, they say dollar don't go up, so egg don't cost. If I will lay this egg, they are abroad, in Nigeria. You understand what I wasn't the bother me? If I will lay this egg now, they are abroad, now that's $100 they take cheap the fowl come, or the fowl in Nigeria. So what's it concern the fowl? Come get the leg, come lay egg with dollar, we can increase. A very important question. I never know. Because when they catch me, I say, make I drink tea. I say, give me bread. They say, flour don't cost, bread don't cost. Give me egg too. They say, dollar don't go up, egg don't cost. So this particular fowl now, where this egg, they are abroad. If I ask, they are abroad. Your mother, they are abroad.
Mary Oma Williams. So you will open your eye and say egg in dollars, have you?
But dollar is not a legal tender now, so what?
No, so let me explain. So I was trying to say that because, right, for anybody that does either as a farmer, whether animal husbandry or crop or whatever, everything you do right now is tied to the dollar. Yeah. So if you want to get fertilizers for the chicken, if you want to get the feed, so some people even get byproducts from farmers. So for instance, we grow corn for the nearby poultries as well. Mm-hmm. The corn seedlings is gotten in dollars. Mm-hmm. The things like chemicals to treat the pesticides.
So change legal tender.
I'm just explaining to you that she's talking about cost now. She's saying why is the egg? Is the chicken?
The price
Is the chicken coming from from abroad? But you need to feed the chicken for the chicken to be able to produce food. And some of the drugs that they feed, because in chicken, right, they give them drugs in their water, and they give them drugs in their feed. So all these are the things that makes up the cost that eventually now comes back to the consumer via either the chicken or the egg, right? So my sister,
and then there is
dollar they affect everything. Even ewedu, ewedu, ugu, Don't let it
How
affect
does
her.
that one affect?
They'll buy fuel. They'll transport
They'll
from
tra-
farm.
everything.
It's a ripple effect.
It's a ripple
Yeah.
effect. It affects.
Yeah.
So mine is actually a very interesting story. They can play it as an essay.
I'll still be chatting.
Wait now, will they come for your topic? Were you trying to use this topic to
Yeah,
escape?
she was trying.
It's not going to happen.
She was trying.
So the governor-elect of Kogi State, he said he don't dey drink Gary since the kingdom come. He said the Gary nice save him as secondary school or something.
Are you sure this is Gary?
I'm just
But now Gary na dey write for this thing, sha. Usman Ododo, we hail thee. But the thing is, right? I take Ijebu Gary and groundnut.
It's the best.
Almost like literally. In fact, I had to stop myself this week. Because every day I just have it by the fridge in my office. I have Gary there.
Absolutely awesome.
I have Ijebu Gary. I have
Would you be bloated?
no.
Okay, me, I drink Gary with milk.
No, I don't drink. That's the thing. I don't know how to take Gary
I
and
don't
milk.
drink milk.
Right? So for me, right, there are some things that are just like it's us. This is our brand.
I'm going to drink Gary
Acquired
when I go.
taste.
Eh?
I'm going to drink Gary when I go.
Wait. When you come to my office or when you grow up.
When I go home now.
When you
I'm
go,
going to drink
my
Gary.
sister. And you know have some ice cubes. You know, put some nuts. You know.
Yeah.
You get my point. Like literally, sometimes I put some almonds in it. You know,
Come on, let's
spice it up, baby.
Give it another
So
day.
please, governor, don't do. I mean, governor elect.
You're
You're doing well.
You're doing
And I
well.
think you should promote the brand Nigeria. Gary is our brand, right?
Yeah.
Drinking of Gary and granuts is our brand.
But
So
it's very
And it
well
shouldn't be
promoted.
yes, it is. No, but I'm saying that when we
suffering meal.
yeah, it's not a suffer meal, honestly. So I
It's even
mean,
expensive.
by choice, na me they drink my Gary, and I they buy the very clean Ijebu, not the one we see go they pour water like 50 times before they go clean. I love it.
Oh, you've not
I
got you.
actually soak yellow Gary.
Eh.
And I filter my Gary before I drink.
Well, I
So
filter.
you should try Jebu Gary. That is
No,
clean.
I can't.
It's too
No, it's the
sour.
sour you don't like.
I just don't. I
It's
don't
too
like
fermented.
I can't eat it as Eba.
No, you
I
can't
mean,
go
I
with
can't
Ijebu
eat-
as Gary as a
I
bar.
don't like
Why
anything
not?
about the Jebu.
No, it's too. For me, I can take it. I'm saying people don't like it. I
You should
do
cook
it.
It's
No, funny enough, I eat Ijebu Gary. See, anyhow the Ijebu is, if it is a bow, if it as long as it's Ijebu, I take it.
Ah.
I really don't, because you know, from Edo State, where we come from, it is
Yeah.
red Gary that's our brand.
Yes.
But I don't particularly like. It's too starchy. So
Yeah.
when I went to the university in Delta State, right, and I was first introduced to like literally you go to chew eba, you go be like saying a chewing gum with the chew. So the starch was just too much for me. You know, the Ijebu Gary has very little
highly
starch.
fermented.
Thank you, very little
Highly.
starch. So for
And
me,
it's very
that
good
is
for your gut.
so that doesn't give me all the bloats and all of that.
Fermented foods.
See the way they talk Gary matter. If let's say some people go so Gary like this as they talk, but honestly, I feel like but let me leave it till tomorrow because I've passed my time for eating. Tomorrow afternoon it will be a date. Ice block, Ijebu, some cubes of sugar. Oh Lord have mercy. But I like the story when I saw it. I said today is feel good day, but we are coming for Mary. After the show, stay with us. We'll be right back.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Understand. That's why sometimes when people start posting on social media saying, oh, all these Nigerian businesses that will be charging in pounds and dollars, I wonder if it's not the same country that we are. I just always look at them and be like, maybe you should start a business first before you open your mouth and talk. Yeah. Because by the time you pay $1,500 for fabric will be say before if you buy like $300K, which is like $300. Now you're paying $1,500. No, you waiting naira they talk. Yes. So you can't expect me make I no charge for dollars. How? China naira I won't charge you. Do you understand? That's why sometimes
I'm gonna be charging in dollars. So allowing businesses to charge foreign currencies within Nigeria has its pros and cons, such as the potential for increased competition, foreign investment, and ease of purchasing foreign goods and services. It could also increase the potential for higher prices, right, for Nigerian consumers, decrease the value of the Nigerian naira, and increase the difficulty for Nigerian businesses to compete domestically. Now, the question of whether businesses should be allowed to charge foreign currencies within Nigeria needs to be made on a case-by-case basis, considering all the potential factors. So today we're asking, should we normalize, businesses charging foreign currencies within Nigeria? Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-80384663. Mary Oma Williams. I must call your full name. Why are you charging people goods and services in foreign currency?
In dollars, yeah. However, you can pay. We accept naira. We haven't said that we don't accept naira. I think the clause. I was going to read out something. A statement from a Templars lawyer that was put out there concerning the clause. It's not that we do not accept naira. We just retail our prices in dollars. However, based on the conversion rates, we convert for you and we take your naira.
Based on the current rate?
Yes.
So do you use the black market rate or you use the CBN rate?
We use inflow rates because that is how we're able to pay our suppliers. So that's the rates that we use. Whatever the inflow rate is, our management advises, and then we go ahead and use that. So, I mean, that also shields us from inflation in terms of if you know something is priced at $100, if you come next tomorrow, it's still going to be $100. We're not increasing prices based on...
so it's just the naira,
your currency value that will determine how much it is.
Yes.
But should that be? Let me come to you, Diola.
Well,
should we have businesses, because this is not unique to just I'm just teasing Mary, but the truth is I know some properties in Ikoyi, some properties within Eco Atlantic, some property sellers now, it's not even Eko anywhere, the ones in Ekpe. A lot of, because most of the people that are selling properties now, they sell more to diasporans. So a lot of these property people, most of them are collecting hard currency.
Of course.
And, and they would state the same clear fact that it is not our problem is the dancing dollar. Today is here, tomorrow is there. So we have a fixed price. So whatever the dollar comes to meet you at, it is your price. But this is the fixed rate. If we say we're selling this property for $10,000, it is $10,000. So if your dollar today is 10,000 naira, fine. If it is 1 million naira tomorrow, fine. But this is our fixed rate. But do you think that should be?
Okay, so sorry to cut you. I have an issue with that. Now, I get that certain goods and services, especially if you're dealing with imports, you're bringing things because of how you're buying, you're spending FX. Do you understand? But if you're doing local services in terms of you want to sell a house. Did you import the house from diaspora?
Yeah, but so...
As long as you're using local resources.
No, because... those houses, the finishing, the things that they are buying to finish the house, like the doors, you hear them say, "Oh, this was Turkey door, Italian door."
Did they bring them from?
Yes, usually
they
ship them in. No, a lot of all these property developers, right? They ship their things in containers. I'm not holding brief for them, but I'm trying to explain to you that. So I know property developers now, for instance, right? A lot of them, because of in terms of cost, right? They would rather have, because if they are building like 1,000 units of houses or 100 units of houses, you don't expect them to buy doors from a local, because most of these local people too also import. So what they also do is just import directly, you understand, and bring them in so that all the raw materials comes at a controlled cost. The only thing I will say to you is that, you know, if they have already shipped in all the materials that is needed and the house is complete, inflation shouldn't really affect the house because it was not built
again.
You know, it was not built. But like I said, they would tell you that, see, let's just not argue too much. I built this house with $1,000. Just pay me $1,000. So whatever the rate of $1,000 at the time you're buying is really not their business.
But you see, what happens is it's almost like an artificial way of increasing price.
Yeah.
It is, and that's why we're seeing an escalating amount of in terms of properties. It doesn't make sense. The value in correlation with the prices, the quality, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. Again, they're trying to protect themselves. They're shoring up against inflation and all that. But inflation, the more you do that, the higher inflation will be. That's the honest truth. So if you're not, and this is me not trying to even hold brief for certain kind of businesses, but if you're into a luxury line, so to say, it's not for everybody. Do you understand? It's for a very select few. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes, you may be able to do that. But if you're in the space where you're trying to, target a lot of people, average people, not necessarily the 1%, I'm not sure that that's the right way to go about it.
So they will also tell you that some of these things, like for instance, the video that we took, which is our anchor story, I think her name is Vicky James, right?
Vicky James.
And I've heard that, her designs are quite beautiful and they are actually luxury. So she's not actually what Mary sells is premium luxury. Of course. It is a niche market. You understand?
Exactly.
Yes, you're a franchise of this brand in Nigeria. It's not like you are going to go and buy from the store to sell.
Exactly.
So it is expected that the same standard you see in the stores globally is the same standard you will meet here. Right? Same thing with the Vicky James. Her brand is luxury, pure luxury. I've seen her designs; they are like breathtaking. One day they thought, may we be able to afford one piece? She's the kind of designer that you would aspire to have a piece of, a Vicky James in your closet because her brand is quite luxury. And listen to her argument. I'm a business person too myself, right? I bought some equipment. I shipped in some equipment. I'm supposed to ship in more. The way the prices, you understand, just skyrocketed on me. I've not been able to do that second installment, in terms of in bringing in all the equipment that I need. Because now, what I paid in February, March, when I did the first purchase, what we are paying now is almost 3 times the cost. So when I'm now talking to someone, right, I don't even know what to charge the person. Because you're not even getting the point. Because even if I charge the Naira, it's going to be very difficult for me to be able to make any meaningful, because if you look at the competition around, right, it is going to be difficult to do any transaction. So to the point of whether it is okay for us to start to normalize foreign currencies in Nigeria, I would say it's not okay. I would say it's not okay, right? Literally, you can't go anywhere. It's only places maybe like Dubai, but even at that, you better go and change your money. Because trust me, when you take that dollar to the stores, the rate you're going to be getting, you would run at a loss. So they do all of those things to discourage people from spending those foreign currencies within their economy. Though rather you go to an exchange, bureau de change, and get their own local currency and go pay for whatever it is you want to pay. I don't know, but I'm saying that yes, I get the fact that there are specialized products, but if we really want to improve this economy, I think we should really rethink. Yeah, we have to. But you see, where my problem really lies with all of this conversation is the fact that we are still unable to manufacture certain things within the economy. So for instance, why would she need to import fabric? We are a home of cotton. Literally, there's nothing that is linked to fabric that we cannot manufacture here. Absolutely. So the fact that she's not able to source premium fabric, that she needs to source it from another country, is the big problem that we should focus on.
Yeah.
You understand? Because these are all symptoms of a bigger problem that our manufacturing industry is comatose.
Yeah.
You understand? Because we don't really have anything. If you want to do raw material stuff, for instance, you say, I want to go into making beautiful like ready to wear apparel, like your normal ready to wear. Like you want to, let's pick a brand, for instance, say maybe you want to start producing lines for like the way H&M or Zara or or Next or whatever can produce, or Mango. You really can't produce anything here because we don't have the support structure in terms of the fabrics and all of that. So all of these things are tied to ethics.
Absolutely.
Do you understand? And until we are ready to really, it's two things that would happen. We know they do luxury again. Mary doesn't want to hear that. And let us push for grow Nigeria. You understand? Build locally, grow Nigeria. Build locally, grow Nigeria. So no matter what it is, let's keep pushing for like buy Nigeria, buy Nigeria, buy Nigeria. And at whatever it's level of quality it comes, let us be taking it like that. It's either we do that or we'll continue to face these conversations around, people spending. Because trust me, if I go and I bought this ring for $2,000, you understand? And I said, okay, my markup will be 50%. I do it for at $3,000. That's 50%, right? Whenever I want to sell it, it is $3,000. If your naira is dancing, maybe when I bought it, it was 200 naira to $1, and now it is like 50,000 naira to $1. That's not my business.
Yeah.
My business is that I bought it and I have to make profit, because guess what? This person needs to replace this product.
Yeah.
If I sell this, I need to be able to buy it again.
Yeah.
And don't forget that where I'm going to go and buy it, it is still the same $2,000 that it will come to. So that's the dynamics of business that is just a bit,
I'm just very surprised that we don't take manufacture seriously in this country, because countries like Vietnam, like China, they don't even have the human capacity and resource that we have in Nigeria. Imagine, we have people alone, and then you have industry, you have assembly lines, and then electric. See, once we are able to solve energy problem in this country, everything will work.
We've been trying to solve energy.
No, that's it. So long
Since I was
as
a child.
we don't solve that, let's not talk about manufacturing. It's simple, because manufacturing is
directly tied.
It's directly
What? Let's take a break. When we come back from that break, we'd love to open our phone lines, then hear your thoughts on this topic. Should we normalize using dollar in Nigeria? Stay with us. All right, so if you just tuned in, it's our Ladies Night Out, and we're discussing normalizing. We're asking, should we normalize businesses charging in foreign currencies within Nigeria? Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. Our phone line is now open. The number to call is 07025007749. Remember to turn off the volume of whatever device it is that you're watching us from. Again, 07025007749. Okay, Mary, you wanted to read something out for us.
Okay, so this is from The author, a law partner at Templars, and I'll just go from here, which says a common feature of all the above circulars and statements of the CBN on this subject has been to make heavy weather of the fact of the naira being legal tender in Nigeria and effectively conclude that local transactions expressed or conducted in a currency other than the legal tender for that reason is illegal. That thinking unfortunately completely misunderstands or at least misapplies the concept of legal tender and its implications on the freedom of contracting parties to elect their preferred medium of exchange. As a matter of law, legal tender simply and squarely means such money as cannot legally be rejected locally in settlement of debts expressed in local currency in relation to debts expressed in foreign currency but payable locally. The harshest impact that the concept of legal tender could have is that the debtor may have a general right of conversion to local currency. In other words, the debtor may either pay in the stated foreign currency if he chooses, or he may exercise his right of conversion and pay in the local currency equivalent. Although the CBN has never fully explained on the legal basis for the steps it has taken to date on this subject, it is very likely that it has relied on a certain provision of the CBN Act that appears to give the CBN the power to prescribe when foreign currencies may be used in Nigeria. This provision is to be found in proviso to the penalty for the breach of the legal tender rule by section 25 of the Act. It is provided that a person who refuses to accept the naira as a means of payment is guilty of an offense and liable on conviction to a fine.
So that is the definition of the legal tender, meaning say if somebody came to Nigeria and they gave you naira and you refuse to collect naira.
Yeah. So if that's that's why I stated if you come to the store, we can't tell you that because we retail in dollars we can't accept naira. That's when we would have to be penalized. Yes, it's when you can't accept.
So but let me explain something to you. I know a lot of businesses, right? They will tell you outright
that they don't accept.
You cannot pay me in naira.
Then that is wrong. Then they should be penalized for that.
So that's the point. But they say that.
No, you say you're coming
for every conversation, they come for your jugular. For every conversation, right?
Yeah.
The reason I need us to see the root cause of some of these things.
Yeah.
Remember that when they had the presidential primaries in this same country, what was shared as what's it called? Delegate excursion fee. It was in FX. There used to be a time, and people would tell you that the reason that they go with FX is because of it is less bulky.
Yeah.
So I can literally give you $10,000, convert that to
that's
$10 million, and it's just one packet inside your hand. So the reason a lot of these transactions are happening in FX is because it's easier to move funds, right? So if you really want to solve the problem of these dollar transactions, you have to go back again to politicians. Because a lot of these people, are the ones that infiltrate the system with a lot of, foreign currencies. Because it is easier to move those $100 bills, right? Imagine if I was going to be sharing 100K, it's going to be bulky. To say you want to share to 10 million people, it's going to be bulky. So I'd rather just have, the few notes within a foreign currency. That's one. When you go to the clubs, a lot of all of these clubs right now, right, most of the transactions that happen, they are happening with foreign currencies, right? So I get the fact that the legal tender explanation or maybe definition should be that there is nowhere anybody should present to you naira that you should reject it. At the same time, there is a stench. I mean, the quote we took today clearly states it. That is illegal it is illegal for you to transact business within Nigeria using foreign currency. Because like your day-to-day business, it's a different thing if you just came into this country and probably the only currency you have the banks. You can go to the bureau de change, you can change the money there. Those are the people that are literally authorized, right, to be able to transact, so that whatever it is that you are able to, they are now able to give you a legal tender that you can then use to do transactions within the country. But the fact that we keep on getting to this point where it is now, oh, you are now doing day to day, I want to buy this earring from dollar and I'm paying in dollar, our naira will continue to suffer. Our naira will continue to be devalued. Our naira will never ever. You understand?
Well, it's already hurting businesses by the time you are now converting to pay from your suppliers, which is what the Vicky James lady said. Is going to hurt a lot of businesses
if they take naira.
Well, yes. So if you continue to transact in naira, you continue to increase the price. It seems, outrageous when you call the naira value. You now go to the bank. There was a period where even businesses couldn't access their money. So even to pay your supplier is a hassle. So how do we resolve all of that?
Like you always say that it's a
Hydra-headed
really, because this point she made, in fact, I had a friend, he's like the financial controller of an organization. I remember a period of like 2 weeks, he was literally mad in this Lagos looking for FX, because they actually run an FMCG. That means they constantly need to keep paying for, raw material. If you call him, he's shouting, screaming, look
at what even happened to the airlines. You're exactly. Going too far.
Exactly.
The airlines in Nigeria shut down because, again,
you can't access their money from CBN.
I don't even know how to explain this.
So, yes, now you see why businesses would say that, you know what? Rather than deal with all that, rather than deal with CBN, rather than deal with all that, rather than even go to the black market looking for dollar, let me get my own dollar so that I can keep stocking and I can keep my business afloat. There is that rationale as well. So, it's just, in the largest sense of it.
Well, so my point is, if we really want to solve this problem, what are we willing to sacrifice as a people? Because really, the reason, they try to explain something to Una.
We get you.
The reason we need these FX is because most of the things that we are buying with FX, it's not a way to go and buy with FX.
Yes,
most of the things that we're buying with FX are highly, luxury items. Go and check it.
Do
you understand? So the raw material one is just like I said, even with the seedlings but I'm saying the majority. So you want to ship in drinks, all these assorted drinks. I'm doing for clients, and you want to get the assorted chocolates and cookies and all of those things. Those things are expensive, but it is because. So I'm saying that how can we turn this around? I remember the time President shut down the borders to insist on us eating local rice and all of that. That didn't work. I bought rice today, 85,000 naira per bag. It's an imported rice from the UK or something. 85,000 naira per bag. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because again, now, even with the local rice, the fear that people are having is that a lot of this rice have been mixed. So you're not even sure of what it is that you're buying. So for safety, it's best to just go and buy the expensive one. But look at it now. At what expense? So I don't even know the problem, the solution to the problem.
I think the government. Just recently, there was.
No, if you leave me, it's ofada rice I eat. But this one, I'm cooking it for a large population. It's not for me. If you go to my house, the only rice you will find is ofada rice. That's all I eat. I actually love the rice because it's healthier for me.
Then you promote ofada rice to the people.
She's coming for your job.
No, but it's the same thing. If you do something, if you stand by something, it's like a mini influencing. You stand by something that this is what you do, and you're inviting people also, and it's also an opportunity for them to try. Maybe there might be some people among the crowd that never tasted ofada rice. And that's the option that is available. They can either choose to eat it or not eat it. And they eat it and they realize, you know what, this thing is not bad. They too decide, okay, you know what, I want to be buying ofada rice. You've converted one more person.
And you've shut up the naira.
No, don't talk finish.
Okay, I was also going to say, I mean, going back to what you said about politicians, having that rationale that it's just easier to move money. I also think that it's for some of them, or quite a whole lot of them, maybe not necessarily politicians, but there are a group of people who use Forex just because they don't want paper trails. There is that. So if government is going to address all of these things, they need to, I don't know, sometimes, when we have conversations like this, it's always almost as if the so-called experts that should know these things don't know. Because I imagine that if they're having conversations that they're looking at it from multiple angles, then they may be able to come up with robust solutions. But rather they just focus, okay, dollarization, no to dollarization. So no to dollarization. All right. But what about all these issues?
Yeah.
What happens? What are the solutions?
Because I think what Mary is trying to say, she wants to leave the price at $100,000. What she's refusing to say is that it is the stress, which is, she kind of like alluded to, it's the stress of changing your prices every day.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Why do I need to be changing prices every day, checking FX rate and changing? So today, maybe you came yesterday to price this item, it was 100,000 naira. You are coming today is 150. Tomorrow you are coming is 120, 130.
And
it's just dancing like that.
Business.
And I think there's also a psychology towards because of the value for the product.
The number of zeros.
Yes, for products that we sell, there's a psychology actually behind it. We opened a new store that is priced in naira, and they usually retail in naira. And trust me, the same thing I would buy in my own department that is retailed in dollars. I saw it in naira and I said, "Geez, why would I pay this much? Something K for a phone case?" And I said, "Oh wait,
that's the same amount I paid."
Yeah, just it's different in dollars. When you just say it's 200, it's two notes.
It's just
and
two
it
notes.
gives you,
And
you
that
know,
one is
so,
how many?
or if I should call a $60,000 watch for you in naira, and even if you have the money, you will rethink it to
Very
say,
true. The psychology of buying.
this money, is it? So those are also factors. I mean, I can only speak for the luxury industry, and well, yeah.
So you don't see the luxury industry changing to?
No.
It's not going to happen.
No, unless maybe they achieve a permanent, you understand, but as long as FX keeps, it's of no benefit to them. In fact, businesses around that kind of sector will just collapse. They can't sustain it. They can't. Because how would they even get FX to pay their suppliers? So on one hand, there is also if you want to pay in dollars, that saves me the stress of looking for dollars, right? Because it means that I would be able to ensure continuity of this product in my store. But if I can't find FX, I can't pay my supplier. My business is gone.
And the sad part is that the problem with some of these things is that once you are there, you've collected. So let's say, for instance, you sold an item and you converted it at 1,000 naira per dollar. You have to use speed to go and quickly change that money, because anything happens and that money
drop.
If it dips, that you have sold that item at a loss.
Yes, you've lost.
I get you. Let's take comments.
Okay, so this is good evening, my dear beautiful sisters. What are you saying? #ways. Should we normalize businesses charging foreign currencies within Nigeria? I really don't think so. I don't know what you beautiful ladies think, but to me, I don't agree. Why don't we stick to our own currency alone? Like my dear beautiful sister Ua said, after making reference to the period of the presidential election, it was foreign currency that was shared. People prefer to do business with foreign currency simply because it is not bulky and easy to carry about. Whether Naira is bulky or not, let us stick to Naira. My name is Daniel Ila. Where's regular fare?
She's well. So what is our final thoughts on this?
Laws are not cast in stone. Laws are for people, and laws should evolve. Policies should evolve to ensure the safety of businesses, of individuals, but at the same time to ensure a level playing field for everyone.
You know, this thing actually affected direct investment, foreign direct
course
investment.
now.
That's why you see
course.
the brands like Virgin, what's his name, Richard Branson pulled out quickly because, you know, it is all this dwindling. So I think the problem, if you ask me, I'll say, why don't we solve the economic, what's it called, the economic instability? Because you see, if the system is stable, I can sell in naira.
Yeah,
do you understand?
$10 was to 1 to 1.
Yes, I can sell in naira.
I don't think anybody was talking about.
You can't solve economic crisis issues if you are a consumption nation. You can't. You would always be at the mercy of.
That's what I'm saying. So we need to now move. So that's the final thing I was driving to.
We must
move, but the only way we can move to that consumption. How did Peter Obi used to say it? Production to consumption, be consumption to production. Do you understand? For us to be able to move to that production country, right? We first of all, we must truly turn a blind eye to some of these things that are, you know, are luxury. If we solve basic problem in terms of manufacturing and all of that, and we're able to start to really, really be intentional about growing the economy, it will grow. So it means that we must lose taste. Our taste bud must completely be lost from some of these things. You understand? Then we must be intentional about the quality of what we are manufacturing in Nigeria. I think so.
I agree.
Okay, we have one more comment.
Go ahead, please.
It says, no, it's not okay to normalize dollars as legal tender in Nigeria. But unfortunately, the Nigerian economy not stable and normal. Hence, the dollar kind of normalized as legal tender unofficially, especially by the very group of people meant to uphold the naira as a legal tender and ensure the economy stable. That is the political class. The political class uses dollar to move loot ever since the 1983 coup, when naira
notes changed overnight, with loot becoming worthless.
Okay.
So until we have a political class who are patriotic, no end in sight. Thank you. I think that really wraps it up. Thank you, ladies. Miri, I was not planning to come for your job. I needed to understand your business.
And I'm glad that you do now.
Before we go, make sure you follow us across all our social media handles. Thanks, Dee. And you can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our engagements on social media. Like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. I'm struggling to stay awake.
Yes, you are. Your eyes are so
If you missed our quotes for today, here it is again. It is illegal to price or denominate the cost of any product or services, visible or invincible. That's the part I like. In any foreign currency in Nigeria, and no business offer or acceptance should be consummated in naira in any currency other than in Nigeria, in any currency other than naira. This was from the Central Bank of Nigeria. We'll see you guys. I hope I'll be awake tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Ciao.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Here are success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on PlusTvAfrica.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. When they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
There are 2 words I think shouldn't go together: sibling and rivalry. Siblings presupposes relationship, it's family, brother, sister. Then rivalry, unhealthy competition. How can they go together? And yet the reality is that there is sibling rivalry, and there has always been from the time of Cain and Abel. And so I ask myself, how did it arise? Abel was a different kind of person from Cain. And the suggestion is really that he was loved more. So did that create an undertone that led to Cain taking his life? But Abel himself was also a generous person. So it comes from two sides, who we are and how we're treated. This is what we're going to be talking about today in the lounge, sibling rivalry. The usual, dare I say, suspects are here. Ebu, Omoye, Saudat. But we have a guest today, Shirley Ann Bello. And she has 11 siblings. So how do they live together? Amifoma Idigwe. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the lounge. It's TW Conversations, and you know that we talk about things that don't necessarily concern women, but people. And sibling rivalry is a very, very tricky subject. It's very sensitive. And I know that growing up, we knew the people we considered to be mommy or daddy's favorites. And I don't know how that shaped us, and that's why we're here to have this conversation so that we can reflect on those things together. So, Shirley Ann, you have 11 siblings, and you are the fourth.
Yes,
so it means you have 6 other siblings, 6 younger siblings, which is more siblings than I have. Mm-hmm. And I know what it was like growing up with that many. I have 4 siblings, right? Tell us a bit of what growing up was like.
Well, I would say it was like every other regular family, to be honest with you, you know, because when people hear so many siblings, 11, everybody's like, how do you live? Do you climb the car and all that? Do you have space inside the car? How many cars do you use and all that? It's not that, honestly, it's not that scary. I would say it's like every other normal family, you know, maybe just twice, you know, but it's the same thing. Contrary to what people believe, we're actually all really close, very, very close. So growing up, we used to do a lot of things together. We were each other's friends. Of course, everybody had their own friends, but we did mostly everything together. So we just grew up with that togetherness mentality, that whole family thing. So. Yeah, that's basically that. I don't know.
What causes rivalry? Yeah, what causes rivalry amongst siblings?
I think that, first of all, we're born a certain way. Some people are more sensitive than others. Some are more jealous than others, or envious, or whatever word you want to apply. Some need more love and care than others, and that's from...
I didn't need no love and care. I thrived on no love and no care. And so one day I said to my Mama, I know you love me, but I want you to show it some more, please.
You're not serious. So there's one, your own side, and then there's the side of how people treat you, or how you perceive they're treating you. I think it's easier in a family with lots of people for there not to be obvious favoritism. I think that in a family with just 2 or 3 people, maybe it's more noticeable. I suspect. That's what I think.
Rivalry normal?
Is it normal?
Is it a normal thing?
But it has to be normal. They're people, first of all, before your siblings.
Okay.
You're people. Yeah. And so you have reactions and emotions like other people. It's just that because you're blood relatives, we think that the things that apply to other people shouldn't apply to you, but it will. And if it's a polygamous home, then there's an introduction right there of we're slightly different and competition. The basis of rivalry is competition. It's unhealthy. It's like, I have to be better than you. And so there's that competition that goes on. And sometimes parents themselves promote it. Because they think it's the way to make their children competitive in the real world. And so they do it by giving gifts to particular ones when you've done well. And so you create something that is often unhealthy.
So I've been thinking about my siblings. I have 2 older brothers, an older sister, then a younger brother. And I'm checking all the relationships. And so my sister and I are right next to each other. There's 2 years between us. And I really wanted to be like her a lot, in a lot of ways. I wanted to be like her. And we just, I don't know how, I don't know what my parents did or didn't do, but we just never compared ourselves to one another. However, there were times when I felt treated badly because, you know, for example, as a middle child, you're never correct, you know. If I had an argument with my older sister, then I had no respect. But if my, you know, beat my younger brother for being disrespectful or something, I was taking the law into my hands. Or if we had, you know, an argument, my father would say, oh, for example, my dad, I remember once, my younger brother said to me, I was an idiot or something like that. And I go stomping to my dad's room. I said, Daddy, Nosa called me an idiot. My dad said, my dad is the king of sarcasm. My father says, are you an idiot? No, I'm just asking you a question. Are you an idiot? Of course I'm not an idiot. I said, so why are you angry? Is that all? No, I expected the rod to come down. And one day I remember crying to my mom, when am I ever right? When am I ever correct? When is it never my fault? You know, if it's this one, then this is it. And if it's no, sir, then... And my mom... Yeah, you know, my mom just never, you know, paid me. She just ignored me. But that happened, and we've grown up and we're adults, and it's not a big deal. Like, we know how to handle one another. But I don't know how. So this is a normal. I imagine that this scenario, this picture I've painted is a normal situation in families. Yes. Where does it now turn rancid? You know, when does it now become...
It does turn rancid for so many people, because I know that scenario and how it has damaged a lot of children when they grow up, especially when we don't validate our children.
Yes.
Because every child wants to be validated. The first person that should love you, the first person that should see you for who you are as an independent person are your parents. The moment they deprive you of that, you are going to search for it for the rest of your life. You will just be looking for validation here and there. You will never be enough. Yeah. And some parents, so for me, sibling rivalry, if it's toxic, is the parent's fault. You have to, I know having 12 children or 5 children, it's very difficult for you not to have a favorite, especially when it's that you have that one child that you don't have to wake up and that one just goes to brush their teeth, get ready for school, and you have that one that you have to really threaten before they get up. You know, so that happens. Then you have one that maybe looks like you and has taken the good part of you, and you look at yourself and go, yes. Then you have that one that's taking your bad habit, and you hate it because whenever the person does that, it reminds you of your weakness, you know. But then again, that is an individual child. And if that child is not validated, the person is going to hate or not like their sibling, and that is going to affect that child. And it does affect.
Sorry, a situation where the children are competing for the parents' attention or love, you know, that tends to happen. And when that happens, it means that, it's like a rat race, you know, if you knock that person down, then, and so you have a chance to help your sibling and you don't. Because if you help them, then they shine. And it rubs off your shine.
But what happens is, I think that also comes from parents comparing children.
Yes.
Okay? So in my situation, I have 2 boys. I always call them the gentleman and the joker. I promise you, this is what they're like. The older one is very proper. You know, my friends would always say to me, Ebon, you just switch when you're talking to your children. Like, he's very proper. You know, he does everything. He's the one that will wake up, brush his teeth, do the other. But the other one, he's a joker. He just laughs at everything. He makes everyone laugh. And if you can't see those 2 as individuals and celebrate the richness and the beauty in each of their personalities, then it's going to be like, oh, why can't you be more than like the other one? And that causes rivalry. When you're comparing children and you're saying, why don't you be like this person or that causes rivalry.
Yes,
you know?
I think personality has a lot to do with, whether or not siblings would compete against each other and all that. One thing you find is parents don't necessarily have to spend the equal amount of time with every single child, because you find that every single child has a personality trait that either requires you to spend some time with them or not. There's some children that are really independent and can do 1 or 2 things on their own, and they don't even need that much time. They don't need that parent's attention for that period of time. But there's some children that actually need some extra support or some extra guidance. And so as a parent, I think you have to be able to know who needs your time at a particular time and who is good the way they are.
But the problem I have with that is that I think it's a bit of a fallacy, because even children who appear independent need love. Yes. And even those who do, and I'm not talking about love, I mean, they need that attention. They may not appear to. And I say that because there's some children who are independent, yes, but they need the validation that comes from an older person. And but they'll always get on with it. And they'll always leave you to tend to the others.
Definitely.
But it's a burden.
Yeah.
And there's a tendency to load that child with responsibilities. And that child will feel that, no, it's too much. And they may not voice it. They may not know to voice it, but it'll come out at some point, because what it means is that they're not being allowed to be enough of a child. And that has its own consequences. And there are resentments that might simmer. Oh, you have more time for the others. Because I do things on my own, you think I don't know enough. And I liked what you said about your children and what you call them, because I have 2 sons as well. And I call one a country gentleman. I mean, he's the kind who can live in the country and walk the dog and have elbow patches, you know, on his, yes. And the other one is a city gentleman, bowler hat and umbrella, go to the men's clubs, you know what I mean? But they're just 2 different kinds of people. And they need to be pushed in different ways. I always say that parenting is individual. It can't be a general rule. So I admire your mother, because parenting is individual, a particular way of parenting for a particular child. And that is why I think there's sibling rivalry. When parents don't recognize that and treat the children as if, oh, you're all the same, there's no template.
Okay, so what I mean by time doesn't mean that you wouldn't spend time with a child. Okay, so for instance, if there's a child who knows how to...
What's an example with your siblings?
Okay, so... I have a sibling that's maybe, okay, if I have a sibling that's really good at math, for instance. Now, if he needs to solve a problem, for instance, if he needs help with a problem, my mom would help him with the math problem. But my sister might not be as good as math as my brother. So she would need more time from my mom than my brother, who is really good at math. So that's actually what I mean with time. You know, it's not, like, she will need to spend 3 hours, as much time. So that's what I mean when I talk about time.
I hear you, but I'm talking about time in a different context. You know what I mean? Because this time you're talking about is different. It's activity-bound.
Break. And we'll come back to delve into this subject even deeper. Don't go away, it's TW Conversations. Welcome back to The Lounge. It's TW Conversations, and we're talking about sibling rivalry. Now, here's a story, and this is a sharp deviation from the point, and I would like us to find our way back to sibling rivalry. Here's a story. A friend of mine talked about how when her mother was terminally ill, she was a primary caregiver at about 15 or 16, and she was alone. And she was making all those hospital visits. She was caring for her mother. We're talking toilet runs, bathing, and all that as a child, you know. And her mother had siblings who lived in the same city, who never came to help. And she, you know, she was very resentful. And she was, so, you know, it was a group of people in a conversation. And I was thinking, would there ever be a time when my sister is so sick and Omorefe will be left to care for her on her own? And like, how would my relationship with my sister or any of my brothers deteriorate so far that I wouldn't be able to, I wouldn't even be, not even say I'm not able to, I wouldn't be there. And somebody said something that struck me. He said that your relationship with your siblings is something you have to cultivate the same way you cultivate your friendships. The fact that you're born in the same family doesn't mean that you're going to care for each other just because you were raised, because you're all different people. And he made the point that you had to actually actively work at being even friends with your siblings. Who agrees with that?
But that is very true.
I absolutely agree.
That's very true.
I agree.
You can make certain assumptions based on blood relationships, but after that, there is a relationship you need to develop. There's some siblings who don't like each other.
True.
You know, it's not about rivalry. They just don't like each other.
Because they're used to each other. You've known each other all your lives.
It doesn't matter. I have 2 girls, and I don't know if this sibling rivalry thing is different where you have the children of the same gender or from different gender. But I have 2 girls, and when they fight, I always consciously tell them that Jasmine loves Raima. Raima loves Jasmine. I tell them. Yeah. I consciously tell them.
It's very important.
So that they would know. And I tell them that you are blood. You must look out for your sister more than somebody else. You know, if you don't, no, you have to tell them. No, you love them. I have to tell them all these things because I'm not the only one bringing them up. They're going to see other things outside. So I have to tell them that you have to love your sister. You will love your sister. She might have done something wrong to you right now, but you love your sister and she loves you. And you're supposed to look out for you. So when they're going out, I call them, apart from, don't make sure nobody touches you here, don't go to this corner here. Look out for your sister. Make sure that you get her food to eat. Make sure that if you look for her, you don't find her, you look for her wherever she is. You love her. You must protect her, you must fight for her.
But aren't you putting pressure on the older
I don't care what the
sibling?
pressure is.
No,
you
but
must,
that
no,
also-
two of them. I tell the younger one and the older one. You must love.
I even have an issue. You can bring your children up that way, and you're a very wealthy parent, and then you die, and they start struggling and fighting and killing each other over property. What's that? How does that happen? So were they pretending before? Because they were supposedly close, but all of a sudden, which means that at the end of the day, personal self-interest sometimes. So we must teach our children to be generous of themselves to their siblings and to be content with what they have. I mean, I know there are parents whose children don't know what they have because their parents don't want a problem later on, or that's why there are wills, because there's an understanding that there may be issues.
Yes.
There are families where when the parents die, all of a sudden somebody becomes an ogre and wants everything and doesn't want to give the others anything. And that's why they're administrators. But you have to ask yourself, so what happened? Weren't they brought up together? Weren't they brought up closely with values? And there are siblings who don't see each other often, but whenever there's an issue, they will come together to solve that problem.
Who is going to do that? Whose role is that? Is it the parents? Is it the parents that are supposed to make sure that happens?
Eventually, there's only so much parents can do after a while. After a while, it's your responsibility to develop a relationship with your siblings, and which means that there's a sense of, with siblings, there has to be the love that is beyond what I want.
Yes.
It's not always there. So what is it that will put it there? Yes. What is it that we can do to put it in our children?
Okay, so in my case, I think the parents have a huge role to play with bringing the family together and bringing in that love. Because, truth be told, at the end of the day, siblings will fight, siblings will have disagreements, but it is that love that binds them together.
Okay. Tell me about any type of rivalry that, I mean, you've talked about how you are all each other's best friends, but I'm sure that you weren't best friends all the time.
Of course.
What are some instances where you've disagreed, and how have you resolved those conflicts?
Okay, so, well, first of all, there are girls and there are boys. I think there's one instance where maybe if we want one sibling wants to watch TV, for instance, maybe wants to watch a football match, and then the girls want to watch something else. So it's always like, okay, it's always like who will get to the TV first, And then you find out, okay, the boys always get to the TV first, and they have to watch their match first, and the girls are like, no, we want to watch our musical, or we want to watch our movie. 6 boys, 6 girls.
Wow, even.
Yes. So it's an even battle. So before I continue that statement, I actually want to say something. So from when we're young, from when we're small, my parents actually have always tried to create this togetherness with everyone. My dad always liked us going out together, doing things together. And my mom always taught us how to share things. So for instance, when she comes back from work and she buys something, she'll be like, oh, bring a flat plate and knife. And everybody knows that, wow, something is coming, we're all going to share something. So she brings it and then she shares and all of us take a piece. And then sometimes if someone wants more, someone can say, okay, I'll just give you some of my own or something. So from a young age, we learned to share things. And then even if we have disagreements about who has this and who has that, my mom will be like, okay, do you know what? Can you use this for a while and then let this person use it? So basically, from a really young age, we were taught to kind of have compassion for each other, and then coupled with the fact that we used to hang out a lot together. So back to the football and the musical or football and movie. So in that instance, we learned to come to an agreement. Okay, we know that 7 o'clock is your match. So we'll try not to disturb you. We'll try our very best not to disturb you. But that after this match, we must watch our own movie, So so there are instances like that. But when you kind of have grown with this innate will I say compassion or love? I just like saying love. It's more of love because at the end of the day, you know, you will definitely fight. But what still kind of like stops it or brings you together or makes you try to reason, be realistic or whatever is, okay, this is my brother, this is not my friend.
But what it means is that you're saying that the principal responsibility lies with the parents to create that environment.
Well, I think from the beginning, I think from the beginning, the parents have to start.
I agree.
Yes.
But I'm saying the next step I'm going to, because we have to be realistic. We wouldn't be having this conversation if there wasn't sibling rivalry.
Of course,
and if something didn't cause it.
Yes.
Life then happens.
Yes, of course, definitely.
Life then happens, and then you remember the times when you felt you were hard done by one sibling or the other, by one parent, and then how can it be dealt with?
As an adult.
As an adult, I think
how can it be dealt
it also
with?
depends on you as well as an individual. First of all, people are different, personalities are different. You have to understand who you are as a person. You have to understand who your sibling is as a person. If you're an extrovert and you like to talk and you like to, you like people around and you like, I don't know, how will I put it? And then you have a sibling who's mostly to himself, and you're definitely going to have clashes.
What I'm going to say to that is, again, I'm playing forgive me for using that expression, devil's advocate right
yes,
here.
Yes.
It's an assumption that I'm thinking about it. I'm not thinking about it. I'm just living my life every day. And there are these issues that bother me.
I'm not going to
how am I going to deal with it? Because the truth is, there is a lot of sibling rivalry, even in families that seem to be near perfect.
Yes, of course, yes.
So what is it we're not getting?
I would suggest that if a person who's fully grown has no, need to report to their parents' authority and whatnot, I think that it's a good idea to have a conversation with your siblings about how you feel.
Yeah.
I feel daddy always, for example, daddy always paid you a lot more attention and he neglected me.
I totally agree.
I think that mommy gave you more money.
Yes.
I feel that you had all the, and I think that you were born at a time when when I was born, this is how, and this is why I don't.
And I totally resent it.
Yes, I don't like it.
It's difficult because I know that a few months ago I was having a conversation with my sister. We're 2 girls and 3 boys, and I consider myself a middle child because the second girl, the firstborn is a girl, and the second girl. Then I have 3 boys after me. So I see myself as they now have their firstborn, and they now have the 3 boys that they want. So I'm just there,
the extra thumb.
trying to, I'm here, notice me, So, and I remember I used to tell my sister, I'm like, they treat me differently, don't you see? She's like, no, nobody treats you differently. And about 2 months ago, we sat down, we now had this conversation, and we were not really close because I really was the middle child because I saw things and I used to pull away, So it's either I'm hiding behind the curtains or I'm doing stuff, because I just didn't want my mom to be upset with me, so I'd rather not be where she will see me because I used to feel as if every little thing she'll pick on me. Yes. And what if I pick this and she shouts, if the other person picks it, she doesn't even see it. Yes. So I used to overblow. Yes. So 2 months ago when I was having a conversation with my sister and we're now reliving so many things that happened and she was like, oh my God, I never really saw it that way. No wonder this. No wonder that. So she now saw it differently,
Let's talk about the musicians P Square. They're twins.
Yes.
They're twins. And a lot of the time I ask, this must be a PR stunt. Yeah. I don't want to believe that it's actually true, but these things do happen.
I think in that scenario, they've grown up. You're in an enterprise. And I think what has happened there can happen with any 2 friends who go into business and then get married. I think that is where the dynamics change.
With their family.
No, they're there. They're in a business.
Third parties involved. Third parties involved. Yeah. Or do you think they themselves have outgrown themselves? Do you think?
Third parties make a difference. Change
absolutely.
The whole equation.
When
siblings get married, depending on who they get married to, things can change, and that's the truth of the matter.
That's the truth.
And then things that you didn't talk about, which is why what you said about talking about it is really important. I'm the second child, but the first girl. And I always felt that I had more responsibility than the others to do things and to make sure things happened and that everybody was taken care of. And I remember at some time just thinking to myself, this is just too much responsibility right here. But the truth is that if you're the responsible child, the lot falls to you.
Yes.
And if you're the irresponsible child, you're the one who doesn't get given any responsibilities. It's like even at work. If you do the work well, they're going to give you more work. If you don't do, they won't give you.
It's left to you to be who you are.
So at the end of the day, I think one, conversation, two, allow that indeed they're all different. And allow that somebody can love you without being the same as you.
Yes.
And that you can love a person you don't like. Yes. And you can like a person you don't love.
Yes. So what are your final thoughts?
My final thoughts are that I think really we should all learn to talk to each other. We should find a way to say it when it happens and not let it just fester. Yes.
Oh, wow. This is so... Yeah, for me, I think that as parents, I think it really does start there. And as parents, we need to focus on what's important when we're raising our children. Allow them to focus on the things that matter, which is, the bond with each other, and not so much material things. Because I think when that comes into play, it really brings a lot of rot as well.
I want to talk about the parents as well. We should validate our children. Let them learn compassion, but also look at them as individuals. You treat them as individuals. And very importantly, see them and validate them. Everybody, you love them and you validate them and you say it, let them hear it, let them know it without a doubt. That you see them, you love them, you validate them.
Yes, I think so too. I think from the beginning, it's the parents that, actually have most of the work to do. It depends on what you instill in your children. If you instill the right virtues in your children, then, it eventually sticks on. They say the first 1,000 days of a child is really important. So if you start early, then you find that in the long run, when they get older, things like contentment, like you said, the material things are actually what does affect sibling rivalry most of the time. You're sharing TV, you're sharing bathroom, you're sharing so many things, So I would say if the parents could start early, the children, it would be easier for the children too.
This is so serious. It's a serious matter.
Serious because it's a really sad thing. It's
not
something you want to
especially when
see.
it comes to sharing of, maybe properties and,
So we've come to the end of this conversation. I'll say this, as an adult who is in that, situation, I'd say, remember that family is a big deal, and the place that you should feel the most safe is with family. So mend those broken bridges and be friends with family. Imagine how beautiful that would be. Thank you for watching Sibling Rivalry. We'll continue this conversation on the social gram, So all the handles are right here on the screen. Talk to us. Let's have this conversation all over again. Take care. Bye. Bye.
On Plus TV News now. Former President Buhari opens up on Naira redesign policy amid Emefiele's ordeal. service chiefs appear before reps seek support to fighting insecurity. Hamas chief says truce agreement with the Israeli government on Gaza war is now closed. Good evening, I am Destiny Momo. This is News Now. Former President Muhammadu Buhari has revealed why he approved the Naira redesign policy. In his first interview since leaving office, Buhari explained that he endorsed the controversial Naira redesign policy to protect his integrity and emphasized that there are no shortcuts to success. Buhari stated that he is unfazed by the criticism about his administration as he revealed that he tried his best.
Nigerians, I don't know. I still feel that the only way I could impress and tried so hard to do it in Nigeria is just to make sure that my integrity become unquestionable. Make Nigerians believe that there is no shortcut to successful leadership, in the sense that service, it's not easy, as I said, losing, say, 3 election attempts to president and ending up in the high Supreme Court 3 times. How many people, a lot of Nigerians would say that is very stupid. They would rather have the quickest and fastest way of getting there. And the only way we can do it is to try to accumulate some money, to have a lot of money, and see how we can compromise so many people and maybe institutions.
The ex-president confessed that it was not an easy task to govern Nigeria.
Enjoy yourself like the rest of developing countries. You can't experience. Leading Nigeria is extremely difficult. It's extremely difficult. People know they are right. They think that they should be there, not you. At virtually every step. And we have to struggle day and night, you know, to see that you are competent enough. I don't think I ever took Nigerians for granted, because Nigerians seem to be impressed more by materialistic success rather than being honored or praised by the less privileged. We are a fantastic nation.
And President Bola Tinubu, on the sidelines of the G20 Compact with Africa Economic Conference on Monday, met with German Federal Chancellor Olaf Scholz, where he noted that Nigeria is determined to pursue German investments in targeted sectors of the Nigerian economy. The president expressed his keen interest in the role Siemens can play in modernizing and expanding Nigeria's rail network with the provision of ultra-modern trains and railways presently operating in Nigeria.
Whatever is the reason for promises of the past not being fulfilled, let's regard that as a nightmare. We will fulfill our promises, all obligations. All I'm here to thank the Chancellor for his visit and putting together a compact with Africa that gave us the opportunity of today. I'm looking forward to having you in Nigeria, investing more and getting the highest return on your investments. I assure you, you will do. Economic matter is a challenge. The risk factor in investment. It's always going to be that. Who could have expected what is happening in Ukraine? Fast investment opportunity. You have the alternative.
Here assured potential investors that Nigeria had moved beyond restrictive policies and today capital could be moved in and out of the country freely, providing flexibility for investors.
There are other reforms. The arbitrage regime, exchange rate, is gone forever. Now you can bring your money in and out as you wish. Easy in, easy out. But I want to appeal to you. Forget the past. My friend here said, no money, no hallelujah. No investment, no development, no hallelujah. The relationship that we seek is for all to remove all hurdles to progress, to put Nigerian-German relationship on the first-class seat of development and prosperity.
And 1 week after failing to appear before the House of Representatives, service chiefs and the Inspector General of Police finally appear to discuss security issues with members. And this formally kickstarts the scheduled sectoral debate organized by the 10th Legislative House on ways to address salient issues that will address the many socio-economic, political and security issues that have stunted the growth and development of the country. Plus TV Emmanuel Hijene completes the story.
Security has been a major cause of concern for Nigeria, from insecurity in the northeast to banditry in the northwest. The southeast of the country is not also spared with reports of kidnapping and killings reported daily. All these have affected the socio-economic and political life of the country, with Nigeria described as one of the unsafe countries to live in or do business. It is to this effect that the House began its sectorial debates, beginning with the country's security today at the Chamber of the House of Representatives. The service chiefs and the Inspector General of Police took turns to explain their stewardship and challenges faced so far since assumption of office before members. The Inspector General of Police identified paucity of fund, poor manpower, logistics, training of personnel, and poor welfare for personnel.
We are committed to a police force that will respond adequately and appropriately to the dynamics of crimes and criminalities in our communities. Provision of logistics is very poor in the police. We have 1,537 police divisional headquarters across 774 local governments in Nigeria. But getting vehicles, operational vehicles, for the division is difficult. Each of these divisions requires at least 4 functional patrol vehicles. But we have divisions who don't have any functional patrol vehicle as of today.
Speaking on behalf of the military, the Chief of Defense Staff, Major General Christopher Musa, says the military has made a lot of gain in its fight against insurgency and banditry, stating that as a result, the military has captured grounds previously held by terrorist group. He, however, expressed worry over the activities of Simon Ekpa, an IPOP leader currently living in Finland, which he says is causing harm to the efforts of the military.
Sadly, there is no corresponding increase in accommodation facility to cater for the basic human need for the personnel of our terms of shelter. Why is most of the troops are deployed out? By the time we start reducing the strength on ground, going back to the barracks becomes a problem because there won't be enough accommodation. This development therefore poses some negative effects on the morale and fighting efficiency of the troops. This situation will also require your intervention so as to ameliorate the challenges. Issue of funding for the operational purposes. The need for adequate funding of the armed forces to overcome the issues of combat supply, such as ration for the troops, petroleum, oil and lubricants, equipment and maintenance through the procurement of spare parts and similar others in these categories are necessary To this end, there is the need for National Assembly to facilitate the continuous release of funds for the armed forces and the police for the purpose of overcoming the issues of combat enablers and combat suppliers, which are recurrent in nature but very necessary for sustenance of the troops.
The grilling later climaxed into an executive session for further discussion.
And the House of Representatives Committee on Finance has resolved to carry out a status of inquiry on the National Lottery Trust Funds over non-remittance of revenue generated for year 2022 and 2023. Chairman of the committee, Honorable James Faleke, gave the ruling on Monday in Abuja during the ongoing 2024 medium-term expenditure framework. And the MTEF Fiscal Strategy Paper FSP Interactive Session, where National Lottery Trust Funds, NLTF, Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, and Lagos International Trade Fair Complex Management Board were invited. The committee, while citing relevant section of the Act, says since the agency is being funded by the federal government, it is expected that it remits 100% of its revenue generated back to the federal government.
2,492,996,588.13 from one source for permit holders. That's what they remitted. And then you expended 2,492,996,588.13. That's what you are saying. And you put performance 100%. Please switch off your mic, sir. Status inquiry on Lottery Trust Fund. Status inquiry means that we're going to bring in an external auditor, okay, to audit your accounts, your books, all your income and your expenses from day one to date. That's status inquiry of National Assembly. If we are found, we will send a report on the plenary, and if you are found guilty, you may to refund or and then any other punishment thereof.
The Executive Secretary of NLTF, Bello Megari, in his defense of the agency's expenditure, noted that the agency is in deficit of 252 million naira in 2022.
2.4, sir. About 2.5 billion.
That was a generated income.
That is income in year 2023, current year.
Current year.
Yes, sir.
As at October.
As at date.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
The update is as at Friday, sir.
Good.
Yes, sir.
And then you spent how much?
What we have spent so far is about roughly the same amount. But the reason is this, sir. The reason
okay, no reason. So it's like the government.
Abba Moro of the opposition People's Democratic Party, PDP, was announced as the new minority leader by the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, during plenary on Tuesday. He replaced Senator Simon Wadikwan, representing Plateau North, under the platform of the PDP, who was sacked by the court on October 23.
In everywhere, his name is not here. We have Senator Adero, a very distinguished and ranked senator, his name is not here. You have even the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, the distinguished Senator Tambua, his name is not here. Taking cognizance of the number of senators in the minority caucus, you need to know that all you need to produce a leader is majority. If you are like 48 or 49, and 30 people have signed for one person, what is the magic that you say it should not be announced? If you are like 48 or 49 and 41 people have signed, what is the reason why you say the Senate President should not announce? It's not everybody that will agree, but majority have agreed. So I will listen to points of order, but I want you to bear something in mind. In my front, I have two papers. Some are still signing. because not all of you have signed for Senator Abamoro. It will also be unfair for me to see somebody who has majority, and what he actually needs will be like maybe 24 or 25 senators, and he has up to 30. And then I will not announce it.
An uproar, however, ensued in the upper chamber when Senator Osita Enugu West PDP was announced Senate Minority Whip, replacing Senator Darlington Nwokwacha of the Labour Party. Senator Okechukwu Ezie from Enugu North rose to fault the nomination. His personal observation/objection was backed by Senator Tony Wanye of the Labour Party, who equally rose to challenge the ceding of 3 of the minority leadership to the PDP, leaving the Labour Party with no representation in the Senate leadership.
Are we your slaves? The way you elected was the way you were elected. Are we your slaves? How you can suspend me here? Are we your slaves? Every time you keep on picking leadership for us. We are not your slaves. Whether you like it or not, the way you elected was the way we elected. We are not your slaves. The way you elected was the way we elected. How you can suspend me? You have done your worst, Mr. President. What do you mean by that? You have done your worst. You have done your worst. You have put us to the wall. Thank you. Yes, we'll stop Viva. Meaning what? Meaning what? Meaning what? Meaning what? It's unfair. It's unfair. It's not about me, it's not about any person. It's about the institution of Senate. Thank you, sir.
After some senators pacified, Wanye Akpabio explained that the 2 minority leaders had shown the signatories of the senators who agreed with the decision.
The Senate is in, leader of the Senate, I would have loved to confer with you, but no problem. The Senate is in receipt of 2 documents signed by the minority caucus of the Senate. And I've seen about 41 signatories here saying that they have a temporary replacement for the minority leader of the Senate. And this is a resolution of the minorities in favor of Senator Abamoro. And having seen that he has about 41 signatories to his credit as minority leader of the Senate, I therefore have the privilege to announce that the senior Senator Abamoro be moved forward as a minority leader of the Senate.
Meanwhile, Barrister Callistus Ihejiagwa, the Imo Labour Party chairman in Imo State today on wheelchair, led hundreds of other party members to protest at the Imo State INEC office this Monday afternoon. The Labour Party raised their alarm over the delay by INEC in releasing the certified true copies of all the documents used in the November 11 election, which were used to declare Governor Hope Uzodinma winner in the contentious election. Governor Dauda Lawal has restated that the people of Zamfara State bestowed their trust in his administration, hence he was not afraid of a rerun poll as ordered by the Abuja Division of the Court of Appeal. The governor, who returned to the state on Monday from an official foreign trip, was greeted by a crowd of supporters in an electrifying atmosphere upon his arrival in Gusau, the state capital. And the Social Democratic Party's candidate for Governor, Dr. Umar Ado, filed an appeal against the People's Democratic Party's Amadu Umar Fintiri, who won the election in Adamawa State. The Court of Appeal in Abuja denied the plea. The Adamawa State Governorship Election Petitions Tribunal's ruling, which had previously rejected Ado's petition contesting Finturi's election was affirmed by Justice Ugochukwu Ogaku's ruling. Ado had claimed in the petition that there were numerous anomalies and Electoral Act violations in the 2023 gubernatorial election. Nevertheless, the Court of Appeal and the tribunal both determined that these accusations lacked merit. And the Benue State Governor, Reverend Father Hyacinth Alia, has said that his victory at the appeal courts was not for him alone, but for Benue as a whole, and has called on his opponents in the concluded gubernatorial elections to support his administration and join hands to build the Benue of their dreams. Governor Alia appreciated the Benue people for their support and confidence given him in his administration and promised not to fail in his resolve to actualize the Benue dream.
The Court of Appeal resolved all the matters raised by the appellants in favor of Reverend Father Hyacinth Alia and Samode and APC. So we want to appreciate the judiciary for still proving to be the hope of a common man. And His Excellency is very happy with the judiciary. He said the victory is not just his victory, but the victory for Benue. And he is calling on his opponents to down tool for now concerning litigations. Now they should come back, join hands with him for them to build Benue of our dream.
In a swift reaction, the People's Democratic Party in Benue State reiterates its resolve to exhaustively pursue the legal option to recover the governorship of the state, which it believes rightly belongs to the party.
We have decided to exhaust the legal option open to us at the courts. As you are aware, yesterday the Court of Appeal in Abuja dismissed our petition and they upheld the decision of the tribunal, which validated the election of Hyacinth Alia as governor of the state on the platform of the APC. And we are not satisfied with the judgment of the Court of Appeal, as we weren't with that of the tribunal. And we are in touch with our legal team, and most obviously we will be pushing on to the Supreme Court to have them interpret the brief of arguments that our lawyers had presented before the tribunal.
And the effects of high blood pressure, also called hypertension, could lead to health problems such as heart disease, heart attack, and even stroke. For this reason, a non-governmental organization, Eunice Nachi Women Advocacy Foundation, in collaboration with the Kiosete Boy Child Foundation, led by its founder, Lady Stella Domo, organized a free medical outreach as part of its social responsibility. The medical outreach was held at the popular Tombia Park in Yenagoa as drivers, commuters, market women, and others had the opportunity to check their sugar level, and BP drugs were also distributed.
Recently, we lost a colleague. Many people who don't check their BP, they don't check their sugar level. People die daily because of ignorance, and that is not an excuse. So because of that, we decided to come down here. At least these drivers that apply on highway, we want to check them, the commuters, then women, even pregnant mothers, they are here to check their BP. So we are here to encourage people to know their status so that they will not die prematurely. We want to cover Yenagoa first so that we can go back to the villages and then check them. The thing is, when you look at the township, people at home, they are more relaxed. But in the township where you have commuters, they are the ones that need it most.
Manufacturing has always been a critical driver of any economic development and is crucial for sustainable growth and job creation. It also has the potential to transform the nation's economy, diversify our revenue sources, and reduce our dependence on oil. Those were the words of the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Doris Uzoka Anita, at this year's edition of the Nigerian Manufacturing and Equipment Exposition, NME Expo, and the Nigerian Raw Materials Exposition, NIRAM Expo. Emmanuel Olubabakun has more.
The annual Nigerian Manufacturing and Equipment Expo jointly organized the Nigerian Raw Materials Exposition of the Raw Materials Research and Development Council affords stakeholders an opportunity to examine the state of the manufacturing sector and deliberate on the roadmap for development through the Manufacturers Partnership for African Development and Masterclass sessions. The Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment is well represented here. It assures that its policy initiatives will continue to center on creating an enabling environment, incentivizing production activities, and promoting the use of made-in-Nigeria products to boost the competitiveness of our manufacturers.
Fertilizer production, in summary, luckily for us, the federal government has banned the importation of fertilizer. So the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria can do as much as possible to ensure that we produce enough fertilizer in Nigeria locally. There are 4 major types of fertilizers being produced in Nigeria. The urea fertilizer, single superphosphate fertilizer, triple superphosphate fertilizer, DAF, diammonia phosphate fertilizer, and the NPK fertilizer. Organic fertilizer is not banned, but I believe with the support of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria and with our raw material resources, we have the capacity to produce most of the organic fertilizer needs of Nigeria. If we can get the correct investors to invest in these areas, believe me, in the very few years to come, we can ban the importation of organic fertilizer also in Nigeria.
In his welcome address, the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Otumba Francis Meshioye, says the annual event provides a common ground for large manufacturing organizations and SMEs to explore new production processes that will increase their production output.
The theme of the 2023 Expo is Future Manufacturing, building a sustainable roadmap to the industrialization of Nigeria. The theme is informed by the unprecedented rate in which our world is changing in terms of innovation and technologies, shifting consumer expectations, as well as increasing social awareness of gender equity and restoration of previously marginalized communities. If manufacturers can efficiently balance a combination of efficient economies of production and supply chains, strong and reputable products, loyal customers, and established logistic network, as well as reliable online business elements, they'll be well positioned in the future to compete favorably in the industrial marketplace.
Participants at the event emphasized the importance of incorporating technology to produce locally made goods, support sustainable development, and reduce reliance on developed nations.
The resultant high cost of power generation not only inflates operational costs, but also diminishes the competitiveness of locally manufactured products in both domestic and export markets. So at Shell Nigeria Gas, we are committed to bridging the energy gap and contributing to the Decade of Gas ambition by providing manufacturing companies and industrial customers with clean, reliable, low-cost alternative to liquid fuels.
As you know, in recent years, the bilateral economic and trade relationship between China and Nigeria has become increasingly close. In terms of trade, China is Nigeria's largest global trade partner, while Nigeria is China's second largest trade partner in Africa. In China-Nigeria Manufacturing Cooperation, China can leverage its strengths in capital, technology, and talent, while Nigeria can give full play to its advantages in market and labor.
Mann says both exhibitions have continued to serve a great purpose in improving the status of the nation's manufacturing sector, particularly with the representation of the entire manufacturing value chain at the expo floor since inception in 2016. The theme for this year is Future Manufacturing, Building a Sustainable Roadmap to the Industrialization of Nigeria. Emmanuel Olubobokun, PlusTV News.
Still ahead. Provisional death toll in Somalia floods reach 50. Details when we return. Stay with us.
My name is Adejokela Sisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
Welcome back, and now moving on to other parts of Africa. Flash flooding in Somalia has now killed at least 50 people and driven nearly 700,000 from their homes. The Horn of Africa region is experiencing torrential rainfall and floods linked to the El Nino weather phenomenon, claiming dozens of lives and causing large-scale displacement, including in Somalia, where the downpours have destroyed bridges and inundated residential areas. The Somali Disaster Management Agency Director warned on Monday, November 20, that the expected rains between 21st and 24th of November could cause more flooding and lead to even more death and destruction. The Horn of Africa is emerging from the worst drought in 4 decades after multiple failed rainy seasons that left millions of people in need and devastated crops and livestock. A car plowed into a crowd of supporters of politician Joseph Boakai in Monrovia on Monday evening, killing at least 2 people and injuring many more. These incidents occurred in the very evening that the National Electoral Commission announced Mr. Boakai's narrow victory over incumbent George Weah in the runoff presidential election on 14th November. The election was marked by fears of violence after the announcement of the results, but Liberia's foreign partners hailed the peaceful way in which the country emerged from years of civil war in 2003. From news outside Africa, the chief of Hamas on Tuesday told the press that the Palestinian militant group was near a truce agreement with Israel, even as the deadly assault on Gaza continued and rockets were being fired into Israel. The statement gave no more details, but a Hamas official said that negotiations were centered on how long the truce would last, an arrangement for delivery of aid into Gaza and the exchange of Israeli hostages held by Hamas. Israel has generally avoided giving commentary on the status of the Qatar-led talks. And meanwhile, no fewer than 5 people were injured and a dozen beds damaged as fire razed a refugee center in central Hesse, Limburg town in Germany. According to information from the police, 95 people were brought to safety. The beds damaged were worth €150, which was approximately $164,000 damage, according to investigators. The police said the accommodation was no longer habitable, adding that the cause of the fire had not been determined. And also, Ukraine's pro-democracy, pro-Europe demonstrations in Maidan Square a decade ago marked the first victory in its war with Russia. President Vladimir Zelensky declared on the anniversary of the popular protest movement. Nearly 100 civilians died in violent clashes with security forces when Ukrainians took to the streets of the capital in 2013, demanding to move Ukraine out of the orbit of Vladimir Putin's Russia and join the family of European democracies to which it historically belongs. Up next, again, CBN postpones MPC as inflation soars. That's on business news when we return. Stay with us.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based good tomorrow.
Welcome to Business News. The Central Bank of Nigeria has again postponed the meeting of its Monetary Policy Committee despite the surge in inflation. The meeting, which was scheduled to be held on Monday and Tuesday, has been postponed for a second time since Olayemi Cardoso became governor in September. This latest postponement will keep investors and analysts waiting a bit longer for Cardoso's approach to surging inflation, which hits 27.33% in October 2023. The Minister of Finance, Mr. Wale Edun, has said the Federation account is witnessing improved revenue inflow since the removal of subsidy from an average of 650 million naira monthly to over 1 trillion naira in the last 4 months. The minister stated this in Asaba at the opening ceremony of a 4-day retreat organized for members of the Federation Account Allocation Committee, FAC. The minister, represented by the Permanent Secretary, Finance Special Duties, Mr. Okokon Udo, said the government had long realized that the petroleum subsidy was not sustainable. According to him, the subsidy regime eroded revenues that should have been available to fund viable expenditures that were critical to the well-being of the populace. The minister said the present administration was mindful of the needs and welfare of Nigerians and assured that it would continue to implement people-oriented policies. In a bid to drive the goals of the Human Capital Development Program of the federal government, Vice President Kashim Shettima has approved the constitution of a multi-sectoral committee. The multi-sectoral team, made up of the federal and state governments, as well as donors and partners, is expected to convene every 2 weeks to review the progress of work in addressing the objectives of the HCD program. This was the outcome of the VP's meeting with World Bank's country director for Nigeria, Shubham Chaudhary, the chairman of the Dangote Foundation, Aliko Dangote, founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, Tony Elumelu, the coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Ali Patey, among others, at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. At the meeting, VP Shatima stressed the need for government and partners to invest in human capital development to create a workforce that is not just globally competitive, but also adaptable to the modern demands of the 21st century.
The government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is very keen to ensure we harness Nigeria's human capital, its population, so that they are of high quality to drive economic growth and will benefit the private sector as well as the public sector. So all of us have vested interest in that. His Excellency, the Vice President, convened this meeting to discuss how government, within the overall vision of the renewable agenda, can come together with state governments, partnering with the federal government, with private sector leaders, and we're fortunate that we have among the wealthiest, we have the wealthiest Nigerians and Africans that are here. How do we work with them alongside our external development partners to ensure that we invest properly in health, in basic health care, the sector-wide program to improve population health outcomes, improve nutrition of our young children, empower our women, our girls, but also on the education side to deal with the issues of quality of education.
On his part, Dangote commended the foresight of the Vice President Shatima in convening the meeting, noting that it underpins the commitment of the Tinubu administration to addressing challenges around human capital development. In the same vein, Elumelu pledged his support for the federal government's initiative.
You know, it is about partnership. What you have between us and the federal government, we've been on this for a very, very long time. It is to do with three things: health, education, and jobs. Professor Fatih, Honorable Minister of Health and Coordinating Minister, we started with him right from the beginning. He was the person that actually championed the elimination of this polio. We started with him. He brought us together, Aliko Dangote Foundation, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The first time that we signed agreement with Kano State, and then we started signing with other states. Our own, as philanthropists, is for us to partner with the government and make sure that, yes, they do what is right, and also to put our money on the table.
A meeting with the Vice President will convene to bring all critical stakeholders together for human capital development in Nigeria. You know, we have a lot of young ones, and every year about 3 million young people enter the job market. We need to think about these young people. We need to think about our future as a country. We need to prioritize our young ones. We need to develop them, we need to give them economic hope and opportunities so that we can collectively develop and then say no to extremism.
The Lagos State Internal Revenue Service has deployed an upgraded process for the collection of hotel occupancy and restaurants' consumption tax in the state. In a statement signed by Executive Chairman LIRS Ayodele Subar on Monday, the LIRS said that the new collection process called the Eco-Fiscal System is an automated invoicing solution designed to revolutionize the collection of consumption taxes in Lagos State. The new EFS will affect the operations of the public, operators and owners of hotels, event centers, restaurants, bar, and other related facilities in Lagos State. The Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, has disclosed thousands of jobs can be created through initiatives like a certified installer maintenance program for Starlink and collaborating with hardware startups to produce repeater boxes locally. Tijani, who shared that Nigeria was now Starlink's biggest market in Africa, said he discussed the issue of connecting unserved and undeserved Nigerians and the possibility of creating new jobs with the SpaceX director. According to data from the Nigerian Communications Commission, the firm, which officially launched in Nigeria in January 2023, now has 6,756 wireless internet subscribers. Nigeria was Starlink's first African operational country and 47th globally. And that's it on Business News. The news continues. I am Shade Uwe.
And coming up next is entertainment news. Stay with us.
Welcome to the entertainment news. My name is Odejimi Olubumi. Commemorating 1 year since the transitioning of icon music legend Sammy Okposo, a tribute event is being organized by his wife Ozzy Okposo, friends and family to honor his legacy. We recall that the legendary gospel musician Sammy Okposo passed away on November 25, 2022 at the age of 51. The Sammy Okposo Memorial Legacy Praise Party will take place on Saturday and features performances by top gospel artists including Tim Godfrey, Gabriel Eziashi, Nikki Laoye, Henry Soul, and many more. The concert is set to recreate the explosive praise atmosphere Sammy Okposo was known for championing during his incredible career that touched many lives. After the 2023 Billboard Music Awards, some of the biggest artists in the world have broken multiple awards and created new ones in their steads. Drake extended his record as the most awarded artist in the NBA's history. However, Taylor Swift not only extended her record as the most awarded female artist ever, but she also tied Drake's record and joined him as the most awarded artist of all time. Swift and Drake both won 39 NBAs throughout their careers. Bad Bunny extended his record as the most awarded artist in the top Latin artist category, while The Weeknd increased his numbers in the ranking of the most awarded artist of all times. Many records were also broken by country artists, since this marks the first time that a country artist won in the top new artist and top male artist categories. A Robbie Williams fan has died after suffering a catastrophic fall at his concert in Sydney. The woman in her 70s fell over 6 rows of seats during the pop star's gig at Moore Park last Thursday and left fighting for life. On Tuesday, November 21, St. Vincent's Hospital confirmed she passed away. According to reports, the paramedics were called to the scene at about 10:15 p.m. However, staff at the stadium treated the woman before emergency crews arrived. The latest pop concert tragedy follows the death of a fan last Friday at a Taylor Swift concert in Brazil. A Los Angeles judge has ruled that there is enough evidence and A$AP Rocky must stand trial for allegations that he fired a gun at a former friend and collaborator outside a Hollywood hotel in 2021. Superior Court Judge M.L. Villa made the ruling at a preliminary hearing after hearing roughly a day and a half of testimony. Rocky has pleaded not guilty to 2 felony counts of assault with a semi-automatic firearm. His attorney attempted to cast doubt on the case while questioning a police detective. Villa said the totality of the video and testimony shows there is sufficient evidence for the defendant to go to trial. She emphasized that preliminary hearings have a much lower evidence standard than a trial. Rocky was arrested at Los Angeles International Airport in the case in April and charged in August. That concludes the entertainment news. Stay tuned, there's more.
And now we'll join our sports desk for the best of sports news. Stay with us.
The Nigeria Premier Football League, in a formal reaction to Total Promotions laying claims to the broadcast rights of league matches, has asked the general public and its existing and potential partners to disregard the claims. In a statement titled "Reclarifications Regarding Claims Made by Total Promotions," end quote, the Nigeria Premier League Limited /GTE described the claims as totally unfounded with no legal validity. The lawyer for the NPFL offered judicial backing of the expressed position of the NPFL with a reference to a 2010 judgment by a federal high court judge who ordered liquidation of the Nigeria Football League Limited, the body that granted broadcast rights to Total Promotions in 2006. According to the lawyer, the 2010 judgment invalidated all rights assigned to Total Promotions. The NPFL also wondered how Total Promotions could still be laying claims to the NPFL broadcast rights when the contract it was relying on has expired. Total Promotions, who at the time of the original deal kept the rights between 2006 and 2011, outsourcing the match productions to Nigeria Television Authority, NTA, and showing one game per week, has acquired a reputation for irritant confrontation to companies seeking to partner the league over the years by writing threatening letters and publishing newspaper advertisements aiming to scare off corporate organizations from the league. The embattled Super Eagles manager Jose Peseiro has debunked reports linking him with the vacant coaching job at Zamalek of Egypt. Peseiro, while denying the reports that he is applied to become the coach of Zamalek, has restated his commitment to the Super Eagles. Multiple reports claim that Zamalek has set their sights on Peseiro as a replacement for Juan Carlos Osorio, whom the Egyptian Premier League club recently sacked. Peseiro has been under enormous pressure as Super Eagles coach as a result of the team's highly disappointing start to the 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifiers. The Eagles have managed just 2 points from a possible 6 after disappointing 1-1 draws with Lesotho at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium in Uyo last Thursday and Zimbabwe in Rwanda on Sunday. The poor start to the campaign has led to numerous calls for the Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, to sack the 63-year-old as soon as possible. Nigerians believe he does not have what it takes to lead the Super Eagles to the 2026 FIFA World Cup in the United States, Canada, and Mexico.
And the main news again. Former President Buhari has opened up on the Naira redesign policy amid Emefiele's ordeal. Service chiefs have appeared before the House of Representatives seeking support to fight insecurity. And Hamas chief has said a truce agreement with Israeli government on Gaza war is now closed. And that's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching and have a wonderful night rest.
Nigeria has produced and continues to produce great writers who have won great accolades and recognition for their work. When discussing African literature, names like Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Buchi Emecheta. But beyond these writers, exist modern writers redefining the fate of literature in Nigeria, Africa, and globally. 1. Chimamanda Adichie. The recipient of a MacArthur Foundation Fellowship was born on the 15th of September 1977 in Enugu, Nigeria. As a teenager, Chimamanda left for the United States and gained a scholarship to study communication at the Drexel University in Philadelphia, then pursued a degree in communication and political science at Eastern Connecticut State University. Her works have been translated into over 30 languages and has appeared in various publications, including The New Yorker, the O. Henry Price Stories, and the Financial Times. Some of her books, like The Purple Hibiscus, Half of a Yellowstone, and Americana, have won various awards. Her 2012 talk, We Should All Be Feminists, started a worldwide conversation about feminism and was published as a book in 2014. Tomi Adeyemi. Tomi, the author of Children of Blood and Bone, was born on August 1st, 1993, in the United States to parents who emigrated from Nigeria. After graduating Harvard University with an honors degree in English literature, she received a fellowship to study West African mythology, religion, and culture in Salvador, Brazil. Her debut novel, Children of Blood and Bone, has spent over 2 years on the New York Times bestseller list, and its film adaptation is currently in active development with Disney's Fox and Lucasfilms. She was named one of Time magazine's 100 most influential people. She is a Hugo and Nebula award-winning Nigerian-American writer and storyteller based in Los Angeles, California. In 2020, she was named one of Forbes 30 Under 30 in media, and her website has been named one of the best websites for writers by Writers Digest. Teju Cole. Teju Cole is a novelist, photographer, and curator. He was born in 1975 in the U.S. He is currently the Gore Vidal Professor of the Practice of Creative Writing at Harvard University. His novella, Every Day is for the Thief, was named a Book of the Year by the New York Times, The Globe and Mail, NPR, and The Telegraph, and shortlisted for the PEN Open Book Award. Another one of his books, Open City, also featured on numerous Book of the Year lists and won the PEN Hemingway Award, the New York City Book Award for Fiction, and was shortlisted for the National Book Critics Circle Award and the New York Public Library Young Lions Award. Teju Cole has contributed to New York Times, The New Yorker, Granta, Brick, and many other magazines. Akwekwe Emezi. Born 1987, Emezi is a National Book Foundation 535 honoree. She was born in Umuahia and raised in Aba, Nigeria. Her adult novel, The Death of Vivek Oji, was a New York Times bestseller, an indie bestseller, and an indie next selection, receiving rave reviews from the New York Times, USA Today, NPR, the LA Times, and the Washington Post. Her debut autobiographical novel, Freshwater, is in early development as a TV series at FX, with Emezi writing and producing with Tamara P. Carter. Translated into 12 languages, Freshwater won the 2019 Otherwise Award, formerly the Tiptree, and the Normal Book. It was a New York Times notable book, as well as a finalist for the Center for Fiction's First Novel Prize, the PEN Hemingway Award, the NYPL Young Lions Fiction Award, the Edmund White Award for Debut Fiction, and a Lambda Literary Award. Beyond these writers are more individuals, old and young, using the power of the pen and ink to change the face and narrative of the country and the continent.
Sexually abused and molested. This is the story of Taiwo Akinlami, who became a product of his experience. A prey became the predator. But by grace, divine intervention, and the strong will to change, Taiwo Akinlami has become a protector. He shares his inspiring story of transformation and refusal to remain knocked down by experiences that changed his childhood forever.
My experience is not peculiar. It's nothing new. When I tell my story, I found that many people, come to me to say, thank you for sharing your story. You're giving me the boldness to share mine. You're giving me the courage to speak up. But that includes men and women. I've seen people come to me, break down to say, wow, thank you for talking about what you went through. So what did I go through? Well, I lost my virginity at just 6 years old. That's the year I started primary school, because my mother would go to the market and leave me with a woman who was her neighbor. And this woman would strip me naked, do with a 6-year-old boy what a woman should do with a man. And before I knew it, my sexuality was awoken. I was being sexually molested. I was being made to play with every part of the body of this woman. I was messed up thoroughly. And unfortunately, my parents were not aware of my issues, because we never had that relationship. My parents never spoke to me about my sexuality. They never told me about how to protect myself. And my parents made a fundamental mistake thinking that a neighbor was a nanny. Because somebody was close to them, somebody was living in the same compound with them, they concluded that the person was a nanny. They also concluded that because somebody was close to them, was living in the same house with them, the person was good enough to protect me. They forget that those who abuse children, those who sexually molest them, don't have special look. They don't have special hairdo. There's nothing special about them. They don't carry a bell saying, I molest children, take your children away. As a matter of fact, they try as much as possible to be subtle. And so they didn't understand all of that. So they felt that because somebody was a neighbor, the person was a nanny, and because somebody was a neighbor, the person was good enough, was a good person that could protect me. Unfortunately, they were wrong. And because they were wrong, I was in the hand of this woman for like 2 years. And the third thing was that I didn't have conversation with my parents. They didn't encourage us to talk. Every time they showed up with a cane. Every time they showed up with to chastise us. We were chastised for everything we did wrong. We never commended for everything we did right. So we're not even bold enough. We're not even thinking that we're not even sure that if we reported this lady, if I reported this lady, my parents were not going to say that, are you stupid? What are you thinking about? Because I again was not even aware of my esteem as a person, because it's been beaten down. So as a teenager, I started having anal sex. After experiencing sexual abuse, my sexuality was awoken. Then from there, I started having anal sex with another male, who was close to being my age mate. Started doing that. And the cycle continues. By the time I became an adult, I wouldn't say that I was an adult, but yet I was being driven by my emotion, by my feelings, by my libido, because I've been messed up. So I had multiple sex partners, prostitutes, those ones on the road, those ones in the brothel. In school, I was anything under skirts, anything available. I said there was nothing like HIV. I said it was American invasion to discourage sex. So that's why my friend and I felt that one guy on a girl might not be good enough. So why can't we do 2 or 3 guys on a girl? And we did that with prostitutes. And my friend tells me, I've slept with that girl. I said, no, you don't sleep with that. Do you want to come and see it? If you want to come and see, let me do it for you live. And I go to see it, and he asked me, are you interested? She doesn't mind. And I find myself becoming a very strong masturbator. I could masturbate anywhere. Note that I was having sex regularly. Now, because you see, for you to protect your body, for you to understand the dignity of your body, you have to be taught. You have to be told. Not only taught, you have to be treated. Your body has to be treated with respect, with dignity. Nobody has the right to touch you without your consent. As a matter of fact, a child does not have capacity to give consent. So any sexual touch, any sexual relationship with a child is nothing but abuse, because the child does not have capacity to give consent. And so because of that, because of all of this, I becoming an adult, I didn't feel my body, my private, anything was worth anything. I felt if it was worth anything, why would it be taken away from me without my consent? I felt if it was worth anything, how come nobody defended me? How come there was nobody I could speak to? How come I was suffering alone? How come I was suffering in silence? How come this woman was able to get away with what she did if, this thing meant anything? And so that was my life, big mess. I believed then that I had HIV because how wouldn't I? Because I was a prostitute, I was with girls. Masturbation, if I felt like masturbating, I was going on the road. I used saliva to masturbate. That's how bad it was. So my life was a life of an abused person, of a prey. I was a prey. Then I became a predator. But today I'm a protector. It's important how I made that transition. It wasn't difficult to understand how I made the transition from being a prey to a predator. A prey will become a predator one day. Because when somebody is preyed upon, you are telling him this is jungle. If you have to survive also, when you come of age, prey on other people. Because that's how to survive. That's the way you know to survive. But what is not common is that I was a prey, I became a predator, now I'm a protector. And what just happened to me is the fact that February 16, 1997, I gave my life to Christ. And that was the beginning of transformation in my life. I just felt that I needed help. And I just felt that, and I was told Christ could help me. And I decided to take the chance. I say, I'm told you can help me. Please help. And when I gave my life to Christ, I just thought that by that experience of giving my life to Christ, everything was just going to be rosy and everything was going to be fine. But it was not so. Because I was dealing with, my mind was not dirty. My mind was dead. Think about any sexual perversion in the world, apart from sleeping with animals and incest. I've given it a trial. All kinds of mess. So when I sat in church, my mind was going to blow. My mind was thinking all kinds of things. If a woman was going in my front, I was coming behind, and she bent down to pick, if her car key drops, and she bent down to pick the key, pictures will come to my head. Ben Carson says every human being has photographic brain. It's just that we're not ready to take responsibility for that reality. Now, this woman that sexually molested me, I'm 48 years old now. This happened at the age of 6 and 8, between 6 and 8. If you give me pen and paper now, I can draw her. I remember her face. I remember the size of her breast. I remember everything about her. But it's 40 years ago. I've not seen her. But if I see her now, I'm sure I can identify her. But you see, it will have been okay if it is only her face that I remember. The damage she did to my psyche, the mess she caused to my mind, to my innocence. If childhood was synonymous with innocence, I never knew innocence. All of that damage were living with me, and I was thinking I couldn't cope. So I went to meet the man who introduced me to the church where I worship today. I worship in the Fountain of Light Church in Lokoju. That's where I worship now, under the leadership of Pastor Taiwo Bukoya. So I went to meet the man who introduced me to the church where I worship now. His name is Olakunle Shonya. So I told him, I wasn't going to come to church again. This thing is not working. My mind is messed up. I'm in church, I'm weeping, I'm crying. Things are not working. You told me all things are new, but things are not new. My mind is messed up. I'd rather go back to my old life. My old life, I was masturbating. My old life, I was having sex at random. In my old life, there was no control. In my old life, I was cracking dirty jokes, using foul language. If I met a girl, the first question I might ask is that, do you have sex? I just wanted to know how bad you are to know whether I'm going to roll with you or I'm not going to roll with you. I wasn't ready for any pampering. It was a rough life, and you needed people that were rough and ready. That was the kind of life I was living. So I told him I was living, and he told me, he said, well, don't think that you're going to get your sanity by just thinking that you have given your life to Christ. Your mind was taken away from you. Your innocence was taken away from you. Your sanity was taken away from you. Your sexual sanity was taken away from you. If you are ever going to make a difference, coupled with all the other abuses that I experienced, if you're ever going to make a difference, you need to fight for the sanity of your mind. You need to build capacity. You need to keep speaking to yourself. And so I embarked on what I call scriptural therapy. You know, even if there was any form of therapy, I couldn't afford it. But the one I could afford was I know I could get a copy of the Bible and I could begin to study. And I began to study, I began to work on my mind. I began to speak to myself. My life began to change one day at a time. I began to see a difference. My mind began to settle. I sat in church now. I could listen to the pastor. I became a worker. I began to get things done. My life began to take a new turn. Not one day, not 2 days. Every day I was witnessing progress. It was not fast. It was not quick, but it was sure because I kept, focusing on the regenerating power of Scripture, to change a man. And so when I was called to the Nigerian bar 20 years ago, Chief Ganifami was my uncle. He was the one who sent me to school. He paid for my university's education. And the conclusion was that I was going to pick up a job in his law firm. But I told the family I wasn't going to pick up a job, that I found something happening to me and I want to democratize it. My life is changing in a particular manner. I know there are many other people out there who have gone through what I've gone through, are thinking that there's no hope, who feel that they are done, who want to define their life by the errors of those who abused them. I know there were such people. So I felt I want to dedicate my life to fight for enlightenment. Chief Ganifami was involved in human rights, but I felt, yes, it's human rights, asking government to respect people's rights. But I want to go to the people. I want to empower them. I want to help them. I've made my pain into my gain. What the enemy meant for evil has become the good that I pursue today. Maybe if I didn't have that experience, maybe I won't be doing what I'm doing today. Note, I'm not saying God orchestrated that experience. It wasn't God. It was the enemy. But God has a way of using what the enemy orchestrated for evil and turning around for good. As you're looking at me, I've treated the enemy. I've treated the devil. If I were dead, life would have been fair. If I were in Yaba left collecting tablet, life would have been fair. If I were in prison, life would have been fair. But I've overcome all of those things. And I'm here with you today talking to you that change is an ever-present possibility for any human being who's ready to take responsibility. You cannot afford to live on the errors of your past. You can't lose your childhood and lose your adulthood. You can't lose both ways. Though when you were not in charge of yourself, some guys messed you up. And now you are in charge of yourself. You are still living in the past. You are still a slave to your past. Instead of becoming a pioneer of your future. You still say, my uncle did, if not my father did, if not my mother did. No. You have to move beyond that, because at the end of life, when you become a wretch, when your life amounts to nothing, when you can't stay with one woman, you can't stay with one man, when you are a big mess, you will not have one excuse. You will not have one reason for being that. You will have many excuses. And for every excuse that you give, life will show you people like me who went through the things that you went through, or even worse, and they've been able to turn their pain into their gain. Life is going to show you all of those people. And so you're going to find there's no excuse for messing up. You can't start where you are. And you ask me, when is the day for change? It's today. You can just take that decision. I'm going to stop all of those things and get serious.
Indeed, the earlier the better. Change is a constant factor in life, and everyone is capable of being a better version of themselves. For PlusTvAfrica, Amaka Okoye.
Cerebral palsy is a condition that results from a damage to a part of the brain that controls motor movement. Cerebral itself talks about brain, and palsy talks about muscles. So put the two together, we're looking at a situation where that part of the brain that sends motor signals to parts of the body that need to move your muscles is damaged. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's totally dead, which is why you find people affected in various ways. But it just means that the individual is unable to control optimally the movements of his or her muscles.
It's a disorder that affects the movement, the posture, or the tone of an individual, usually as a result of a damage or an injury that's been done to a developing immature brain. usually would occur before, some occurs before birth, while the baby is still in the womb, where for some mothers it occurs around birth. Standard definition usually covers the time of the birth, the time of the child being in the womb, to about maximum of 3 years old. Simply put, it means there's a damage or injury to this brain that is still developing that results in the dysfunction in movement of that child, or the posture or the tone. When we say tone, we're referring to how rigid or how flexible that child or the group of muscles is in that child. So it depends on the extent of the damage. That would also determine the extent of the symptoms you will see in that child as regards movement, posture, and tone. For most cerebral palsies, we don't get to diagnose them until the child is an infant. The infant that's between delivery to about 1 year old, and for some preschool, because that's where you get to start seeing the signs and the symptoms of them. If you have a child before the age of 1 that is predominant, already has a preference of what handedness they're going to be, that could be a red flag. Ideally, most children start to choose what hand they decide to use above 1 year. So if you have an infant who already decides, who's already choosing, who's preferring to use one side of the body or the other, that gives you a red flag that this child could have cerebral palsy.
The concept of cerebral palsy is wrapped in mystery, so to speak, as not so much is still known about the condition.
What causes cerebral palsy? There could be genetic abnormality in the development of this brain. So for the child, there is no injury, so to speak, from the outside. It is just a dysfunction in the genetic makeup of the development of the brain. So the child is born with that defect already, and then there's a problem with the muscle tone, with the rigidity, with the posture. While for some others, it could be as a result of an infection to the mother while being pregnant of the child, and then that affects the development of the baby. Commonly, we have viruses like herpes virus affecting the mother, measles, rubella, and Zika virus. If the infection affects the mother to a point where it is transferred to the child, it could, in some cases, lead to a malfunction in the development of that child, in the brain of that child, which could now show up later on as a defect in the muscle tone. Also, around the delivery of the baby, tenuous and strenuous delivery process, prolonged ones, where the child there's an issue with the delivery of oxygen to the brain. The developing brain, the neonate or the new baby's brain cannot survive without oxygen. It is highly dependent on oxygen. So if there's a delay in the delivery of oxygen during the resuscitation of the child, or the separation of the child from the mother, or during the delivery, it depends. For example, when the child is not well positioned and coming out during the delivery process, that could lead to a delay or disruption in the flow of oxygen to that brain, and then we could have a damage to the brain. For some babies also, the pregnancy was fine, there was no genetic problem, and then delivery also fine. Then they get infected either by bacteria that cause meningitis or encephalitis. Meningitis is an infection that affects the covering of the brain, or encephalitis is an infection that infects the brain substance. That also could lead to a damage to that brain because it's still developing, and then the aftermath is seen as cerebral palsy affecting the posture, the movements of that child.
This condition is not contagious, it is not infectious, and it has no cure.
Once we accept our limits, we go beyond them is a popular saying of Albert Einstein. Same is the story of Tobiloba Ajayi, a Nigerian lawyer called to bar at 23, a solicitor, an author, and advocate living with cerebral palsy. Toby's life exemplifies the possibility for every child with disability to achieve their life's dreams and biggest goals.
I like to say that I'm a disability management advocate with a special focus on inclusive education for children with cerebral palsy. And people ask me, like, why cerebral palsy? And I always say, well, the answer is pretty simple. It's because I live with cerebral palsy myself. When I was about 3, I got enrolled into the educational system. I went through primary school. I actually went through the Gifted Children's Program, which is like for the really smart kids. Yeah. And in 2011, I went off to get a master's in international law. And in the process, I wrote my first book, then wrote 2 more books after that. So I'm a 3-time published author. And then in 2016, I got on the Mandela Washington Fellowship for Young African Leaders. And I did get on the Yali Network for West African Leaders in 2015. And then I did get on the Mandela Washington Fellowship for Young African Leaders in 2016.
Cerebral palsy is a disorder of movement and posture. It is a medical condition, but there are myths around it.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature. If we don't understand something, we have to find a way to explain it. So it's either we make it a stigma issue, we make it a religious issue, we make it a demonic issue. A parent reached out to me earlier this week and said they are calling her child a snake. And I was just like, oh gosh, here we go again with this ignorance that is a part of our culture. It's just ridiculous.
In Nigeria, more than 100,000 cases of cerebral palsy are recorded yearly, reports say. 1 in every 4 children is diagnosed with the condition. Sadly, both our society and government have no adequate provisions to care for people with this condition as yet.
Our government does not have a working policy as to the management of people with disabilities generally. Now, do we have written policies? Yes, Lagos State has Lagos State Special Persons Law that was passed in 2011 that was supposed to protect the rights of persons with disabilities in Lagos State. The question is that, does that policy work? The answer is not really. Do we even have a federal law? No. We're still chasing that one across the National Assembly since 2008 or something. It's still there. It has not been passed yet. But even the state laws that have been passed can be enforced better, can be implemented better, but they are not.
Like Toby, Bisola is raising a child with same condition and of course not without the challenges and issues of stigmatization.
I've had issue with my families, saying, okay, you're the only one in this family that has given birth to a child with disability. People will tell you that it's your sin, or it's the sin of your forefathers that you are bearing. People would, come at you. They practically attack you. You can't take your child with disability out without having a stare. People stare at you like, why are you bringing this child out? This child, you should just go and lock him up. There are people that would advise you that, you can actually get medical assistance to terminate his life. Have him killed and all that. School environment is an environment where everybody comes to, where children actually learn socialization. And that is his first contact to experiencing the real world. And I discovered that they would put him in a dark corner in the school and lock the room. I go to work, I come back, where's my son, where's my son? They go to the corner and bring him out. So I observed over a period of time and I realized that, this isn't what I'm looking for. People say a lot and it can be painful, especially the persons that are the closest to you, When they look at your son and then they say, okay, where do you get this one from? What kind of thing is this? Abirun, Obanje, all these words, or they even make gesture of the kind of child that you've given birth to.
Helen Obiageli Oshikoya, child development clinician, has identified a gap in our society.
There's actually a school health policy of 2006, which is endorsed by UNICEF, which actually says that children should be tested, physically and mentally before going into school and subsequent to when they're actually in school. So this system allows us to create an inclusive educational system. It doesn't matter if the child actually does have a disability, the child should be given the opportunity to actually go into school.
Every child, not just cerebral palsy children, every child can learn. But some of them learn differently. What that means is that as parents, as educators, we can't put them all in one basket. We must meet them, engage them at their level, and then bring them up to some level where they're up to speed and they can go on. What this here means is that, yes, we must look at special education, and we must also look at inclusive education. But to have proper inclusion, we must prepare the child for inclusion. We must sort out the children in special education to see that, yes, they have reached a level of what we call independent living, and they have also shows a level of intellectual acuity, which means they can fit into a normal class. Then we now have to make sure that even the class, those are the students and the teachers, are prepared to accept this strange-looking person.
I do appreciate the fact that because parents don't understand things, the tendency is that they are afraid of things. So what we try to do is that subsequent to, before the screening starts in that school, we have like a parent workshop whereby we can educate the parents, make them understand it is a policy, and make them understand that it might not, the screening might not apply to your child, but there are children that have issues and the parents don't know how to go about it and are, quote unquote, in denial. This helps them to face the fact, because the earlier you start, the better the outcome.
Today, Toby lives challenging the notion that those living with cerebral palsy cannot learn. She started a project called Let CP Kids Learn with one vision: to see a Nigeria where children with cerebral palsy are offered inclusive mainstream education as a first option, as a right, not as the exception that currently exists in our society. Benga Ayodada has a brother with cerebral palsy. He shares the vital role of siblings in supporting a family member living with the condition.
When we got to know, we became more tolerant of him, because there's some things that we did, the reaction to him, and those things that I did were because of his condition. But now that we knew better, that it's not his fault, we learned to empathize with him, like help him when he's walking, he's stumbling or he's wobbling, we quickly step in and help him. All of those things, we're still giving him tough love, but we became more tolerant of his excesses.
Tobiloba is someone you want to know for her abilities and not her disability.
She's a talker, as you may already know. So it was easy to look beyond that. She could do a lot of things herself. She was in the hostel for the 3 years she spent in my school, SS1 to 3. She has definitely beaten all the odds that I think most people face.
In the end, disability is a matter of perception. If you can do one thing well, you are needed by someone, and the world needs more people standing tall above disability.
The shelf life for anything liquid doesn't last more than 2 days.
There's no drug that is a bullet drug that does everything.
I'm going to see the women who are going to tell us more about the herbs and what they use the herbs to treat.
I have been selling these herbs since my teenage years. This was my parents' trade, which I continued after their death. I get my supplies from Dahomey, Benin Republic. My preparation for malaria is potent for 2 weeks. By observing my patients, I know what their health issues are. I can confidently tell you that these patients will have no reason to go back to the hospital.
I'm here to speak with another traditional medical specialist who claims to be proficient in the treatment of infertility. Join me as I go talk to her inside.
People refer to me as the one who can do what the doctors cannot do. I treat men and women who find it difficult to have children of their own. I also help treat women whose children die at birth. I prevent such from reoccurring. For men with low sperm counts, I make marks on their penises with a sharp blade and then apply my concoctions on their cords. This will enable them give birth to as many children as they want. Actually, some of these treatments require occultic powers. Not at all. My preparations do not have any side effects. After taking a cup of this concoction, the patient will have a mild stomach disturbance, after which he will be okay.
Some questions ensued in my mind. Do any of these herbal medicines work? Are they really curative? Can they provide what orthodox medicines can't? Although many doubt the efficacy of this kind of medication, a lot of people also give positive testimonies to their use of herbal medication.
When I started to have problems with it, it would take me about 6 hours before I can urinate. Painful 8 hours. I want to urinate, but the urine does not come out. I will be crying. At this time, I was not myself. I was between 8 and 11. I was afraid. I don't want to do operation. In that December, when the Luke doctor, they went aside, and there was no treatment again. So I had to come back home.
I was curious to know if he got any treatment before the hospital went on strike.
I was tested whether I have enough pressure in my bladder to get the urination. I was tested to see whether my kidney is working, and that kidney test took almost 1 day. They inserted cardigan for me again, just to ease my urination. But that did not solve the problem of prostate itself.
Having left the hospital as a result of the strike, he said he had to get an alternative means of treatment, which was in form of herbal medication from an Alhaji, introduced to him by his daughter.
At that time, he was in London. I could remember he was speaking to me when he was abroad at that time. So they prepared the solution, and my daughter here would go and carry it and bring it home. And they would tell me, take this in the morning, in the afternoon, and the evening. So when I started, after 1 week, I started to take the medication. It will reduce to 6 hours, 4 hours, second day or third day, 2 hours, 1 hour, 30 minutes. And one day I just found that the urine just came out. And since then, I had no problem. I've been coming out. I'm happy today that I'm still living. I'm not dead.
After listening to this testimony, I was eager to see the herbal practitioner who treated him. He claimed to have trained in China, South Africa, and is registered under the Lagos State Traditional Medicine Board.
I got my ingredients in Oyo State, while my factory is in Lagos State.
When asked how he diagnoses his patients, he had this to say.
The first thing is that we send them to go and do the test. We have somebody that interprets the laboratory's test. After the test, we have file, we have card. It's like hospitals. After that, they will give the appointment.
I was impressed with the mode of herbal medicine operation and level of organization. But unlike Yusuf, there are more of street hawkers with little or no professional training. It was expedient to speak with the buyers of these herbal concoctions by the roadside who buy from roadside sellers and hawkers. These roadside sellers have not gone through the proper training and do not package their herbs. I took a long road trip to Ajah, Lagos in Nigeria to meet with Mama Okwe and some of her customers I met there. I saw an array of herbal concoctions and was curious to know what they were, what they do, and how she purifies them.
I treat JD, waist pain, malaria, typhoid, gonorrhea, infection, and ulcer. This one for infection. This is malaria and typhoid for the odds. This is JD and waist pain. This is Apator with manpower. This is typhoid.
According to her, she adds either alcohol or water to her concoctions and gave her reasons.
Agbo no dey spoil, but the one why they put us, they stay long past the one wey they put water. But the water own, we get something where you go put inside, say na water, so that if you reach like 3 months, 6 months, no go do anything. They call am kafura pelebe. When I buy this agbo, when I go carry am from our children, they carry am come. All the sand wey dey inside, I don't take boiling water to wash it before I put it inside ragolis.
Her very excited customers were quite eager to share their experiences.
I can't drink JD because of my wife. That yesterday night, me and my wife fight because of that thing. My wife can't touch that thing. The thing, you know, wake up. You understand? Then I can't say, make no worry. He say, tomorrow, I can't drink JD. Now he carry me come here. Since that time, where I carry gonorrhea, I first go hospital first. You understand? After I go hospital first, the thing relieve me. But the thing, you know, go. Now I can't make that, mama. Now you can't give me another agbo. After I use that agbo, everything don't go.
I love to take agbo almost every evening. There was a time I was feeling down for days and I've been constantly taking the agbo. But I think the typhoid was so, it has eaten deep into my body. It didn't work out. Like I left this place, I took the agbo. Instead of it to suppress the pains, and it got worse and I had to visit hospital immediately. So it's just like a preventive measure before it eats deep to the body.
There was a time I was feeling ill. So then I have not started taking agbo. I had to go down to a chemist because I was having headache. The chemist worker just had to give me a Panadol. After giving me the Panadol, I wasn't feeling too well. It was as if I took something illegal like tramadol. And since then, I haven't been taking English medicine.
There is no fake agbo, but there is fake drug. All herbs, they are just nothing but plant extracts. And I prefer this to drug in the sense that drug, after extraction, they still need to add preservatives, which they have effect on the body as well on their own. But this one is direct plant extracts.
In Africa here, we have a lot of mosquitoes. I don't have to let the malaria break me down if I run down to Mama's place to take agbo. So I usually come here twice a week to have those prevention. All these are roots soaked in an alcohol, you understand, for you to take it. Why would I want to take an NSC that is not medicinal when I can always take this that is medicinal?
Although Mama Okpe has 10 years experience, she said she still had rules regarding her sale of the herbal concoctions.
Some they carry small pikin come here. They say maybe my pikin no, he never shit this when I born am like 8 days. I go say carry and go hospital. Cannot treat it. Because if I give am nagbo now, anything can happen.
To my surprise, I met corporately dressed men who expressed their satisfaction with the intake of these herbal concoctions locally known as agbo, but refused to be interviewed. Some of them shared their reservations.
The problem I just have with herb is there is no particular dosage. You can take overdose and you can take below dosage.
In most cases, we just get to the Agbo space, and we've been served. We don't know the kind of water that is being prepared with, but I've been treated with it, so, and it works.
More clarity was necessary on various types of herbal practitioners, such as the woman interviewed in Makoko, Mama Okpe, Dr. Yusuf, and others seen selling by the roadside.
Nowadays, medicine have gone beyond the local one. In as much that doctors can call themselves pharmacy and medical. We have in our one, we have ethnomedicine and ethnopharmacy. Ethnomedicine are the people that use herbs to cure ailment, while ethnopharmacy are those that use herbs that are herb sellers and not everywhere.
With all of the information gotten, I was curious to know the opinion of orthodox doctors on this subject.
Herbal products have been with us for centuries, and our forefathers have used those drugs before modern medicine came into being. And most people have used these drugs, gotten better. But the big challenge is that who administer these drugs, who diagnoses this problem in the first place, the dosages, the frequency, the impurities, and all that.
He didn't disintegrate the efficacy of the herbal medications, but was concerned about the crude content.
Though these herbal drugs may have their own efficacy depending on what they are treating, but they are also contaminants. For instance, if somebody picks up a plant to use to treat, is it the whole plant that is important in the therapy or some part of the plants? So impurities and contaminants to be removed from this so that the adverse effects or side effects will not be included in the treatment of this.
Having spoken to Dr. Ekre, I went on to see a pharmacognosist at the University of Lagos. I'm here at the Faculty of Pharmacy in the University of Lagos to consult with Dr. Dada, who has been a pharmacognosist for over 20 years.
Herbal medicine generally is more of preventive than being curative.
When I asked her how her patients are being diagnosed, she said she uses a quantum magnetic resonance body analyzer to test her patients.
A lot of people are sick, they don't know. When they come, we assess their health status. We have an equipment to that effect that we use, which is quantum resonance. It will let us know the states, the different organs of the body are, so that we know the type of help or assistance that we can advise and give them. And the herbal drug they can use, we let them know. We don't force it on them. So if they willingly agree, then they buy from us.
Inquiring about how and where they get their ingredients, we were taken to the university's botanical garden, where some of their ingredients were gotten.
We have located where some of them are growing in our environment, and we go there to collect, especially in Akoka. Many of them are growing within the botanical garden. This one is Tamiliana catapa. It's one of the ingredients for our antioxidant C. It has a lot of antioxidant properties. Then this one is Nimbodia levis, one of the ingredients for the anti-stress. We collect them fresh here before we take them to the lab to process. The ones that we cannot get within the environment, we have what we call collector that we send to go and collect wide for us. They go to where they are growing naturally and collect. The type of purification we do is you make sure there is no microbial contamination, you make sure that there is no foreign substances there, and the official level that is permissible is always stated. Once it is within that permissible level, your drug is okay, and that is what we call standardization. Our products are as a result of research. We do all these things, we use animals, experimental animals, to see the effect of the drug first before we start production. So while we are treating the animals, where we are using the animals in the experimental stage, we use different doses to see which one will be effective. So it is from there we select those So we don't use arbitrary dose because dosage is very important too in whatever you are doing.
She also showed me some of their locally made herbal teas.
We have anti-stress tea because of the environment we are, Lagos, where you have a lot of stress, and that is one of our fast-moving products. Anti-stress tea. We have antioxidants. Antioxidant is very important in any living thing because it prevents a lot of disease from occurring. So that's another very moving product we have. Antioxidants. We have brain tonic. A lot of people, especially with age, are losing memory. So this enhances memory.
However, she re-emphasized on not recommending herbal medicine for emergency cases.
We don't usually use herbal remedy for emergency. When you have emergency, the orthodox medicine may be more appropriate. But if it is not emergency, I will go for the herbal. And the reason is that herbal medicine are naturally made and they go well. They are friendly with the body because being nature to nature, you don't have much side effects as you normally have with orthodox medicine, because orthodox medicine are synthesized and produced in the laboratory using different chemicals. And many of these chemicals, people have discovered that they are causing a lot of side effects.
Gastroenteritis, just like the way it sounds, that's coined from the Latin word gastro, then enteritis. That means stomach, intestine. Then itis means inflammation of the gastroenteritis. So it means an infection of that alimentary canal, that canal where the food goes through and comes out. So any infection at any point in time there, at that point, we call it gastroenteritis. Yes, numerous things, but the major thing, the major pathology there, the major cause is an infection. Now, it could be secretory, it could be inflammatory, it could be that of drug-induced, or what the foodborne, from the foodborne disease. Now, some people would take unclean food in, and from that point in time, there's an infection. With the body, we want to reject it. So how it operates, the system has a mechanism to take in whatever is eaten. But when it takes in something that's foreign, let's say an organism, maybe a bacteria, maybe a virus, maybe a fungal, what it does is to want to eliminate it. So once it absorbs and it adheres to it, it wants to wash it off. So at that point in time, it gets to lose fluid. So that's why people go to the toilet and say, wow, I've gone to the toilet like 3, 4, 5 times. The symptoms mostly are through diarrhea and vomiting or nausea. Nausea is a feeling of vomiting, and vomiting is actually puking it out. Then diarrhea is frequency of going to the toilet to ease off. So the body tends to push out a lot of fluid into the system, which wants to release all these organisms, these contaminants from the body. So diarrhea, the definition is not actually coined in any way, but most people would define it as once the stool takes the form of any container. If it's either a square container, if it's circular, that means it's going to be watery, and the frequency more than up to 5 times a day. It's an highly infectious disease, actually. Very, very infectious. It can range from being mild, where it's self-limiting, it's self-contained. The person just goes to the toilet once or twice or 3 times and say, oh, it's over. Oh, I popped one medication and everything's over. And it could be life-threatening. And the mode of transmission is mostly fecal-oral. Somebody defecates in probably nearby drinking system, maybe in a stream, or goes to toilet, does not clean properly, now goes to the kitchen to prepare food, or the vegetables brought from the market are not properly cooked. You know, nowadays people are eating fruit salads and all the rest. You know, broken skin from fruits, the leafy vegetables, the carrots, and all that things are not properly prepared. So once there's contact with an infected feces, that's a stool, and the person takes it in, or through poor water, maybe drink it from the tap or contaminated cup. And this issue of roadside people that are cooking nowadays, you find them use one basin of water to wash like 300 plates, and they give it to serve the next meal. The food may be steaming hot, but the plate is dirty, it's contaminated. So when they eat it, they get infected. Yes, preventions are in 3 phases. Usually, there are usually 4 phases: primordial, primary, secondary, and tertiary. Vaccination is key.
Oh, there's a vaccine?
Yeah, there are vaccines for numerous, pneumococcal vaccines, measles vaccines, the rotavirus vaccines. Most times it is seasonal. During the raining season, poor sanitation. You find people dumping refuse in a nearby drainage system, expecting it to flow out of the community. Just 100 naira or 200 naira or 500 naira every week to take away the waste, properly dispose it, has been difficult. So what they do that, the drainage is flowing. This is flood. They put it in there for it to flow. And all this will form a stasis. It's going to stop somewhere, and there's going to be backflow. Now, most of these things will wash up to the stream. People go there to take drinking water, maybe to wash their clothes or to wash their plates. In communities where it's so bad, they might boil the water not up to what it should be. They may not filtrate so well. Or those that imitate and they do pure water, fake pure waters, fake bottled waters, and they sell it to the community back. So hygiene is key. So if that is not corrected, then you're going to be having infections over and over again. Now, the main form of contact, fecal-oral. You walk into a restaurant, you want to eat, someone, probably the low-level staff there that stays in somewhere that's highly infectious, picks it up from there, comes to work, has been using the toilet over like 2-3 times, and doesn't clean up properly, and serves you. There could be a measure there. At that point in time, something could happen with the plates or with the meal, since it's not properly handled, and give you something to eat. And that person contacts it from there. And you say, but I've been eating this restaurant for a while. For like 2-3 years, I've been going there and I've not had issues. And the next thing is, I just went there yesterday. After 4 hours, I've been to the toilet like 7 times. And that has been my only meal for the day. So you see how easy it is to get contaminated, to come in contact with this. The non-walk virus, the Salmonella typhi, the Giardia lambda, and so many other diseases like that. In this period, we advise people to take probably carbonated drinks when they're going outside, especially the travelers. Don't say you see someone boiling egg on the street and, give me egg, I'm traveling, don't worry, I want something. Nah, eat light, okay? Avoid vegetables, salads, and stuff like that. Excuse me. Now, if you're going to eat, ensure it's steaming hot, above 60 degrees. If it's going to be cold, let it be less than 4 degrees centigrade. At that period, those temperatures, most bacteria don't thrive. Most, I don't say all, most don't thrive at that stage. So you could have a measure to escape food poisoning. So people say food poisoning, yeah? Those are foodborne diseases that could occur. The refuse in the state, in every developing nation, you will have that there because there's people coming in there, large migrants, and they use a lot of refuse. So refuse to reuse your refuse may cause gastroenteritis. If you refuse to reuse your refuse, that's recycling.
Oh, okay.
So people, if you look at it now, people are going to recycling. The waste in somewhere in Ojota there can be converted to power. In Singapore, in Coventry, in so many other places like that, they convert their waste to wealth. So why are we wasting it? The last time they had an explosion there at Ojota where they put refuse was a methane gas, which can be used and converted to energy. It doesn't cost anything. So I think the population, the youth out there, if you're looking for work now, start recycling cans. People are buying them. They're exporting aluminium in granules. They're buying plastics. They are, it's cheaper to recycle nowadays. But whatever you're picking is free. So sort of blocking the drain. To curtail an epidemic, there's a system in place. But how effective the system is, we don't. It's porous, let me put it that way. Every hospital in the state is tied to the local government. Also, the primary health care center is tied to the local government or the LCDAs. Every month, diseases seen in hospitals are reported to local government areas. Data has been collated and sent to the monitoring agency in the state. If this data is used for data's sake, like, oh, we've collated this, and there's no implementation or review of the diseases that are present, well, that's the way to spot epidemic. Oh, 13 hospitals have picked up 5 patients each in social areas. We have gastroenteritis. No, it's dysentery. No, it's cholera. We've been able to identify in certain areas. Yes, there are warning signs. But take note, most of these people don't get to the hospitals. So government should be able to cater for that. How would they cater for that? They need to come to the community more. Just the way they go about the national immunization program, where they go around door to door, they need to go around, knock doors and talk to them. Oh, this is waste in front of you. Why are you keeping waste in your compound? No, take them out. We're going to be fined. Okay, let's help you to take it out. You can't afford it. Such measures could come in place, like incentives for them. Okay, you in this house, if you take away your trash, we'll give it to you free. Probably at the end of the year, if you're able to pay 6,000 for the whole year to remove your trash, we'll give you rebates. Or no, we'll give you awards. Things like that should come into place to give people incentives, because everybody wants the easy way out. They rather throw trash in the drainage. They rather just go out there to buy medication over the counter to give the child. They rather just ignore government policies when there are no incentives. But if this mass communication incentives, if there are things to make people do the right thing, so the government should go ahead and embrace it. People that usually present, they come with like, I've got abdominal cramps. After going to the toilet the first time, it relieved. No, the cramps is coming back. So there's a cramp and they go to the toilet. Certain organisms, are culprits for that. Oh, I've been vomiting. No, I feel like vomiting. Those are signs, those are symptoms. So they need to present to the hospital. But in case they need a first aid, someone that's probably not vomiting, there's ORS. They can take the rapid salt therapy and quickly drink. They can make it at home, and quickly take it before presenting to the hospital. So when they come to the hospital, probably they've been vomiting. Someone who's vomiting cannot take orally then. So we need something more. So I would advise, don't go to over the counter and purchase certain medications for it. You don't know what you're treating. It may just be virus that doesn't need antibiotics at all. It could be self-limiting that will go on its own. But if you can't go to the hospital that you can't afford, go to the primary health care center. Just check in there and lodge the complaints. Let's see before it gets worse. Because if it's cholera, it's deadly. It's highly contagious. In an hospital setting, they quarantine such people. You set them apart, then you try to rehydrate with fluid much more than what the person will probably afford at the end of the day. So let us be penny wise and pounds foolish.
Hello. You're welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. My guest today is a pioneer of hip-hop music in Nigeria, a gentleman who made such marks that his songs became trademark for entertainment, for fun and enjoyment. He branded himself with a torchlight, and also he included his cultural insignia of having the Benue type, the black and white coloring on his hat.
Nigerian music star, performer, songwriter, music producer, and executive producer Zaki Aze is recognized as one of the pioneers of hip-hop music in Nigeria. He was born in 1975 to the family of Thomas Ateva Fete in Kaduna, where he was also brought up. He is from Benue State. He shot into the limelight after the release of his first album titled Loaded in 1994. Zaki is also the CEO of True Nigerian TV, a TV program that celebrates Nigerians across the country and people who should be emulated as role models. Zaki Aze is currently the Vice President of Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN, a Human Rights Ambassador with the National Human Rights Commission, NHRC, Special Marshal with the Federal Road Safety Commission.
Please welcome with me Zaki Aze. Zaki?
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. One of my legs is already shaking.
Why is it shaking?
When you sit with veterans like you.
Look at us. You be man, I be man. No wahala.
Okay.
Now let's look at something. You were born in Kaduna.
Yes.
And you're from Benue State.
Yes.
What impact did that have on your music?
A lot. Not from me, from my great-grandfather,
okay.
Even on both parents' side, both my mother's side and father's side.
Yeah.
We're all born and brought up in Kaduna State.
In Kaduna.
I was now born and brought up also in Kaduna State.
Yeah.
That gave me an advantage of a wider scope, which is the Hausa language.
Yes.
Because growing up, that was the only language we knew. As we speak, I still don't know how to speak my tribe like 100%. I'm careful.
Yeah.
That's Tiv.
You're Tiv. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Tiv.
Okay.
I'm careful when I'm speaking amongst our people.
Okay.
So I'll put English, I'll speak a bit, put English because they would criticize me. You understand? But Hausa give me an edge, being the second widest language in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
So it gave me an edge. It gave me a more broader fan base.
Yes.
Starting up as an artist.
Okay, and then
so I think that is the
one of your songs that really struck a very strong chord with someone like me is Namigo Mariam.
Namigo Mariam from the very start.
Yeah.
I wanna marry you.
Exactly.
But then I feel ashamed. Do the chorus now. Namigo Maria. I'm supposed to marry her.
It's very simple, easy to follow, and it's relatable. What inspired you to do it?
Well, years back when I was in Borno State, I fell in love with a Kanuri girl who happens to be the daughter of the Emir of Borno State.
You know even stay near.
Well,
the
it's
daughter
just,
of the Emir.
No, I didn't even know she was his daughter before falling. So I really loved her, and if you understand Hausa, the rap in Hausa is saying, your father refused, I will not marry you. But even if they refuse, I will go to any extent to marry you, etc. I think is that love affair that, you know, and it wasn't a love relationship that was there was no, you know, in those days relationships don't have sexual until after marriage and all that.
Sure.
So it was that kind of relationship. You cuddle each other. We love everybody in the area knows. Okay, this is my babe. She's for me.
So you people were already an item.
Yes, but you know, she's
settled down. And all
she's
that?
settled down. She's not even in Nigeria now.
Okay.
She works with a big NGO somewhere abroad.
Okay.
And all that. So, well, we're in touch, but we are not in touch. Let me just see. I just see her on Instagram.
Okay. Thank God for Instagram.
Yeah, thank God for Instagram.
But then, you know, let's talk about love. There's this thing. They say that there's not much love amongst the African people, especially from the male side. Do you think so?
There's not much love, especially from the male side.
That the men are not romantic.
Yeah, I agree.
How?
Yeah, that's true. I think our tradition costs most of. We have some certain, you know, not everything about our tradition as African men is good.
Like
especially, man, the one I hate most. It is after when you die, and your family comes to take over everything from your wife. In some cases, they say one of the brother would marry. I mean, so how is the woman supposed to take care of what did you work for? How is she now supposed to take care of your kids when you are not there? So, you know, some tradition, I really don't, that's the one I hate most.
But then we've also heard of very good romantic stories, love stories within the African setting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and even within the polygamous setting.
That most of the time has to do with personalities. Yeah. Some personalities break even from tradition. Some personalities know tradition. Such personalities in Africa, they call them woman rapper.
Yes.
Yeah, once they see you like that, they call you woman rapper. But it's not really woman, it's just pure love. I believe in love. I've always believed in love, no matter what the trend of the world is saying. Love is...
You see, as much as you believe in love, right, it's been alleged that you don't show that much love at home. Your former wife accused you of not showing that much love.
Well, I'm sure my former wife, I'm not in her mind, but I know she would definitely be regretting now.
No,
I think, well, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I think there were a lot of negative influence, especially for a girl who has not been to Lagos before. Understand? So I think there were a lot of influence, you know, negative influence, and she was carried away by so many things. That's what I think.
That's
you
talking.
And then that's me talking. Yeah. I also think that the way it happened, understand, the way she did it, I had no chance.
You are taking yourself out of it.
No. I'm just but
yeah,
it was all in the media.
So
it was in court. Police came to my house. It was in the media. Every channel that I would have used, you know, no matter what. I'm not saying I am guilty of anything.
That you are not guilty.
No, I'm not. I know that I'm innocent of everything.
Everything. Yeah, like even when she accused you of beating her.
I'm innocent. We went to court. And in court, I remember one of the main marks. I remember clearly. You know, it's always good to say these things so that people also will learn. One of the main things she was using against me, which was a birthmark she had on her chest, and claimed is from the beating.
Yeah.
So I remember in court, they now brought that issue of beating and how she has that on her chest. So I said, okay, there's no way I can prove this. because the only people that lived with me is her brother and her mom. And there's no way they will testify against their own daughter. But I thank God for technology now. I would pay any amount, let them go and verify where that thing, that mark came from. It's a small swelling. Yeah. So let them go and verify where it came from. If they can prove it, I accept everything she says. I'm guilty. And they could not.
Okay,
You
so
understand?
the court records show that.
Yeah, it's there. I mean, it's there. You know, so, but you know, such things like divorce is something that I would not advise, because, I mean, there are children in between.
Yeah,
so divorce is something that I will not. In fact, I did everything to try to stop that. You know, one of the things I did was to chase her around, you know, and beg, even though I just think that something happened in between. I travel a lot. I'm not always around. Even now, even in this marriage,
That's
I'm
the
always
new marriage.
traveling.
Your current marriage.
Well, my current marriage is still new. It's almost 10 years now.
Well, compared to that one, is
yeah, compared to that one.
Yeah.
No, compared to that one, this one is older. That one did not last up till this one.
Yeah, well, that one is first.
That one,
so is the
that
old
one is
marriage.
first. It's the old marriage,
Yeah, so
but this one has lasted longer.
This is a new, longer lasting marriage.
You understand? So, you know, I tried that. I even took it to my pastor then, Odukoya.
Okay, Pastor Odukoya, yeah.
And you know, the truth is that one lesson I learned from all that is that I'm going to. This is hard, but one major lesson I learned is that not every tears is real tears. Don't ever fall for a woman's tears. Some women can easily shed tears, you know, to prove their innocence.
Can we say some people, and not just women?
Okay, some people.
So we're not sexist.
Women don't shed. Men don't shed tears.
Men do.
Men
That's
shed tears.
Oh yes, men do.
Cry like tears.
Oh yes, sure, they do. Haven't you seen a man cry before?
I don't. Well.
I do.
But I think the way men cry is even more emotional than women. It's just that they don't show it. Understand? You don't have to see a man's tears to know that a man is crying, if you ask me.
That's part of why they say that men are not emotional, and that's wrong. Africa. But complete that statement you were making about the...
No, yeah, because most of the places we go, you know, the woman talks faster, you know, she would talk, she would shed tears, and then she would, the shocking one is, she would swear. Do you understand? For me, that's strange. I can never swear for something that is not true. And then, so if you are the one trying to judge, what would you do? So everybody just looked at me as a monster. But also, one thing I also would say from my experience is that no matter what you do in life, the truth will always come out.
Very true.
And this is very important for everybody out there in that situation. It's one situation I wish I can reverse. It's something I never want to happen to even my enemy.
Yeah.
If you remember, go and read my articles before that scandal.
Yes.
I have always been saying marriage is the most important thing in the world. If you get it wrong, it's better for you to do not. There is no remedy. Do not ever think that you have dated 1 million women, so you know women.
Yeah.
The only way you can assess a good woman and a good wife is by prayer, period.
Prayer.
It's by prayer. If you pray and God's approve for you to
proceed.
But if you think that with your expertise, you are an expert, you are a big joker. That's one of the things I've learned from this.
So now, that's in the past now. Right, but what about the children? How are they doing?
They're fine. They're fine. 2 of them are in the university now.
That's good.
In fact, I just spoke to one while I was waiting for you. Understand? One is still in the secondary school, but you know, we are not salary earners, so I try to do things in long term.
That's true.
So I try not to, pay school fees small. You just pay for 1 year or pay for 2 years.
Yes, that's wisdom.
That's wisdom.
That's wisdom.
Even house rent, I try to do like 3 years, 5 years.
Yes. So you have some peace of mind.
So you have some peace of mind.
Yeah. Okay, so now the home base, that's your home base now. Everything is settled. Your current marriage is...
Yeah, I'm happy. I thank God. I learnt my lessons the bitter way. When this happened, I didn't see it coming. I never expected for someone... But I'm not trying to play Mr. Good, but I always ask God, particularly one question. That's, I'm married now, so don't think I'm campaigning for myself. I've always been, as a young man, that guy who believes in one woman at a time, love one woman. And then I have friends who, they have 3, they have 6, they just treat them anyhow. And these people eventually got married and are living peacefully and happily with their wives.
Yeah.
No consequences of their past. I, who is an innocent boy who didn't do all that, why do I have to face this? That's my question, that maybe when I get in heaven...
Well, life happens to all of us. That's just the truth.
No, but I think that kind of thing should happen to people as consequences of the life that they live. Well, don't you think?
No, I don't think so. I think life happens. Many things in life happen without us being able to determine how they should flow. That's just the truth. Like you get out of your house and then somebody hits your car.
That's material. You can't compare that to
No.
marriage.
I'm talking about things happening that you don't have control over.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
It's you're a very careful driver, but somebody hits your car. What are you going to do? You can't stop driving,
especially Kookbe.
so it happens. Now let's move away from that and get a little bit back to that thing about romance of the African. And I'm asking you because many of your songs tend to look towards love, romance, and all that. And what's going on? Why is it alleged that the African man is unromantic or non-romantic or not romantic?
Yeah, the African man always feel he's a macho man, and then tradition. The African man always thinks of what family or society or friends will say. Like I was trying to, instead of being yourself, especially if the woman is someone who loves you and is honest to you. What I can't stand is dishonesty. Once you're honest to me, I'm fine. Understand? So I think that the reason why, and then there's also the, I don't want to use monetary, but these days now, especially around here, I don't know whether it's because of culture or tradition, I think it all starts from parents celebrating their children that are more successful against the ones that are not too successful.
That happens everywhere in the world.
Yeah, but I think that is where the materialism or the quest for everybody wanting somebody who can, what can you do for me? Can you take care of me? I think that's most of the basis now for love or romantic,
But I think that most times these things go back in history. Traditionally, historically, men have been burdened with the responsibility of taking care of their women.
Yes.
Right, and by inference, their households.
I agree, but it's just the way the African man takes care of his woman. It's not even romantic. Everything is like, look at, I'm not saying we should be like the white man, but women are emotional, I can bet you there are some marriages and some husbands who have not said I love you in the last 7 years.
That's deep.
Understand? I can bet you, especially around here. After all, I give her everything she wants. She has a good car, she has a good house. I give her all the money she needs. That's hell. I mean, that's not the end of it. There should be some.
So you believe that we should be as expressive as possible?
You should be friendly. You should never ever see your wife as your wife.
How do you want to see her?
As your girlfriend. You know how you treat your girlfriend when you are dating, when you are just...
You're going to have to explain that to me.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, do the things you used to do before the kids. You know, the same, take her out, you play, you do things like... let me make a confession. I think it rained like 3 or 4 days ago. But all of us were in the rain. The kids, my wife, and I were running around the house and playing in the rain. Those are things I used to do when I was a kid. And we're still doing it. Or get pipe water and start chasing each other.
You're just saying like creating a quality time
you have to.
For yourself and your wife as against just for the children alone.
Yes.
But that
apart from children, you are not getting what I'm trying to say here is that the African man believes that once he can provide money for you, that's it. That's love. That's romance.
All men. It's not all Africans. So it's just that there is some classification that says that's the way they all behave.
You know, sometimes some women, or let me not say all women, don't help it. They are also money. So the man feels okay. She doesn't even care about me. You know, it's money. Okay, take money. Let me just be my own.
Okay,
you understand?
Okay, now I'll challenge you about something. You said the men don't cry, right? Or you said they don't cry. And I said, oh, men cry. I've seen men cry. I cry when it's necessary, you understand? And it doesn't stop me from being a man. Now, would you say that concept of the man in Africa not crying is not also part of the culture that forbids us from expressing how we truly feel? And it is reflecting on our romance and romantic life.
You see, we when we were talking about cry, we spoke about tears. Have you ever heard when an African man is wailing in pain?
Yeah, still crying.
But there's no tears.
He doesn't shed.
But you feel his pain.
He may not be shedding some tears.
That's what I mean. Okay, a man is supposed to be a shoulder that you can cry to or lean on. So you as a man, you are crying. What would the woman do? Where will she lean to? Where will she fall to? Who is going to console the children or the woman or the other people? You are the man. That's what it takes to be a man. So be a man. You can't be
That is something that I think I will look for a day that I bring you back in the studio and get other people who would express their own positions too. Because really, I believe that it is easier.
Even if you have to cry, nobody should see you crying.
Why can't you be
seen? Because you are what they look up to.
Yeah.
It is you that should stop them from crying.
But you also have needs.
Then you go and take it with God.
And
with God.
And the people in
go
your house,
to your room and cry and then tell God what you want to do. Then wipe your tears and come and be strong for them.
And the people in your house don't know how you truly feel, and they will keep thinking that you are a very strong
them
man.
By crying.
No, I mean, if your emotions break out, let it be free. You have to explain what the overlife Medama means now.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with me. All right. I think we should take a break now. When we come back, we'll continue our conversations with Zaki Aze. Please stay tuned.
Maybe you cry for me a bit.
Yes, you're welcome back to Timeless Conversations. And I still have Zaki Aze in the studio with me. Zaki, it's really nice to have you here. Now, let's go back to the things we have said so we can move on to the things we're about to say. Okay. And that's specifically the fact that a man cannot cry or should not cry or should cry. But, well, in the interceding period, you've had a little bit of a change of mind.
Well,
a little bit of a rethink.
Yes, yes. You know, you can't know it all. You know, sometimes. So, at the angle that you are coming from, or the way you are looking at it, I think there may be some sense in it, because sometimes it's. I just feel, that if you want to express yourself, you should. You can do that, quietly on your own, where nobody is seeing, because you represent the head of the family and all that. But it's also good sometimes for people to know that even the head can break down, so that people are also, so that you get some attention that could probably save your life or.
Oh, exactly. Somebody within.
But I'm giving you only 20%. Not as if I agree totally. I'm just considering.
It's not the percentage; it's the fact that there's space for growth.
Yeah,
all right,
there's space for growth.
There's space for growth.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
now let's look at something about. In 1993, you came on the scene, right, and you were pivotal in the change of the music types and the listening choices of the Nigerian audience. It's almost 30 years now. Are you feeling old?
Not really. I'm not feeling anything yet. But it's the grace of God.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling anything yet, both physically, musically, spiritually.
Okay. Now, spiritually, you've had a very interesting encounter
with God.
With God, yes.
Man. Sometimes I feel as if I'm the only one that exists. Because he's mindful of even things that I did not expect him to put his mouth. He put his mouth.
Okay, tell me about that one where you were planning on acquiring some vehicle and then.
Oh yes, we were Glow ambassadors at that time, and Glow took me, Lagbaja, Dibanj, I think even Paul Play at that time, to South Africa to do some stuffs, and we came back. I was still single, you understand? Then
Pikin never enter.
I was just there, So when we came back, they paid us some good money.
Yeah.
At that time, you could buy anything.
Yes.
So my colleagues already bought some Jeeps. I remember Paul Play bought X5 then. A BMW
X5.
Yeah. So I was now swearing, okay, me too, I'll go and buy. But the kind of relationship I've had with God before that time, even up till now, that I'm still enjoying, is that I get directions and he speaks to me, he guides me. So whatever he says, I dare not disobey, although I've always been the type that sees God as he's with me. He's not in heaven. I can talk to him like father to son. So I went 2 days before the time when I was supposed to go and buy a car. He came and he directed me. I don't want to go into how he came and everything, but he directed me to go and buy properties, like plots of land somewhere in the island. He even mentioned the area in the island. Then I was in the mainland. So when I woke up in the morning, because there are several issues where every time I get some money, he will intervene and tell me how to spend it. And it's becoming I want to flex, as a young man. I was even a teenager.
Yes.
Understand? I wanted to flex. I wanted to do things that other people are doing. Let me enjoy life. But, So he came this time and said that So I was angry and I took a chair. I remember. I was very angry. I was sweating. Carried chair and kept it like this. I said, look,
one
Jesus,
chair for him,
one chair for me and him. I said, look, Jesus, sit down. If not because you are God, I will blow you. I will not only blow you, I will, if I want, I will tell you. So I started talking, I was quarreling. Look at all these people, they are buying things, they are doing you brought me to show business. You are the one who put me in show business. And show business is all about show.
Show, God.
So if I don't show, how would I do the business? I was very angry. I ranted for like 3 hours until I got tired.
Oh, you got tired?
Yeah, I got tired. And he didn't even say, he didn't even answer me, you understand? So the next day I called my lawyer and said, look, go and help me look. He's Barrister Issa. Yes, Victor Issa.
Yes.
He was also a member of Fountain of Life Church then. He's now abroad. I now called him and said, go to the island, please. Help me look for properties. I want
You
to
followed
buy
the
plots."
instructions?
I followed the instructions.
Any
He
regrets?
went. No regrets. No regrets.
So he went.
To cut the long story short, he came back, he said nothing. I said, no, I know what I had, go back.
Yes.
He went the third time and said, Kai, there must be something I'm doing. I said, no, I'm sure of what I'm saying. He now told me that they are asking for 1.4 million naira or so at that time.
Yes.
And then I would do something, everything 1.6 million for about 6 plots of land, So I was like, wow, okay, take the money. He said, he's a lawyer. I said, no, now, wait, now, let me go and do. I said, look, God has shown me this thing, just take. He said, no, I said, take. So I wrote the check and gave him, and he bought it eventually. And
it's your gold mine today.
I'm sure you know how much a lot of land.
That's what I'm saying. It's your gold mine today. It pays to listen.
It pays to listen. It's
and
good
to
to be
obey.
obedient. Yes. But you see, it's more important to first have that relationship.
That's true.
That's the key thing. Once you have that relationship, for you to even get that relationship, you will know that you must obey.
Yes.
You must have gotten to a level where he knows that you will obey.
Yes.
So you are like, so now anything I'm doing, I just ask. If he says cool, I cool. If he say go, I go. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not saying it's all rosy for me. There are hard times, but at the end, we all know that I will always win because it's not me. It's by his grace.
Very good. We'll take a break now. And when we're back, we'll talk more about Zacky's.
And then I'll collect some offering money.
We'll talk about your music career these days.
Okay.
Stay tuned, please. Welcome back. We're still with Zaki in the studio. So Zaki, your music career started about 30 years ago, and in those 30 years, you've dropped different hits and albums and all that. How do you fit into today's music types?
First of all, before I answer that question, you can see that I'm smiling. I'm just so happy.
Yeah.
I'm so happy with what is going on now. I least expect that I will still be alive. Everything happened so fast.
Yeah.
Understand? I think the point where the foundation and what gave us that strong edge, it's, I don't know, eventually. I can explain this thing, but it's a long story. But I think it's the fact that Nigerians eventually embrace Nigerian music.
That's very true.
That's the major thing that caused all this boom that because when we started, we were struggling. The airwaves, we played 95% Western music. The Nigerian music is like you have to, they just put you once because the in thing for everybody then, even our dressing, everything is American music, foreign music and all that. But somehow we kept trying, and plus the contribution of, we must not forget, the Nigerians in diaspora. While we were like 60% going with the struggle, they came in with their knowledge and expertise, what they have learned abroad. I can mention names, the No Hits group that came in. They boosted all these things. They increased the love for Nigerian music. Tiwa Savage, Banky W, a lot of Nigerians who were abroad, when they now saw that the Nigerian music industry is growing, they came in and they did it in a different way that even we that in Nigeria learned and changed our game too. So Nigerians quickly now 100% accepted Nigerian music. That is the boom. That is the turning point for Nigerian music. So for me, I am first very happy, and I am also enjoying one fact that my kind of music is different. So I'm still enjoying it. There's no competition for me. And what I have always said before is Mercedes-Benz is still Mercedes-Benz. Coca-Cola is still Coca-Cola. They rebrand.
Yes.
What is in their rebrand? They just change the shape of the bottle. But it's the same content.
Yeah.
So that is how you need to upgrade yourself.
Yes.
I was listening to, I can't remember who I was listening to. He said that the difference between old and young is when you refuse to evolve with time, develop yourself. You are still in the analog age. Understand? It has to do with your brain.
Yes.
If you decide to follow the trend and follow at your age, maybe you are age 90, you are age 80, you can still do Twitter, you can do Instagram, you are on TikTok, you know everything that is going, you are following the technology, you read a book every month or two, you read you keep learning, you just remain young.
Young, yes.
And relevant.
Yeah.
For me, that's what I've been doing, just to keep upgrading myself. And I also try to, I owned a studio for a long time.
Yes.
Most of my colleagues used to come and record in my studio, music studio. I produced some of my songs. But one of the key things I also did immediately I saw that change was to stop producing.
Okay.
And start using other producers. So I now go to different producers, different fields, but maintained my style of traditional hip-hop and Gida music.
Okay.
Which has a lot to do with Hausa, mixed up
and northern
and all that.
Nigerian influence.
Thank you.
Yes.
So you see, most of these producers, and I don't work with producers that are between me and them.
Okay.
So that clash is what now produces something very unique.
Okay.
I know a lot of things they don't know. They know a lot of things I don't know.
Yes.
So by the time we work together, it brings out a unique sound.
Okay.
Understand? I always contribute a lot. I'm also a producer and a singer. But I don't influence what they say. I give them free hand to do whatever they want. When they have finished with doing whatever they want, I now put in one or two things, that is different from what they know.
Okay.
So they learn from me, I learn from them, and we produce something
And the
very
sound is
unique.
different.
And then I continue to evolve with time, using them.
Yes.
Yeah. That's
all right.
how I've
So
done it.
now, do you write all of your songs, or you have songs written by other people?
Well, I would say that I write all my songs. Yeah.
Okay.
There's only one song that was not written by me.
Which one was that?
Mata.
Oh, that one?
Yeah, that.
Yes.
One of my friends, I can't even remember his name now.
Wow.
He is
The
back.
guy will fight you if you can't remember his name.
Jesus, I can't remember his name now. It's long.
Okay.
And he just came to me like a joke that I should do this song now. I said, leave me alone.
I love that song
Understand?
too.
Yeah,
love
today
it
is
too.
an evergreen. In fact, to shock you, I just did a remix of that song that is featuring Dija. You remember Dija from Marvin?
You should put it on YouTube then.
Yeah,
I listen to Mata on YouTube.
Ah.
Yeah. I watch it on.
I just
there's a
collected
video.
it from Chucky, the producer.
Okay.
So those are the kind of producers I'm talking about.
Okay.
Chucky is not. Chucky should be like 25.
But then he's got the talent.
Yeah, he's good.
Yes.
In fact, the other song, Notice, the guy is 22, Trent.
Wow.
He's 22 years old. As of the time we did Notice. Maybe now he's 23 or so.
Okay. So it's like you don't have any problem mingling with the sound and music of the Gen Z generation.
If you have any problem with that sound, something must be wrong with you. That's what I think.
That's heavy.
Yeah, that's heavy, yeah. You know why you cannot have anything wrong with the sound? It's because it's so versatile. It's so much. It's so different. They have different feels. If you say, okay, you don't want Afrobeat, what would you say about Chike?
Yeah,
it's sentimental.
That's something
so
different.
you must not. I don't think anybody in his right senses will say he has problem with the sounds of now, because there are too many. They are different. if you don't like Burna Boy, you will like Wizkid or One Day Cole.
Yes.
Or there are just too many for you to choose from.
One Day Cole is also very strong.
Yeah.
Very, very
very talented and
yes,
strong.
Yes. And he's also very proud of his background.
Yes.
Just like
Mushin
you.
Boy.
Yes. Now, the last time we were talking, you said something about the influence of Kaduna on your music. And so to you, Kaduna is really home.
Yeah, that's home. That's home for me. That's home. I started going to Benue State at
an older age.
Older age, yeah. But Kaduna, sometimes I feel very bad with what's going on there.
Yeah.
Even now with the several kidnappings, the original indigenes of the Kaduna state are being dominated and flushed out systematically. It's painful. But that is one of the most peaceful.
One of the most peaceful places that you grew up in.
Yeah. Everybody was like sister and brother. Different tribes, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. There's no segregation, Muslim, Christian. There's nothing like that. It was really a good place, That's why I did this song, Wayo Kaduna, Wayo Kaduna, but you may not know it because...
No, I may not understand the language, but I can flow with the music.
Yeah, that's true.
I flow with the passion that's coming from you in the song, and I wish there could be something that could be done. What would you like done to Kaduna?
I want them to live in peace and unity. And to also try and also give the position of leadership to the original indigenes of Kaduna State.
Who are the original?
The Gwaris.
Yes.
They are the Gwari people, understand? The majority of the Kaduna indigenes are Gwari people.
Okay.
They are the original owners of Kaduna, understand? I'm not saying the other minority tribes should not be in position of power, but it's good to always balance it, when you have a lot of the leadership position coming from one side, it's also good for the other side to
be included.
Have a fair share so that there would be peace, there will be balance, and everybody will feel not cheated. And sometimes when you are from a certain area, you feel their pain, you know their needs more. Because one of the major problems we have in leadership is that there's always a bridge in communication between the people that are being led and the leaders.
And those leading them.
The people leading them just think that, okay, they need this. They will just come and do it, not knowing and finding out from the people what is your pain, what is your actual need, what is your wish, how can we improve your lives, how can we lead you and and make progress.
Okay, let's talk about your role as second vice president of PMAN. What do you think PMAN ought to be doing or should be doing or is doing in the Nigerian entertainment sector?
Well, one of the main thing I think PMAN should be doing, which we are doing, is try to unite us. That is why us, I mean everybody in the entertainment industry, including you, sir. I think one of the major issues that we've always had in PMAN for years is the fact that most entertainers don't believe in PMAN because of the differences, different fractions in the past that we've been having, fighting each other, and not doing much for the entertainers themselves. So people don't have faith. Just like the way Nigerian politics used to be. It's now that everybody's attention is in leadership and Nigerian politics. Before, these politicians are liars. Nobody cares about politicians, but now. So it's the same thing with PMAN. It was just ups and downs. If you remember, I've been vice president of PMAN longer. I've been with PMAN longer than even the president now because I was the vice president for Femi Lasode, if you remember
Yeah,
years
I remember
back.
Femi Lasode, yes.
Okay, so there's a reason why I have always been particular and voluntary, because there's a lot of PMAN takes a lot of your time and your money. We've worked so hard to bring PMAN where it is. 9 years, putting our own money. Sometimes we fight over money. Why every time I'm the one bringing 100, 200,000, what about, there's always that. But we're putting in our money just because we also have children now that are growing up. We don't want it to be continuous. Most of them want to come into music. They will now come and suffer what we suffered.
Yeah.
And then if you travel, whilst I told you how we went to record for Glow,
Yeah.
Is it the keyboardist or the producer came with a 7 Series BMW
in South Africa?
In South Africa. In Nigeria, is the A-list star that will call a producer or not. You see, but now producers drive those kind of cars.
Yes.
You can see that we're growing now. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I meant, that if anybody in his right senses, we know that we have arrived now. So you see, the major what we are trying to do now is to clean the image of PMAN.
Okay.
Now we are having A-list artists coming to PMAN. The Gen Zs are now coming. The new generation artists. Before, PMAN is where you go and see both smoking, retired people who are just, there going from one governor to source for funds. We have members of PMAN, they collect, all that. They are not really doing what PMAN stands for.
So you're saying that PMAN now, right, is all about making the music pay for the musician.
Yeah, it's PMAN, the major aim of PMAN is the welfare of the entertainers. Understand? So, like now we've created what is called biometric cards.
Yeah.
Where, as a member of PMAN, you just register with 6,000 naira. You have health insurance. Your intellectual properties are protected. We even give loans, some soft loans, you understand? You have health insurance. No more like, okay, contribute money, and this person is sick. All that is history. If you are a member of PMAN.
If you are a registered.
If you are a registered member of PMAN. That's why we have a lot of people coming to register now.
Okay.
So we're trying to clean our house first and then put the right structures in the. We just the bill that was just passed with the presidency. That was our work. That was our effort.
Okay.
Understand? So a lot of things are changing, and the NCC is really working with us hand to hand. We've been able to achieve a lot already. But before, nobody's gonna give the government in the center will not give that kind of attention to PMAN. But now they are giving us attention. Plus, look at the PMAN has never ever had an office of its own before.
Okay.
Now we bought a building in Chevy View, which is PMAN headquarters. So we are making progress out of just this little.
So it's like PMAN has also been able to leverage on the improvement in the boom, as you called it, in the Nigerian music industry.
No. I wouldn't say that, because all these things were already in place. We had already. Well, I don't know how to put it. Maybe.
Okay,
I'm
should
trying
we say,
to.
you said those things were in place.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like preparation meeting opportunity.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. They were already in place. Understand? So we are just opportuned that the boom is coming now that we are ready.
Yes.
We are putting our house in order, and the key factor, that is why the major problem of Nigeria has always been leadership. We will never make any progress in this country if we don't sort our leadership issues. We must get good leaders to achieve anything. It's the same thing that has happened to PMAN. This progress we are making is because we have a leader who has a vision, who is not a corner person.
Pranking.
Yes. who have seen his passion on the entertainment industry and how to provide good welfare for the entertainers themselves, especially musicians.
Yes.
You know, so seeing that, I keyed in. I'm a very busy person. I can't be wasting my time in PMAN if the leadership is not right. It's because I saw that the leadership was right that I went in. That is why I worked with Femi Lasode. He also was a good leader, but the people around him, you know, but this particular leader is wise to surround himself with people like us.
Yeah.
Understand, who will not mislead him or will not go and betray him or do something wrong that we spoil his works.
So on a larger plane now, where do you see PMAN going?
PMAN would eventually arrive as the biggest union, in the entertainment industry eventually, in the whole of Africa, because only Nigeria is leading. Nigeria is leading the world now, musically, anywhere you go to in the world. The fact that we have this population and we are leading, we are on top musically, it also means that eventually PMAN will be recognized and accepted. There's no way you would want to attract what is going on now, because music has changed. The musicians themselves have changed. Before, producers are not superstars. Today, producers are superstars. Models are superstars. Keyboardists are celebrities. Everybody is being celebrated now. The industry has fully blown now. So this is even the best time for what is happening to happen. So I think, like you said, it's an opportunity meet.
Preparation meeting opportunity.
Preparation meet opportunity. That's exactly what's happening in PMAN.
Okay. So it's been nice having you, Zaki. I have enjoyed my chat with you.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Believe that soon we will get together again.
Okay.
Maybe we'll just allow some months to go by.
Yes.
And we'll come back. Thank you so much, Zaki.
I'm looking forward to the tears.
Yeah, to the tears.
You promised me.
No, if
you promised me to cry me a tear, cry me a river.
Even you said you tear up when you watch movies.
Yeah.
So if you can cry then, so please, there's nothing wrong in crying.
That means I cried before.
Nice having you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes,
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
It's been Timeless Conversations with Zaki Aze as my guest. Next time, we'll bring you another guest and some more conversation. Thank you for watching. Take care.
Mata iyayen mu ne su, dole ne mu zange mama su, dole wata guda so tara daidai, ku dubi yunkurin haifa ya'ya, kun ga su suke haifa ya'ya, suke wanke ya'ya, suke runguma ya'ya, suke goyon ya'ya, har yara su girma. Ba shakka. Yan uwa ku bare na mata, yan uwa ku bare na mata, mata iyayen mu ne su, mata iyayen mu ne su, yan uwa ku bare na mata, yan uwa ku bare na mata, mata iyayen mu ne su, mata iyayen mu ne su. Ko a ko ina sai da mata, aiki daban-daban gare su mata, mata suna nan da aure, su je dawa.
You are one family. There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
My ID starting salary is 150, and I believe in every company, if they should be paying individual or average Nigerian people to be collecting that such amount of salary, I think it would be beneficial for the citizen.
I would say a typical Nigerian working on a day-to-day job, I would say my salary will be nothing less than 70 to 80,000 naira. Because of my skills, I would say I'm a professional cleaner, though I own a cleaning company, but because of my skills and everything, I would say my salary will be like, if I'm working for someone, it would be like 70 to 80,000.
Presently, our ideal salary is 100,000. My best work experience is a sales consultant, and I love the work presently, and the work is making me to have boldness to talk to people. Like, I've gone to several places that I've never been before. I've talked to people that's not even up to my caliber, and I've mingled a lot with kind of big men.
At least with the recent condition of this our country, if the minimum wage should be between a region of 60,000, at least for a start now, compared to the inflation we are facing now, the cost of living, accommodation and other charges. So at least for a start, 60,000 is not bad.
To me, probably if I say like 180,000 naira is manageable, that's as the way the country is right now. It's better than just sitting at home or for me to being frustrated and misbehaving. So instead of that, so let me just doing it. At least I can see at the end of the day, I won't be able to save anything down. I'll be able to use it to eat. That's all.
If you pay me 1 billion naira, I will not mind. If you pay 1 million a week, I will not mind. But the point remains, we are running an economy that ought to have grown. I don't belong to the class that say a growing economy. We ought to have grown. We are an overfed baby as far as Nigerian economy is concerned. Howbeit, given the society we are in today, some of the boys, I call them boys, at the National and even the State Assembly, earn close to 2-3 million naira a month. So for some of us who've paid our dues, especially in the media, if going by the standard of living in this country today, 1 million naira will not be a bad idea.
My ideal working salary has been from 200 to 400 to get, and that's what I prefer to always get from any company, because I'm always a strategist. I render solutions to companies on how the company can move ahead as well there.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family. There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Nigeria is the third most vulnerable country in cyber attacks in Africa.
Ondo political crisis. What's the way forward?
Of course, we'll also have Off the Press, where we'll look at headlines from our national dailies. Very good morning to you and welcome to The Breakfast. My name is Nyamgul Agaji.
My name is Brume Paulson. Good morning.
Today is November the 21st. Okay, if it were next month, we would have said 4 days to Christmas. But, you know, we still have some time to prepare for that. But we do hope that we are going to finish this year very, very strong. Today is a wonderful day because you have woken up, and probably all your loved ones have woken up. And if you have any cause to complain, like we were saying yesterday, To be alive alone is a very great achievement. Every other thing is just added to you as a bonus. So be thankful for small messes that you have. So we'll go straight to the top trending issues. First of all, we'd like to sincerely apologize for beginning a little bit late. Do bear with us. The first top trending issue is the Japa syndrome. Special advisor to the president on public health matters, Salma Anas, has said that President Bola Tinubu is worried about the Japa syndrome inherited from previous administrations. Japa syndrome can be referred to as the recent high rate of immigration of Nigerian citizens to foreign countries in search of greener pastures. Anas, who represented Tinubu at the 2023 annual conference of the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists, stated that her principal had promised to do everything within his capacity to reverse the ugly trend which he noted was inherited from his predecessors. Even Japa is inherited now. I don't seem to understand. Everything has to be inherited.
From the past administration.
So why can't they just draw a line and say, hey, a new sheriff is in town. I'm going to do everything within my power. And stop saying, Japa syndrome didn't start today. It will not end today.
Yeah.
What should be spoken of is how can we use this to our advantage? Because there are diaspora remittances that come to Nigeria. It gives us foreign exchange and all that. So there is a possibility that we can use it to our advantage.
Yeah.
Let people in power stop complaining. That's the basic thing.
Besides that, I think we can make Nigeria better so people don't have to run away all the time. Because sometimes people are actually, moving abroad with no means of income wherever they're going to. But they just feel there's a greener pasture over there. It's better for me to be there than be here, and I'm suffering, and we don't have like a good system of government. There is no healthcare, no infrastructure, no housing. There are a lot of things that needs to be put in place for people to say, oh, okay, you know what? I don't mind staying here. It's better for me to be here because I know I have certain things than for me to move abroad with, I don't know what I'm even going to do. I don't know where I'm going to get my next meal from. But it's just, how it was like slavery. But then slavery, I think as at that time, they had to take you. But this is
by
like
force.
Yes,
this time,
this one is voluntary.
You're offering yourself to be enslaved by the others.
Exactly.
So, like I was saying, make it such that whenever a Nigerian is leaving, the Nigerian is living with pride, and the people there need him so much that he's not only transporting himself there, he's also transporting the pride of Nigeria to wherever they are.
And their services. So, for instance, there are some countries that are, recruiting doctors and nurses and engineers and tech-savvy people. So, you're going there because they need your service, not because your country isn't so great and you're like, I just need a means of livelihood.
And people who come to Nigeria, from other countries, and they will begin to wonder, okay, if people are making a living in Nigeria, they're coming from China and all that. But, findings have shown that if there are 100 Chinese that are coming into Nigeria, maybe to construct a road or a bridge or something, maybe 5 of them or at most 10 of them will be free citizens, executives, people who really went to school. Some of them are serving prison sentences in Nigeria, like with hard labor. So not all of them are coming like, they're good, but we are rating them very high. We still call them master and all that. So they are making the money that we should be making, even the people who in their country cannot say anything.
Can we even talk about the hospitality industry? There are a lot of like Lebanese
who, same thing.
Yes, the hospitality industry, they're taking over. So we need to start putting, things in place. Let's make Nigeria good for
And
ourselves.
there's a conspiracy theory anyway, that these Chinese people especially are coming to Africa to populate Africa with their blood, so to speak, because they come here, people who are not even supposed to travel out of their country, but they're coming here to serve that sentence that I was talking about, and then impregnating a lot of women. So that in the next 30 years, you will find out that maybe most of these African countries will have presidents or governors who are Chinese, they are dual citizens. Before you know what is happening.
They probably have like the Chinese bloodline.
Okay, so, well, it's a conspiracy theory. Well, we do hope that African leaders can stand up and speak for themselves and stand up, beat their chest and say, hey, we are independent, so we are going to take our decisions on our own. And then maybe also think seriously about what Obasanjo said, that this democracy may not be working in Africa. We should make it African enough so that we will enjoy the democracy. Yes. You can't just take hook, line, and sinker.
Okay, we'll move over to the next up trending story. Justice Hakeem Oshodi of Lagos State High Court sitting in Ikeja has warned against dropping charms in his courtroom. Oshodi gave the warning after the commencement of the trial of 5 men charged with murder, with the murder of Ifeanyi Etumuse on Monday, November 20, 2023. Before adjourning the case till February 19, 2024 for the continuation of trial, he said, and I quote, "No one should leave charms in my courtroom. It should not be repeated. A talisman was found after the last adjourned date in the murder case. Do not leave your property here again. It does not work anymore." End of quote. Like I had to say this with a straight face.
Yeah. It's difficult to say it with a straight face. Yeah, charms are not working anymore, so stop living.
Don't leave your property in my courtroom.
Yeah, but maybe if some judges are afraid, nowadays it's lawful enough to pass judgment remotely. So if you're going to leave charms in the courtroom and the judge, for instance, is in America and passing judgment, how will that work? So what?
You move over the jurisdiction.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure charms, I think charms have passports. They need passports as well. You can't practice your witchcraft in America if you're here. You'll take permission. So maybe it will not, but like he said, it's not working anymore. Stop
Even
this.
if it's working, why do you want to do that?
Because you're guilty.
Don't bring charms.
I mean, how would you resort to using charms on a case that you know you are you are not guilty at all and you're using charms? It's a funny thing in this Nigeria. Okay. Over 7 million naira for air fresheners. It's a question that every Lagosian and indeed every Nigerian is asking about how our people in power that we voted spend money. For instance, the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has been criticized for approving 7.5 million naira to replace liquid fragrance in his office and 3 billion to purchase rechargeable fans for the office of his deputy, Obafemi Hamzat. Other contracts awarded by the state's public procurement agency, PPA, in the second and third quarter of 2023 include approval of over 440 million naira for the purchase of a new Lexus LX600 bulletproof sport utility vehicle for use in the pool of office of Chief of Staff. The office of the Chief of Staff also got 18.5 million naira for the supply and distribution of 2,000 Noila chickens across the local government areas and wards in the state. According to records, the government also approved 152 million naira for the restoration of the water supply at the Idugoran Palace, the official residence of the Oba of Lagos. Now, the document also revealed that the state will earmark 581 million naira to renovate St. Andrew's Anglican Church in the Okekpopo area of the state. In the same vein, the record showed that the office of the deputy governor was awarded 30 million naira for monthly outreach to indigent citizens by the wife of the deputy governor, while there was another 30 million naira budgeted for the empowerment program. And reacting to the outrageous contracts gulping public funds in the document, the 2023 governorship candidate of the Action Democratic Congress, ADC, in Lagos, Funsho Doherty, said he had written an open letter to the governor, Sanwo-Olu, to review some of the projects. Meanwhile, the deputy governor of Lagos State, Obafemi Hamzat, has denied reports that his office got 2 billion naira to purchase rechargeable fans, rechargeable lights, and fridges. Hamzat, in a memo addressed to the Director General of the Public Procurement Agency, said the approval of the project was 2 million naira. He also claimed that his wife got 2.5 million naira each for her monthly outreach to indigent and empowerment programs as against the 30 million naira captured by the agency. And the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his deputy Hamzat have come under fire because of all that. Okay, so it's this is the
I'm
money.
just seeing numbers flying all around. 152, 581, 30. What?
And billions. I just wonder how many rechargeable fans, how many perfumes, chicken for empowerment of people. How do you empower people with chickens that will eat for one day and all that? Is that an empowerment? First of all, apart from the fact that the money is outrageous and it points to the fact that they need subheads, that's what a lot of people will be saying, that they need probably subheads that will give them the opportunity to settle the boys, because you cannot write in paper settling of the boys to 2 million naira and all that, and it has to be done. This is Lagos. But if they are doing that, another thing that worries me is the office of the First Lady or Second Lady or Third Lady, as the case may be. Yes, because this thing is not constitutional. It's illegal. You're somebody's wife. Yes, good. People can lobby through you on a personal note because, you know, women rule the world, whether we like it or not. Yes, because what one teardrop will achieve, wars cannot achieve. I know that for sure. So that aside now, the office of the First Lady is unconstitutional. So what happens to the ministries that are supposed to take charge of this kind of empowerment, of welfare of the people and all that? Why are funds allocated to an office that should not exist? And everybody is keeping quiet. The office of the First Lady of the Federation was given a humongous budget, and the office is illegal. So why not?
Why do you even allocate money to that in the first place?
You shouldn't, because it's not legal. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing per se, because maybe it works for us. But if it works, let's make it legal. Just make it legal. Put it in the Constitution. Yes, so that we know that when we are budgeting this XYZ, it is going to this lady, the office of the First Lady. And that ministry, if it is existing, maybe humanitarian affairs, should be scrapped, so that we don't have to pay double for things that we could have done.
Can we talk about the 152 million for restoration of water supply
to the Oba's Palace?
I'm wondering, what kind of borehole are they digging? Is it connected to the Atlantic Ocean? I'm confused.
What about the restoration of a church? You know,
yes,
renovation of a church.
581 million naira.
Where is that coming from? Is that from the...
Are you building a new church?
Why should the government even renovate the church?
I can understand if you want to do like CSR, right? You know, say, okay, we're taking on a project and, you know, pumping money into this. But I think we should be able to cut down our budget. You don't have a lot of money.
Subheads.
You don't have a lot of money, yet you want to spend lavishly.
Subheads.
In Nigeria, that everybody is suffering. The economic realities of Nigeria is ridiculous. People cannot find food to eat, and you're spending 581 million naira to renovate a church.
At least we'll see.
152 million naira.
We'll see the church.
Borehole.
You will need to go to the deputy governor's office to go and smell the fragrance. It's crazy. It's crazy, and it's happening everywhere. In national budget, you find them still buying spoons every year. In the budget, they'll buy spoons for Asu Rock. They'll buy
and I think the prices are exorbitant. They hike the prices so much. I understand that. Okay, you have to settle this one, pay this one, the contractor too, whoever is bringing
subheads, as I said. Let's take the
let's move over to the next one. Ogege Kemel Layefa, candidate of the Action People's Party APP in the November 11 governorship election in Bayelsa State, has said that she is proud of the number of votes she got. Out of the 300,072 votes cast in the election, which incumbent Governor Doye Diri won, Ogege got only 14 votes. Commenting on the election during an interview with Premium Times, the APP candidate said, "I am not satisfied with the results. There were high rates of vote buying, rigging, and results manipulation. There were so many things wrong with the process. But for my 14 votes, I am very proud of them. You know why? I never paid a dime for those votes. I didn't give anybody a dime to vote for me. These 14 people trust my vision for Bayelsa State."
I just love that.
Be proud.
I
I'm
just
proud of you,
love
girl.
that. I hope we'll get to a point where real winners can also say, you know, between them and their God, that I didn't pay a dime for
Yes.
this vote
Your
that I was
conscience
given.
is clean.
Yes, because they can come out and say, INEC, you did very well. We didn't buy any votes, but they can't say the same thing to God. But I hope there will be a time where they can tell us they didn't buy votes, and they can also swear to God that they didn't buy votes.
I highly doubt our Nigerian politicians can do that.
Well, maybe there will be somebody that will come up. You know,
One day.
There was
We're
this
hoping.
time in 1993 when Abiola contested. There was option A4. It took Nigeria by storm, and nobody expected that kind of innovation at that time. Open, closed ballot. People will stand in a line and all that. So you couldn't rig. You couldn't possibly rig. So yes, Nigerians will always go to court, but it was very glaring that Abiola won the election. It was very free and fair and all that. There could be somebody willing to do the right thing. But this story about charms in the court also tells you that a lot of these people face a lot of things, physical and spiritual, that may make them do what they do. But that's not an excuse.
But we need to understand that election is not do or die. The fact that you don't win doesn't mean that, you know, you are not capable. Just take it and leave. Like, if someone trusts your vision, fine, and they say we want you as our governor or our president or our representative, that's fine. But don't think you have to buy votes, rig, bring charms, fight people spiritually, physically, assault people just because you want to win an election. That means you're not giving democracy to the people. You're forcing yourself
That
on
means
the
it's
people.
not even democracy.
Yeah.
Because if the people don't have a say, it's not democracy. No matter who is there, you don't just, because you're a civilian, you call it democracy. I don't. It doesn't matter who is in power, whether it's a king that doesn't step down or it's a military man. So long as the people have a say, for me, it's democracy. It's about the people.
Yes.
So if the people can walk into, let's say, a military junta's office and say, this is what we demand for, and they are listened to, that's democracy.
Yes.
Not because you are wearing agbada and then you dictate to everybody and they do your bidding, otherwise you flush them out and you call it a democracy. It's not about that at all. So, well, but the two things that I think make them do this is, first of all, our constitution is fashioned in such a way that the winner takes all. Nothing is left for whoever loses or is next best in line. And then the second thing is that our election process is too expensive. So you find out that you're spending millions, even to buy the ticket alone. You spend so much money. Some people borrow a lot from banks, from friends and relatives and all that. And so you want a situation where at all costs, you're going to win and recoup your money. And that, if you win, instead of governance, you'll be looking at gaining back your money.
Return on investment.
Yes, and then getting an interest for whatever you have spent. So they want to cling to power. And then when they get there, they find out that you cannot do it clean, in a clean way. You have to cut corners. And when you cut corners and you know that you have immunity, when you retire or when you are out of office, you have to find a way to have a partial immunity. So you want to stay in power to become somebody at the center, either as a senator, a House of Reps member, or a minister, or a godfather. Well, Nigeria will grow one day.
Amen to that.
Okay, let's take a short break and return with Off the Press. Stay with us.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Here are success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on PlusTvAfrica.
You're welcome back. It's good to know that you're still there and watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's time now to look at the headlines on the front pages of some of our national dailies. We're going to begin with Punch, but first of all, we're being joined by Mr. Chris Kende Nwandu, a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in the UK. He's talking to us from Lagos here. Good morning and welcome to the show, sir.
Good morning. Thanks for having me this morning.
Okay, interesting headlines on the papers now. We're starting with the Punch newspaper, which leads with Reps probe 447 billion COVID-19 spending, summon 83 MDAs. Your thoughts on that?
Well, we've always knew that there's so much discrepancies during the COVID period, and a lot of us raised some eyebrow on the huge money that were budgeted for COVID at that period, but nobody was ready to listen. More so when you see a lot of people dying from allegedly COVID-related issues, billions and billions of naira were budgeted for, and even private sector was involved. And so, if at this time that I feel that some of those money raised were misused, I wouldn't be surprised. That is where we grow. That is Nigeria for you. People will always take opportunity of issues and like this. And we also remember that not only that, that is even for me, it's a small fry compared to the rot and the what I would call the level of high-level corruption that happened within the Ministry of Material Affairs, which I think we need to grow. That very ministry and that the former administration need to grow. Trillions and trillions of naira were budgeted for that ministry, and then a lot of so-called distribution of funds, feeding of school children at home during COVID, and a lot of so. But this is just the state page. But my problem is that we've seen so many of this happen in the past, and what came out of it? Nothing came out of it, and it was swept under the carpet. We've seen the probe of the NDDC. We've seen so many other power sector, so many other sectors, and at the end of it all, nothing came out of it. So I'm not just optimistic about that. But let's see how this rolls.
Okay, COVID, a lot of people said was a fraud. Maybe COVID entered Nigeria, but the numbers that we were hearing were outrageous. I know of a neighbor who had a fracture, and the report carried that he had COVID. I don't know how a fracture and COVID were related. We saw things like that, and it was very outrageous and funny. But this next headline, presidency fumes, tackles Obasanjo over democracy comment. You remember that the former President Olusegun Obasanjo said that the democracy we copied, hook, line, and sinker, is not working in Africa, and possibly we should look inwards and fashion a democracy that is African. Now the presidency is not happy with that.
At times you just laugh over some of our so-called spokesmen of government, and you just try to ask yourself whether these people are I don't want to use words that just be a bit look harsh, but I will use the word whether they're educated or learned. Anyway, in law, we are learned. So I wouldn't use the word learned, because if you do read law, you are not seem to be learned. But I just laugh over some of it. Is it every comment or any statement made by individual that the so-called presidential spokesperson will react to? And I'm talking of in the person of Mr. Bayon. And I feel appalled. This is a well-nurtured journalist, a veteran for that matter. But at times, some of the utterances he makes, at times you start questioning his pedigree as a journalist. The former president made a statement, and it was a blanket statement. He wasn't talking about Nigeria, just Nigeria. He's talking about Africa, and there's a need for us to have a homegrown democracy in Africa. Now, we don't need to be copying what is happening, what America is doing, what United Kingdom and the other countries are doing, because that is peculiar to them. That Africans should fashion a democracy that will be. Listen, let me give you a classical example. one of the freest elections we had in Nigeria is what is called the option A4. I'm sure you must have heard about it. The option A4, that was the one that was used during the 1993 yes, election that brought about Abiola. And you saw what happened, where people were asked to queue behind their candidates. You just line up and they count you. That was option A4. There and there you get the result. You don't need to be doing the normal, oh, let me go and complete, they are going to steal my ballot paper and rest of it. And that election came out well. Why don't we develop that to a larger extension that can be able to give us a much more proactive and more better? So that was what the former president. And how can you fault? How can Bayo Ononuga fault a president, a three-time president of Nigeria, former military president, head of state, two-time civilian president of Nigeria? He knows it all. He has seen it all. So if he, who is also a beneficiary of the so-called Western democracy, is still telling us now that this is the way to go and Africans should start. And that is it. That is the reason is that most of the things that happen in Africa doesn't happen in other parts of the world. Yeah. Maybe we cannot use what happened in Liberia, just pick as an example. Yes, the president, the current president came out to congratulate the winner, and that was a bet. That is novel in Nigeria, in Africa. It doesn't happen in Africa. We have sit-tight head of state president. We have people that will stay years. They want to change the constitution to be able to favor them, and the rest of them, and at the end of it, they say that practicing democracy, not in the true sense of it. So I saw reason in what former President Olusegun Obasanjo said. So I think we should stop using that word, presidency react. I think we should journalists, we should start equating it. I'm a journalist of over 2 decades standing. So I think we should start equating some of these statements to individuals rather than just using a blanket, presidency. It was by Ononuga, though he will be said to be the spokesperson of the president. But I don't see he covers himself in what he just said. He had no reason to react the way he reacted because the president wasn't even talking about Nigeria only. He was talking about Africa as a nation and being a statesman in Africa who has seen it all. I totally agree with you.
Okay, let's just take another headline before we move to the next paper. There are so many headlines here, but if we have the time, we could return to the Punch again. But now, finally, on the Punch newspaper, we have Obaseki's deputy joins governorship race, plans campaign. You know how the back and forth has been. Apologies have been tendered by Shoaibu and all that. He was not going to do. He's sorry for whatever, for even thinking about contesting this governorship. But now, according to how some headlines carry it, he dares the governor and he is going to contest the next governorship election. What are your thoughts?
The question we should ask ourselves, does he have the right to contest? It is an inalienable right to contest. He's a Nigerian, he's from Edo State. There are certain guidelines they are enshrined in the Constitution on who qualifies to contest for governorship election in Nigeria and vis-a-vis Edo State. So if he meets that criteria, all well and good, he has the right to contest. So whether his principal approve it or not, or principal approve it or not, it's neither here nor there. It's just political. And the governor has the right not to support him and support whoever he wants to support. So I still nothing wrong with it. He said he started early and he didn't consult him in the past. And he was also saying that he going into the trade. That's I'm quoting the governor now, Obaseki. It's more of a distraction to his government, and he doesn't say any reason why the deputy governor should come out at that time to say that. You know that deputy governor quickly ran to the court trying to stop his impeachment by the State House of Assembly. According to him, that was being engineered by the governor. But at the end of it, Governor Obaseki said he had no hand. Anyway, added to that was that he was pushed out of. He was pushed out and sacked from the government house in Edo, and they went to get an obscure office for him outside government house, where they operating. Then later on, we saw what happened in the church, shaking or not shaking, being prevented from meeting the governor. At the end of it, the deputy governor came out to that, and I thought that was enough. But as I said earlier on, it is his right to contest for the governorship. That he wants to, and nobody should stop that. It is now left for the people of Edo State to decide whether he is the person that they want to another person. But the only question we can ask ourselves now, under what platform is he going to protest? Is it under the same PDP? From what we read this morning, that's still in disarray in Edo State, or is it going to go to another political party? Because definitely from all things, it's obvious that his principal is not supporting it.
Okay, let's move over to the next paper. We have The Nation, and the headline here says, Tinubu to Siemens, speed up investment in power and rail. The writer here says, President woos Germany with safety of funds, economic reforms, educated workforce, and others. So we know that President Tinubu was at the G20 conference, and obviously he's been trying to woo investors to come into Nigeria, and our power system isn't the best, so it's speaking to Siemens to basically speed up investment in power and rail. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, this same Siemens, we've heard of Siemens several times. I'm sure you've heard of Siemens.
Yes.
This was the same Siemens that former chief of staff to the former president, Abakari, visited Germany and tried to get Nigeria's delegation to see a way of getting them to step into the Nigerian power sector. And at the end of it all, I think it was there that said he contracted COVID, came back, and he died in that process. And I think that was the end of that story. Siemens, but if Siemens will be interested in investing in the Nigerian power sector, all well and good. Don't forget that we've also made attempts with Aaron. Aaron used to be, I think before he went to that, one of the biggest power company in the United States, and we thought that would be involved. They don't know what went wrong. So we're going to get it right this time. They're all and good, but the problem remains that we have a very fundamental issue in our power sector. One is the power sector is divided into two. That's generation and there's transmission. Yes, we are generating close to about 6,000 megawatts, but we can only transmit about 5,000 because that is what the transmission lines can take. So even if we generate about 10,000, we cannot go beyond what we can transmit. So there's a lot of expansion that is needed in our transmission end to be able to meet our demands. I'm going to take of it. A country like South Africa that's almost half or one third the size of Nigeria is transmitting an average of close to about 40,000 megawatts daily. And even that is not enough for them. Then you can think of Nigeria close to our latest population figure of about 220 to 230 million, struggling with 4,000 megawatts. And even at that, they've got to be able to. So if Siemens want to come in, then I think that should be looked into holistically. But some of us have said that the greatest problem we had and the mistake we made was when we privatized the power sector and sold most of these Gencos and Discos to people that know next to nothing about power and power generation and distribution and the business of power. People are just think that they have money to just come and invest, but they don't have the technical know-how. And that is where we are. We are still where we are. And I hope I will be able to, the last administration promised to pump in 10,000 megawatts every year into the system. So if they were leaving, they would have hit about 80,000 and bet nothing. They even left it to worse than they met it.
Okay, so let's just move away from the power sector, because you also spoke about economic reforms, educated workforce. How do we even go about that? And if we're talking about economic reforms, we need people to come and invest in Nigeria. However, the import duty fees have been increased. So how do we even woo these investors to come in to actually help us?
For investors to come in, you have to make investment attractive to them. Yes. It has to be attractive, and that is very key. Now you see how our naira is sliding to the dollar. You're seeing those that are even invested. People like in the airline sector, most airlines that have their investment in coming to Nigeria to pick passengers back to their countries cannot remit their money back to their country, and that became a problem. That is why you see airlines like Emirates and the rest of them are no longer flying to Nigeria. So when you are inviting people to come and invest in this country, are you also making the environment friendly for them to be able to invest? That is the second part. There also the problem, we just talk about power. how will a company come and invest in Nigeria when it is going to run his business 24 hours on diesel and petroleum? You know how much diesel it is now. Even those running in Nigeria, companies running are dying, and just the SME have practically collapsed. They can't make it. Then the fourth one, the issue of security. No individual or organization will want to invest in a country where there is a high level of insecurity, where they don't know what will happen to their personnel, whether they'll be kidnapped, whether they'll be killed by insurgents, by unknown government, and the rest of them. So those are the issues I think we need to do. Yes, in as much as the president needs to go around and seek foreign investment. Buhari did it when he initially became president. Olusegun Obasanjo did the same when he became president. But the fact is that investors can only invest in an environment that is economic friendly enough, where people believe that their ROI, return on investment, will be high. Then the level of insecurity also make sure that their staff, when they come here, will be secured. Anything short of that, then we are just blinking in the dark. As they say in my local parlance, it's like blinking to a beautiful woman in the dark. It's only you that know what you're doing. She doesn't know what you're talking about.
Okay, let's move on to another one. So here on The Nation as well, we have presidency tackles Tinubu over claim on court verdict. So this is coming from the former Vice President Abubakar Atiku, talking about Tinubu wanting to foster Nigeria into a one-party state. And the presidency has actually said that the allegations are deliberately aimed at unnecessarily heating up the polity and causing public disenchantment.
Presidency again.
Yes, presidency again.
Thank you, my brother. You took it off my Thank you, my brother. I took it off my lips. Presidency again. You know, somebody was asked. You remember what happened that when somebody was asked, "Who is presidency?"
Yes.
I hope you've not forgotten. Yes. Who is presidency? I think it was the former SGF or so.
Yes.
That asked, who is president? So you ask yourself, who is presidency? But coming from what the article is talking about, well, are we going to say it's the president? I think the problem basically lies with INEC and also the judiciary. I've come to say that what we're practicing now is what I call judicracy, not democracy. Judicracy, that is a word coined by me. Judicracy in the fact that, yes, because democracy is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. But what we are seeing now is a government of the people enforced and imposed on Nigerians by judiciary. So that in itself removes the power of electing our leaders by the electorate. A situation where you just see that 1 million people elect an individual, just go to court and somebody say just one man will sit in the court and not that election and now impose someone else. And that becomes a problem for me. So that is why I say what we are running now is judicracy, not democracy. Then you also put, maybe what article was saying, based on the judgment that are coming within the past, just within 1 week, we had 3 governors of the opposition party were removed, as it were. The governor, NNPP, governor of Kano, whose election was annulled by the Court of Appeal, the governor of Zamfara State, where the Court of Appeal called for a rerun in 3 local governments, and also the governor of Plateau State, who is also PDP, and that the Court of Appeal annulled. But yes, I believe that the judiciary are getting so much in times in our electoral system, which is not good enough. But the question you also ask yourself, just that the Chinua Achebe said in his book, Things Fall Apart, that while we drive away the hawk that came for the chicken, let us also ask the mother chicken why he was able to bring out his kids in an arena where the hawk can see them. If INEC has done his job effectively as he ought to, probably wouldn't have seen this high level of litigation. And I said it that the 2023 election remains one of the worst in the history of Nigeria, maybe compared to one that Iwu conducted in those days. I hope you remember Professor Iwu, the election he conducted. Terrible. That was so controversial.
Terrible.
Yes, that is that for me. So, but I won't totally agree with it, because if you also say that is the president, don't forget that also PDP got a favorable judgment in Nasarawa State, where an incumbent governor of APC is also struggling to keep the seat. The last time the judgment was given, it was given in favor of the PDP candidate in Nasarawa State. So that is what it is. But the fact remains that the judiciary is getting too much involved, and we don't get to a point where Nigerians have to lose hope in the judiciary, because the way things are going, everybody seems to be losing hope in the judiciary with their contradictory verdict.
Okay, the Daily Trust newspaper has a very interesting headline. Almost every newspaper has it anyway. About the Lagos State government. Sanwo-Olu under fire over 118 million naira vegetables, Tinubu's portrait. We've seen situations where, or we've seen reports that that budget that was made, we had even for the office of the deputy governor, 7-point-something billion naira being budgeted for a lot of money. Let me just say a lot of money. The numbers are too much in my head now.
152 million.
Yeah, billions budgeted for fragrance and rechargeable fans and so many other things. And then the office of the First Lady also had a big chunk of money to go about giving aid or empowerment to vulnerable people in the community and all that. And the people are very, very angry about it. Why do you budget this kind of a thing for things that we know that are not as important as they should be? And why that kind of a humongous amount for every individual item? Fragrance and rechargeable fan, 2 billion or something? I don't know. So this headline says 118 million naira for vegetables and the portrait of the president. So I don't know if the portrait is breathing. The portrait might be breathing.
Is it not?
They put like.
Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Is it not in this country that a snake swallowed millions and millions of naira for portrait?
And a monkey as well.
And the monkey, and the monkey as well. So what is surprising? It's nothing to surprise. I've always said it, like Nigeria is like Charlie Boy show. You know Charlie Boy. If you watch Charlie Boy show, on Charlie Boy show, anything can happen. So Nigeria is more like Charlie Boy show. So what is coming out is no surprise. Is it not the same country that some your legislators, pardon me for the use of the word your legislators, because they are mine too, I came out to say that the reason why they are buying 160 million naira worth of Jeep is because of bad road. As if the bad road was caused by you and I, as if we were the cause. You know, so what is coming out from Lagos State government, what we have seen is appalling and is not good enough. Funny enough, the deputy governor came out yesterday to say that instead of the 2 billion naira and whatever that was apportioned to him, said that you apportioned to that, it was only 2 million naira that they budgeted for him. And so you now ask yourself, so where did the 2 billion go to? Is it that some people budgeted that 2 billion and took it away and just gave the deputy governor 2 million, or was there a mistake? So there are a lot of things coming up, and we expect the governor have not reacted to some of these issues, but it is quite unfortunate when you see them buying fragrance for. But ask yourself, why is it different from what we are seeing in Nassau at federal level too, where billions and billions naira was budgeted for the office of the wife of the president that is not captured in the constitution? There is nothing like office of the wife of the president in the Nigerian constitution, and we are budgeting billions and billions of naira for that. Is it not the same country that we decide to buy a president? I will say import a presidential yacht, and it's already in the country, and we've not paid for it, and we are looking for ways of paying for it. Now the Navy is saying, no, it's no longer presidential yacht, it's for Navy. And you ask yourself, what is the Navy doing with a luxurious yacht of that nature? So, but in this country, anything goes, and that is how we roll. But I hope the governor of Lagos State will come out fully to be able to explain how this happened, and explain to the good people of Lagos. Because for those of us in Lagos, we feel we're overtaxed. We are feeling overtaxed. Everywhere we move like this, last time we clamp you down, collect 50,000. You will go the other way, BI will disturb you. In your house, they'll be disturbing you for disposal of a dustbin. They'll ask you for money. The roads, even the roads that are lead to your street, it's not you do it. The power, not. So it is Lagos, because it's becoming a very, very difficult place to live in. And so you don't blame so many Nigerians who are trying doing Japan these days, because life in itself in Nigeria is becoming as difficult as possible. Even those that you believe that are earning enough, the banks and other sectors, all of them are running away. Even within your own, even within our own establishment in the media, You can count your fingers how many of our colleagues have jumped the pen and run away. Lawyers are doing the same everywhere. Everybody is, if you look on a daily basis and see the number of people that get this thing, you'll be shocked.
Okay, Chris, this is where we will draw the curtain on this segment on the show, and it's been wonderful having you on the show as usual, and would like to thank you for coming.
Hello, thank you for staying with us on The Breakfast. You're still watching Breakfast on PlusTvAfrica. And now we move over to our first hot topic. We'll be talking about the Ondo political crisis. And I have with me today Mr. Olufemi Lawson. He is the Executive Director for the Center of Public Accountability. Welcome to the program, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes. So there's been a lot of brouhaha, if I can say that, in Ondo State. What can you tell us, like update on what's going on right now?
Well, what is happening in Ondo State is basically, built around the fact that for over 6 months, the state has been without a governor, and except for less than 3 months, it had an acting governor, who, of course, was the deputy governor who was given power for a very short period of less than 3 months between June and September. And as we speak, Ondo State is without a governor. The acting capacity, which was handed over to the deputy, was withdrawn somehow in a dramatic manner on September 7, when the governor was shipped in back to Nigeria. And since that September 7, that the governor purportedly claimed to have resumed, having been overseas for medical treatment for over 3 months, the governor is nowhere to be found. As we speak, not for a minute has Governor Aguero been able to speak to the people of Ondo State for about 6 months now. And unfortunately, governance is on hold in Ondo State, and a very few people in Ondo State have held the governor hostage away from the people who elected him, who are paying his bills, who are paying the bills of his family till this morning as we speak.
So you have a diaspora governor, as it were, because is he in Ondo State, by the way?
The truth is that nobody can actually tell where Governor Akeredolu is, apart from the moment that he appeared in Ibadan, in far away in Ibadan, where he claimed to have returned from medical trip during a visit by some members of his cabinet. And of course, sometimes recently when his colleagues from the Southwest visited him. And for everyone who saw the visuals of that visit, no audio, nothing was said to have been said by Governor Akeredolu, or even the visiting friends. So for now, it is practically even impossible to say that conversation or that meeting held in Ibadan. So there was no audio attached to
or even a date and time to ascertain if it's recent.
The event. So as we speak, the people of Ondo State do not know where their governor is. And it has been assumed that he's been aired somewhere by this group of people who have access to him within his family and his cabinet.
So who's running Ondo State right now?
Ondo State currently is in the hand of people who are not elected to govern Ondo State. As I speak with you, if you look at people who come to defend this government, who execute spendings, who execute projects in Ondo State, there are people who are neither elected by the people of Ondo State or have legitimate authority to do so. People like his special assistant on special duty, who was ordinarily in charge of motor parks and motorcycles in the state. People like his son, who he appointed as a director in one of the boroughs unknown to the law. And of course, some others, just in-house aid, who are, only yesterday there was a revelation that over 7.8 billion has been spent in Ondo State without appropriation by the House of Assembly by these few people who are running the affairs of the state illegally.
So what is the House of Assembly doing? We hear of fights in-house. They want to impeach the deputy governor. They want to impeach everybody that is loyal to anybody else apart from the governor who is not seen.
That's one of the most unfortunate, aspect of this crisis. You know, the assembly, which ordinarily should come in at this time to stabilize the polity, has become so incompetent, it has lost focus. This assembly was inaugurated in June, if you recall, you know, to serve the tenure from 2023 to 2027. But since this assembly came on board, I can categorically tell you that the only thing that this assembly has been seen to have done since June, even while the executive seems to be on holiday, is the fact that it has preoccupied itself with buying vehicles for its members. Then the second major project has been how to impeach the deputy governor and bring a protege, you know, the governor to come and become the deputy governor. The Ondo State House Assembly since June 2023 that it was inaugurated till now has not made any policy or legislation that has to do with governance and the welfare of the people of Ondo State, which is supposed to be their priority. As we speak, the House of Assembly has turned itself to a tool in the hand of those very few people who are trying to destabilize the state because of the politics of 2024 and desperation to, you know, replace the deputy governor and put somebody there who can be acting, since they know that the governor is practically incapacitated and it's not coming anytime soon.
Okay, so talking about the impeachment of the supposed impeachment of the deputy governor, this seemed like a recurring theme because, I mean, in his last administration, the other deputy governor was also impeached as well, and this is the second one. So now, could it be his leadership style, or what's the issue? Why is there the impeachment of his deputies? Because if this is successful, that means he's going to have 3 deputy governors in an 8-year term.
Very, very unfortunate. Unfortunately for him, he was unable to remove his first deputy governor because of the court processes and the fact that the processes undertaken by the House of Assembly then, you know, were deemed to be illegal, nullified by the court, and of course the man served his tenure. He is on the same route now, and I can tell you what is happening in Ondo State. It's a bit different from what happened during the first tenure of Governor Akeredolu. Governor Akeredolu was practically available during his first term, and you could see the friction between Governor Akeredolu and his then deputy Agbola Ajayi. You know, it got to a stage that they have to altercate, you know, there have to be public disagreement. But in the case of Lucky Aiyedatiwa, the incumbent deputy governor of Ondo State, there has been no noticeable disagreement between the governor and his deputy. In actual fact, there have been references to how, on a number of occasions, Governor Akeredolu has referred to his deputy as being loyal, as somebody who could, of course, push on the government from wherever it stops and the likes. But what is happening is a situation whereby a very few people somewhere have taken advantage of the governor's ill health and are acting in the capacity of the governor illegally and manipulating the process, including the decision to get the deputy governor impeached. If Governor Akeredolu were to be here today and is healthy enough to address the people of Ondo State, you come to realize that he has not been part of this charade going on in Ondo State.
So you're exonerating him that he
I want to exonerate him because the governor is practically incapacitated. And I would not think Governor Akeredolu, with the current state of health, would be interested in getting his deputy, who ordinarily should be standing in for him, out at this time.
But what is the deputy governor himself doing? Because this is something that can be addressed legally.
Yes.
He has the right to step into the street. We remember what happened to President Yaradua and Jonathan and all that, back and forth. But Jonathan was able to get into that position. So what is he as a person doing?
Jonathan didn't just get into that position, and that is where we are today in Ondo State. As I speak with you today, the people of Ondo State have already initiated moves to demand from the House of Assembly for the implementation of the doctrine of necessity. Jonathan didn't just assume position. It was as a clarion call from Nigerians, demand from Nigeria. In fact, protests led by the same Nigerian group, if you remember, that led the National Assembly into invoking that doctrine of necessity. That is where we are in Ondo State today. The deputy governor does not have any power to make himself the acting governor. The Assembly must invoke that doctrine of necessity, and as I speak to you, mobilizations are on across the state. The people are now demanding that Assembly should leave politics and bring back governance into Ondo State. And the only way you can do that is that Ondo State must have somebody who will lead now. And there must be an acting governor at least.
Yes.
And that is why we are demanding that immediately, without further delay, the doctrine of necessity must be invoked in Ondo State, and Mr. Lucky Aiyedatiwa is empowered to resume as the acting governor of Ondo State.
So how do you intend to achieve that?
Yeah.
Well, of course, through every legitimate means, we will continue to occupy the House of Assembly. We will continue to demand from the House of Assembly to leave politics and face governance. And the only way we can achieve that is to ensure that these are our representatives. And people are coming from all the local government to make this demand. And Ondo State people deserve leadership.
Yes.
I will do that through every legitimate means.
Well, it just gives us goosebumps, you know.
quite unfortunate.
we saw Akeredolu, especially in the last, the days leading to the last primaries, the last election and all that. He was very, very outspoken, especially when it came to bringing the presidency to the South. Akeredolu was one of those governors that never hid his feelings and all that. And this happened is so unfortunate. So, so far, how far? How have you gone in this pursuit of this doctrine of necessity? Have you just started, or if you didn't just start, what have you achieved so far, and how does it look like?
We have in the last couple of months demanded that the governor resume office or resign, because you can't just leave the state without leadership. So the doctrine of necessity advocacy is not the first step we are taking as people of Ondo State.
But
we have taken series of steps.
The Constitution didn't say you must be in Ondo, to be fair.
You must be in Ondo to be governor. When
to superintend over their...
No, you are elected as the governor of Ondo State. Yes. Ondo State is a geographical definition. So Ondo State is not in... Yes, you must be in Ondo State to be governor of Ondo State. You understand? It may not have been dictated in letters, but that is why you cannot sit in Ibadan and contest election to be governor of Ondo State. You would have been in Ondo State because it is defined 36 states. So you can't be governor of Ondo State from Zamfara or from Lagos. You have to be governor of Ondo State. And even if the governor is in Ibadan, as they are claiming, where is the governor in Ibadan? Of course, the governor is not a ghost. Even if it's in Abuja, it should be visible. So what we are saying is that the governor is incapacitated. And that's why they keep hiding him away from the people of Ondo State. And that's why there must be an acting governor who the assembly must empower to take over from this governor who seems to be incapacitated as we speak.
Who is the closest person to the governor that you have seen? His wife? His whatever?
You understand? You could see his aide on special duty, laying claims to the fact that there's no room for Governor Akeredolu to sleep in a government house that has been built since 1976, and all sort of funny, excuses.
So is anyone saying where he is? Like
nobody is ready to let the people of Ondo State know where and how Governor Akeredolu is now. Because they think,
even health-wise, do we have an idea?
You cannot really say, because the man is invisible. He has been held hostage somewhere by these people.
So are you saying that's like a kidnap?
It's like a kidnap, an abduction.
That's serious. That's really serious. Now, but apart from occupying the assembly until the needful is done, what other means are you taking?
We will continue to pursue every legitimate means of ensuring that the right thing is done. You cannot hold the destiny of over 4 million people hostage because of your inordinate ambitions or personal political interest. The interest of the state must be placed on the fore. It must be considered as a priority above every other primordial interest. And that is where we stand.
How much power do you have from the center, for instance? If it doesn't work in the state that you're doing this, how much strength will you have from the center to make sure things are done right in Ondo State?
It's good, and I want to appreciate the governing party, the APC, which has constituted a committee to look into the Ondo State crisis. And we're also petitioning the president, and we are calling the president out to also understand that one of the states where he's presiding over is without a governor, against the dictate of the Constitution as we speak. And President Tinubu must come out to, of course, speak on this issue at this very moment. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's where we can leave it. Thank you so much for coming. We'll be speaking to Olufemi Lawson, who's the Executive Director of Center for Public Accountability. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
And I hope things get resolved in Ondo State as swiftly as possible.
Hopefully.
And we wish Akeredolu well.
Yes.
That's our prayer.
Yes,
a speedy recovery, whatever. Yeah. Okay, we'll be right back. We'll go on a quick break, and when we're back, we'll be looking at Nigeria becoming the third most vulnerable country to cyber attacks. Stay with us.
glad to know you're still there and watching the breakfast on PlusTvAfrica. In the small time that we have, we'll have an insight to what it really means for Nigeria to be graded third in the list of countries that are vulnerable to cyber attacks. And we are happy to be joined by Oladipupo Bolaji, a tech expert, as we like to call him. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, whenever they say cyber attack, and then they're saying that we are vulnerable, and not only are we vulnerable, we are third in line. And we thought that Nigeria had it locked down. So what does it really mean to be third most vulnerable country in Africa?
Yeah, I read the report actually, and it just shows that we need to be aware, we need to be informed, and we need to continue to take necessary, precaution. So we are in a digital world, and many more services will go online. And also as you move your workload, services and products online, more threat actors also will, come and they want to take advantage. So it's not to alarm us, it's just to also put us on our toes to say that, oh, we have a lot of bad guys around, and because also our level of technology knowledge will make some of our people vulnerable, and so that may account for why we are third, right? And so, but what that just means is that we can do better with what we're doing now. So once we'll be able to identify what to look out for, then we can begin to take ourselves from that list of top 10 to maybe we can keep going to the bottom of the list. So it's not a list that you want to come and top. Yeah. So it's not an academic position or a leaderboard where you want to show that. So, but it just shows that a lot of awareness needs to be done, and you can see that on a daily basis. If you listen around, you either see somebody whose ATM has been hacked, whose account has been swiped, and so those things just give you an indication that that report is actually true, that we have a lot of bad actors around. So, but the question is, what should we do? How should we protect ourselves? What should companies be doing? And so that's really the important thing.
Yeah, but so which set of people are vulnerable to these things, and what are the things to look out for? So we want to know what type of data or information can easily be compromised.
So all of us are vulnerable. Once you have your service or product in cloud, online, you're vulnerable. Either you are consuming the service, like we all have our devices and co. And some of our data are, so companies are also vulnerable, right? So that's why one of the things that we need to watch out for is what is called phishing. So there are these emails that trick you to click on links. So it can come even your WhatsApp. So that's why it's always very advisable to be careful of the link that you follow, that you click. So also it can come in your corporate email. So the mail will be worded like it's your HR telling you to change your password, and it's always come in a very urgent manner, like, oh, you will lose your account, you will change your password, this and that. And if you click on that, follow that link, so either a malware will be installed on your device, or it will take you to a compromised site where you put in your credential, username and password or whatever. And it's also always good to also ensure that the sites that you are visiting has things like multi-factor authentication. That means that apart from your password, like there's something, two-step authentication. And if that company or that provider is not known to be an identity provider, it's always advisable don't put your credentials on the site. This is what I mean. I'm selling a mug, and I have a website to sell a mug, and on my website I create a profile for you to sign username and password and everything. I'm not known to be good at keeping people's data. So you should
It's
not.
not secured.
It's
Your
not
site
secure.
is not secured.
Yes. So what I should do as a provider of that service is to use one of these, maybe social login, for example. I could say, okay, come with your social account to log in on my site, because I know that those other companies, they are big enough and they have the resources to protect data.
Your data.
So unlike mom and pop individuals that just spinning up websites or collecting people's profile, that may not be secure enough. So those are the things we need to watch out for: where you put in your password, the links that you follow, and for companies, ensure that you have good malware, antivirus, ensure that you are having correct softwares. Update your software, patch your software. Don't go and patronize people who just with one CD install everything for you. No.
Okay, just a final one. Is there something that we can do as a country to build the kind of infrastructure that will help us to...
even the role of the government
yes.
as well, and just
that
law enforcement.
briefly.
So I'm glad the media explained its role. So one of the things we need to do more than everything is education. Education. People need to be aware. People need to be informed. You don't need to be scared or afraid of using digital devices. You just need to be informed of things to look out for. So government also, education. Then there's also the need for what I would now call, that escaped me now, the word I'm looking for is the judicial aspect of it.
Okay. Regulation.
Right. So no, apart from regulation,
policy.
No, consequences, like when there is a breach, there's a fraud, there should be a follow-up. The judicial process should be very fast.
Prosecute.
Yes. So today, people, they will tell you, fill a form. It takes 6 days, 7 days before your money is, or before you go and get a police report. Before you get there, those bad actors have swept the money out of it. So if we can streamline that process such that within 1-2 days, I can get relief. And so that will make people to trust the system better. And also, we need to invest more in people, cybersecurity specialists. So we have people who specialize in things like this, cybersecurity. And we can also encourage hacking. So there's what we call ethical hacking. So it's always good to hack yourself as a company to identify your vulnerabilities. So in that case, you are not hacking yourself to sabotage anything, but you're hacking yourself to understand all your vulnerabilities and you can take care of it. So we need to promote ethical hackers, people that will come, look at your system, hack it, give you a report, then you can remediate before the bad actors come.
Okay, well, that will be all from you. Oladipupo Bolaji has been talking to us about what we felt was alarming, because they said we were vulnerable in Nigeria, the third most vulnerable country in Africa, and maybe the 11th in the world, and all that. So we thought it was very, very alarming, so we brought him to talk to us about it. But the major thing he said, 3 things he said, is education, second thing education, and the third thing education. So let's educate ourselves so that we are in the know what is really happening. We'd like to thank you for coming on the program.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And sorry for the diversion that kept you on the road for longer than you wanted.
You made it.
Yeah. This is where we draw the curtain for today. I would like to thank you for being a part of the program. Until we meet again tomorrow, my name is Nyamgul Agaji.
My name is Rime Paulson. Have a good day.
I left Nigeria back as far as 2012, and it was a very funny story. As you can see from my social media pages, my best food is amala. So I worked after work. I'm a medical doctor, full-time doctor. After work, I went to this famous place in Oshogbo where they have amala, just next to my hospital. So while I was there, I sat down with the food, and then I saw this newspaper advert saying doctors needed urgently in Saudi Arabia. So I abandoned my plate of amala. The rewards were just amazing, and I couldn't believe my eyes. You know, free accommodation, free flights. I was earning, you know, I was going to earn like times 20, you know, of what I earned at the time, in dollars as well. So I packed my bags, went home, packed my bags off to Lagos. I was at the Keja for the interview. Like immediately? Immediately, I left the Amala, went home, packed my bags, and off I went to Lagos. The next day I went for the interview, did the interview. There were loads and loads of people there. Did the interview and got picked, and I was on my way to Saudi Arabia. So from Nigeria, I worked in Saudi Arabia for 2 years, and then I walked around the Middle East, Dubai, Oman, Bahrain, and from there, while I was working, I was writing my exams to work in the UK and the Republic of Ireland. So from there, I got a lecturing position in the UK, and then I was able to pass my exams within that time. So I got my licenses to be able to practice in Europe. So at the moment, I can practice in Europe, I can practice in New Zealand, I can practice in the Middle East, and of course in Nigeria as well. So my journey hasn't been straightforward. My journey has been from Nigeria, scattered around the Middle East, and then Europe. The first culture shock I faced was I landed on a Thursday, and obviously Friday, but it didn't click that Friday was a day to be respected in the Middle East, in the Muslim society. So I got up, was looking for food. I got out of my house, and after walking for like 5 minutes, it still didn't click that I was the only one in the environment, okay? So after walking about, say, 500 meters, I suddenly saw a car just drove in front of me and blocked me, and then I saw all these guys in beards just came, and of course I didn't. So the guy just came and said, "What are you doing out here? It's Friday. You're supposed to be praying." I'm like, I paused, and then he says, "Okay, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" "Yeah, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" I swear I didn't know whether to say Muslim or Christian because I didn't know what was going to happen. If you say Christian and they start flogging you, if you say Muslim, why are you not in the mosque? So I paused, and the guy said, "Bring out your Ikama." I showed him my Ikama, which is like a resident permit. That shows your religion, so it shows it shows I'm a Christian. And then he said, "Where are you coming from?" I said, "I just got into Saudi yesterday. I don't know what's going on." Then he said, "Well, today's Friday, Jumat. You have to be praying. If you're not praying, you respect it. Stay in your house between this period." So I said, "Okay." He said, "Everywhere is closed. You can't even get food." So I said, "I'm sorry. I will walk back right now." And then another one that was amazing, even though I was a doctor, I couldn't speak to female patients. So if a man comes in with a woman and the woman is the one with the problem, you cannot talk face to face to her. You cannot ask her. You have to ask the husband, say, "Okay, why have you brought this woman here?" And then the husband would. So my first experience, I spoke to this woman who had a breast lump, and I was talking. The husband was just looking at me. So when I finished, he was answering me, and when I finished, the guy just lost it. "How can you be talking to my wife?" I was like, I'm not toasting your wife, guy. You know, calm down. So the medical director had to give me an education, you know, yeah. So we were able to just placate the guy at that time. So that was one culture shock for me as well. Okay. I've traveled a lot of countries. I've seen 50 different countries now. I would say that in Europe, okay, so some very interesting ones. When I got to Europe, I was in my house, just sitting on my own, and friends said, "Come on, there's this birthday party happening, let's go and eat." Birthday party? Oh yeah, let's go now, where's the venue? So I went to the venue, we ate, we ordered, ate everything, finished. Birthday party. At the end of the day, the celebrant came and said, this is the bill. And in my head, I'm thinking, bill for what? I should pay that you invite. I was in my house. I was in my house. You invited me. I came to it. Now I have to pay the bill. So that was one. The second one was, of course, driving. In Nigeria, you're on the left side, but in the UK, you're on the right side. So that was another culture shock for me in Europe. Okay. It's important to state that I always talk about the way to live legally within the legal bounds without violating any international laws, which is opposed to what people do, most people do. And if you notice very well, people live, you know, it's upward movement. You're living from poorer countries to rich countries. And interestingly, it's not as if the people who leave their countries illegally, generally speaking now, are not the poorest of the poorest when you put the standard of their country into context. They're not the poorest of the poorest. But because they're looking for better opportunities, they're looking for a place where they will get, you know, larger finances, a better standard of living, education, good access to health. That's why they're leaving. So they don't care how they do it. So long as the promises, you know, they've been given good promises, then they just take that pathway. I always use my social media handles on Instagram, on YouTube, Waka Waka Doctor, to tell people of the legal ways. And the reason why people most times don't want to follow this pathway is because I would say it's inherent laziness, because you have to do the work. You know, this illegal pathway, they're possibly going to say, pay this amount of money, we will just move you across the border. But they don't consider the consequences that come with it. This way that I preach involves a lot of, you know, work. You have to do a lot of work. So it means that you have to do research, you have to make applications, you have to pay little amount of fees, and then get the end result. So if you're not open to working, I give tips, I point you towards the right direction, but if you're not open to working, then it becomes a difficult task for you. So the easiest way is to keep educating ourselves. We keep educating these people and passing the information across. And I mean, this is one thing I'm doing now, and it's one thing I've been doing for the last 18 months, using Instagram, Twitter, YouTube to pass the information across. If someone comes to you to say, okay, I'm going to take you to Europe, you're a cake baker, I'm going to get you scholarship, there are documents you want to see. There are documents you want to see. You have your original passport. Have you submitted a statement of motivation or a letter of intent? Do you have a visa? Have you submitted documents to help you get an original visa? Do you have a work permit? Have you seen an original work permit? Have you called your employers over there to confirm that I have a real job and I'm coming to resume? So that again brings me to my first point, that people are mentally lazy. They don't want to do the work. Because when someone gives you documents and say, oh, this is your document, we're going abroad, you should say, give it to me. Let me confirm if it's real. Let me confirm if it's original. If it's a work permit, I'm going to call my employers to see if this job is real. If it's a school admission, I'm going to ring up the school to find out if it's real. I told you behind the cameras, I said, people have this mentality that, you know, things work outside just the way it works in this country. It's wrong. If you pick up the phone and call an admissions office, they will talk to you. If you pick up the phone and call an employer, they will talk to you. You're just looking for information. And if the information is real, they definitely get it. So, like I said, the first way to help with spread of information and help curb this is spread of information, educating people. And that's what I've been doing for the last 18 months using my social media platforms. Nothing good comes extremely easy, okay? You have to be patient. I tweet sometimes, I say that, I say, when you travel abroad, your life changes, you know, your skin becomes fresh, your smile is different, okay? There's peace of mind, you know, things come to you easily. You can actually actualize your dreams. You can live out your dreams right in front of you because there's a system that supports that. So my advice is When you go abroad, be patient, keep working hard, don't stop, don't relax, you know, have a vision, write it down, allow your eyes see that vision, you know, consume it and continue to work towards it. It's simply as basic as that. That would be my advice. Save, and always call home, because one of the downsides to going abroad is that it can be boring sometimes. And that's why you should call friends. Don't cut people off. Call friends. You know, always call home if you miss home. Like, I'm home now because I missed Amala. I missed all those things, so I came home. So yeah, that's my advice. Keep working. Keep your head down. Of course, keep your connections back home so that you can always come back to them. This is a huge subject. It's a huge subject, and it's not something I can share in 1-2 minutes. So I'm going to say that the first thing you want to do is open an Instagram account if you don't have an Instagram account, and look for me, Waka Waka Doctor, because I give tips. Now, there are job boards across Europe, across Asia. You cannot streamline your choices and say that, oh, I just want to be in Canada. I just want to go to the US. I just want to go to the UK. There are 195 different countries in the world. So you have to say that I'm open to any one of them. And most of these countries have job boards, okay? Websites, different websites where you can submit your applications. You go through rigorous interviews. You submit documents. If you then succeed, they are able to process your work permits and employ you. Now, some people will say, oh, I've tried the UK, it didn't work out, so they give up. But there are different countries in the world. There's Turkey, there's Lithuania, there's Kazakhstan. I know teachers that I've spoken to, in fact, 6-7 of them in the last 4-5 months who have left Nigeria to Kazakhstan, right? They teach English. They earn at least $1,800 in Kazakhstan, which is much more than what they will earn in Nigeria. So there are 195 countries. I post them, I mean, almost every day on my Instagram channel. So you can watch and see some of these job boards and apply for jobs. Some basic truths and facts is not every doctor can leave the country. So even if doctors are leaving, more doctors would graduate and you still have doctors around. But doctors are leaving in their large numbers every day. So the future of medicine in Nigeria is very bleak, because you have the extremely intelligent doctors leaving, going abroad, because the system abroad is extremely encouraging. The system abroad gives you opportunities to become greater than what you can ever think or imagine. People keep writing their exams, people keep going for interviews because the system allows it. So the advice straight up I'll give to the Nigerian government is, first and foremost, create a platform that encourages us as doctors. Facilities, give us things we can. It's not as if, you know, things we only see in the books, things we can see and work with. Pay us money. I worked in Osun State. My salary in 2011 was 90,000 naira. I was doing 2 jobs and I couldn't earn 120,000 naira, 2 jobs. When I went to Saudi Arabia, salary was $5,000. Look at the discrepancy, it's too huge. And they were owing us 6 months. You owe someone 6 months. How can, I was seeing 200 patients in a day. 200 patients. How, I mean, the first 10 patients I see would get the best out of me. The other ones, the truth, it's just the truth. The other ones would be people, that's it. It doesn't work that way. Create a good culture, a good environment for doctors to work. Pay them properly. You know, give them, you know, standard remuneration that they can compare with their friends and colleagues abroad and say, okay, yes, we you know, it's commensurate to the work we do. Nigerian government really has to improve. The future of Nigerian doctors, sadly enough, is abroad, and countries are asking for them. Like, the PLAB exam is an incredibly easy exam to just write and pass. So people are writing it and moving, you know. So If Nigeria cannot improve these parts, payments, facilities, then it's a poor tale. I would end on this note to say that this is a popular theme that I've always passed across, to say that travel is not necessary of money, but of courage. And the reason is because it takes courage to decide to leave a place you've been for many years and go to a place that's brand new. You're going to be leaving your friends, you're going to be leaving your family, you're going to be leaving your job, you're going to be in search of ways to make money, search of better career. So it's often very difficult. The first step is the most difficult one, the most daunting one, saying, I want to move. It's very difficult. But I would always encourage you to take that step. When you start, you will get to the end. Don't wait, start now. It's another year, it's 2022. My aim is to get at least 2,000 people abroad. So if we can do that, we've succeeded. Okay? There are better opportunities out there. If you're attaining this level right now in Nigeria, if you go abroad, you'll be times 20. That's it. So start now, make the move. If you're in town, if you catch me in any of the cities abroad, you can holler at me and I'll be there. Traveling abroad, migrating abroad is not age specific. Age is not a limitation. Even if you're in your 50s, you're in late 50s, you can still go abroad. I always talk about academics because academics seems to be the easiest path. But even if it's true career, like I've said earlier, you can go search for these job boards that will give you employment. Again, experience counts. I'll give you an example. Places like Australia are in need of people with huge experiences in different fields. Whether you're a cameraman, you're a technician, you're a chef, if you have 5-10 years, electrician, 5-10 years of experience, and you apply for jobs in Australia, they'll take you. Estonia, Lithuania, these are places that are in need of vocational, you can do vocational studies. If you're not a skilled worker, so to say, these are places that are in need of you. So age is not a factor. So even if you're 50 and you have 15 years of experience to back this, they're looking for you.
Welcome to The Advocate, the program that keeps you educated and informed on current events around you. I will be talking about multilateral relations, the lifeblood of a country's survival. Victor Onyekere will be discussing about NYC at 50, and Stephen Agiode will be giving us lessons from Sudan as usual. Expect interesting conversations. We will be back after this break. Multilateral relations, the lifeblood of a country's survival. Adolf Hitler once said, when diplomacy ends, war begins. On the other hand, Farid Zakaria, CNN international correspondent, said, foreign policy is a matter of costs and benefits, not theology. Nigeria has always been a prominent figure in African politics, forming alliances with various countries and international organizations to promote peace and stability in the continent. However, the ongoing crisis in Sudan has revealed the need for Nigeria to strengthen its multilateral relationships to better protect its citizens in diaspora. Many Nigerians are currently stuck in Sudan, facing various challenges such as lack of access to basic necessities like food, shelter, and healthcare. Unfortunately, Nigerians' efforts to bring its citizens back home have been slowed down by diplomatic difficulties and bureaucracies. To address this issue, Nigeria needs to strengthen the diplomatic image in Africa by working more closely with African Union, and the United Nations to ensure the safety of Nigerians abroad. Inclusivity and progressivism should be prioritized in their approach to foreign policy, much like the new British monarch, King Charles III, focused on strategies that promote selfless service, growth and prosperity for all. This will foster unity and development between African states. Foreign policies and ethics are integral to a country's survival in international system, and Nigeria needs to put its best foot forward to achieve this. The recent example of the peaceful fight between ambassadors of Russia and Ukraine in Turkey during a peace negotiation highlights the importance of diplomacy and the need for mutual respect between countries. In conclusion, Nigeria needs to strengthen its multilateral relationships with other countries and international organizations to protect its citizens in diaspora. Through a focus on inclusivity and progressivism, Nigeria can foster unity and development between African states by prioritizing diplomacy and mutual respect. Countries can achieve a peaceful and stable international system benefiting all. I'm going to start with you, sir. You know, I actually raised 3 case studies here. Case study 1 is the current situation in Sudan. But before we talk about Sudan, let's just quickly say something about the new British monarch. Just something nice. You know, for the past 70 years, of course, Queen Elizabeth reigned after her father. The father tried to take UK out of depression following the Second World War, right? And then Queen Elizabeth came on board as young queen now, and she presided over League of Nations, including Commonwealth, you know, trying to foster prosperity. And then her son, King Charles III, is emphasizing selfless service for all. Selfless service and inclusivity. That's the only way the monarch can be sustained as influential in this. So I just want to hear one thought from you, and then Victor will delve into other issue.
Well, the royalty in England has played a big role in the Commonwealth when we are talking about diplomacy and ability to impact nations. Many Nigerians have taken advantage of Commonwealth scholarships and all that. We have benefited a lot from that. And indeed, sometimes in the economic sphere, it has been useful for us and all that. We come from the background of the fact that they were colonial rulers.
He was good there.
But then we have evolved over time into becoming partners. The situation is really unlike the one you have with the French and assimilation, where some will say that when the French left, they left colonies. They didn't live independent states. I mean, you have countries without central banks virtually. They rely on France to dictate the value of their currency. Sure, yeah. But with Britain, we have virtually become partners. We have evolved to the extent that the constitution we run today is not even the one they left for us. We use the American constitution to show the extent of our independence. In 1963, we left the jurisdiction of the Privy Council, so we became fully independent. So since then, we have virtually become with them partners, equals. Although under the Commonwealth, we have gained a lot. Sure. And all that. So it's a point to say to the British, congratulations.
Okay. And congratulations to the British.
On the coming into being of a new monarch. And to hope that it will usher in a greater period of cooperation between Nigeria and Britain.
Okay, Victor, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I would just piggyback on what King Charles III said about selflessness and inclusivity. I think it's very important because when you look at it, it's that word selflessness is something that we're very akin to in Nigeria, and I think that if leaders, right, can emulate that certain virtue, which is serving, knowing that when you are in any position of leadership, right, is actually the position to serve people. And selflessness is really, is really about thinking about the highest good of other people and not just, what I want to do with this power, right? But what change can I effect? Where can I take the people to? How can I make things easier, better, more progressive for the people? And then also inclusivity is also very important. We must now shun, like Stephen said, right? Lesson for African leaders. How can we be more inclusive, getting everybody carried along, right? Somebody once said that when you look at people who are quote unquote disabled, they are not. They are just abled in another format. Sure. So it's ability in another format. So, there's the non-inclusiveness of women, and things like that. So we need to bring everybody together. We need to build, societies that are all inclusive. So, kudos to the British, kudos to, it was a very wonderful ceremony.
No, you watched it.
So I can only wish.
I couldn't help watching it.
I can only wish them all the best. Good one.
Okay, I'm going to talk something now. I want us to say something else. The next issue on brand, talking about, according to Adolf Hitler, and I just stated it as when he said, when diplomacy fails, war begins. And you saw what happened 2 weeks ago. That was, I consider, quite inhumane and disturbing and perhaps disgraceful. Two ambassadors fighting. You saw it like, let's say about 2 weeks ago, the Russian ambassador and an ambassador from Russia and an ambassador from Ukraine involving in a physical fight. Like it was like a kind of ugly situation considering what is happening now in Ukraine. So I want to hear your thoughts on this. How do you think world leaders can garner around to solve the problem? There are a lot of persons have died in Russia and Ukraine. So what do you think? I want to hear your thoughts on this from the diplomatic angle.
There are a lot of issues on the ground in Ukraine, and there are a lot of geopolitics that is going on. You remember Russia is a successor state to USSR, which was engaged in Cold War with the West. What we are seeing it's an evolution of that, what was going on at that time. Putin is trying to restore the Russian state as it was. The gradual collapse of the Russian state is what led to the emergence of states like Ukraine, Belarus, all these states, is their collapse. But Putin sees the world in terms of that time. Is, in my view, unable to reconcile himself with the collapse of the Soviet Union. What you find in these ambassadors fighting is a physical embodiment of what is happening between their nations.
Russia and Ukraine.
It's a conflict that it would not be easy to solve. I don't envy any diplomat trying to solve it, because in order to solve it, you need to know that these things go back a long way. The history between even Ukraine, how Ukraine came to be part of USSR in the first place, and all that, the history, the cultural differences and all that. You have to delve far back into their history. And then the position of Russia vis-a-vis the West. The different values in terms of democracy and autocracy and all that. There's a proxy war going on between values of between different values and different ways of seeing the world. That's what we are seeing.
But humanity is suffering.
A clash, you may say, of civilizations.
Humanity is suffering, despite the views, theologies, philosophy, whatever. Humanity is suffering. How do we help humanity?
Well, the truth is that when war has been part of the existence of humanity, I pray that there can be a truce in the conflict between them. Just that while the principal parties ruling the two nations and ruling on, why the principal characters in this conflict remain in power, I really don't see it. Why the principal powers remain, principal characters remain in power. Putin remains in power. And the American president remains who he is. The Ukrainian president remains who he is. I really don't see how diplomacy can really change things.
Okay, before I come to you, Victor, I'd like us to go to the next topic on our regarding diplomacy and the Sudan crisis. Some people said it's not time for Uhuru. I don't know, I think you've read that book. It's not yet time for Uhuru. Mr. Stephen, you must have heard of that book. It's not yet time for Uhuru. Yes. Right? It's not yet time for freedom. Yes. Not yet time to celebrate. You know, recently the President-elect Ashwadi Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he has been on several, he's out of Nigeria now. They said he's in Europe for is it state visits or working visits? Yes. Working visits, right? Yes, yeah. And some presidents of some countries have, or some top people, including organizations, in different countries, have shown interest in wanting to see him or wanting to have his presence because he's a new elected president. And then what happened last week or so, while he was in, is it last week or last 2 weeks? While he was in Port Harcourt, Governor Wiki invited him to come and commission projects. And but some other persons are of the school of thought that we can only have one president at a time. Wait for your turn. Wait for your turn. It's not your time. Wait, relax. Why some other person said, okay, it's a good thing, hits the ground running. So he's trying to prepare himself. So when he lands in Nassau Rock, he hits the ground running. But more importantly, whichever way, I'm concerned more about Nigerian perception. The administration of President Buhari is almost over. It's almost time up. So let's talk about going forward. What better ways do you think Nigerians can strengthen their imagery? We don't use the principle of reciprocity here. You saw what happened between Nigeria and South Africa. Xenophobic attack and all those things. I'm not trying to whip up sentiment here. I'm not trying to cause any problem. I respect South Africans. They are nice people. They have good people. However, some unfortunate things happened. And this issue has not been addressed properly because one way or the other, Nigerians are suffering. And the government of Nigeria has not been able to say, suffering in mostly African countries, image problem. The same, during the period of Sudan evacuation, a Nigerian business, I think a Nigerian businesswoman that deals with selling wigs or something, she was in Ghana for a trade fair. And what did they do to her? I don't know that you follow that news. They asked her to leave or they asked her to shut down. They actually came to destroy her trade fair. That, look, you are coming to spoil market for we Ghanaians. Yeah, it happened. Yeah. So these things, I can go on and on and on. Is it the fact that Ethiopians shut down their borders against Nigerians and say, no, we need visa to cross? Or Egypt trying to, the President Buhari had to call the President LCC before they could open their borders to Nigeria. So is there something that we can do, we can advise the government to do? Because we are talking about promoting African Union, strengthening African Union, promoting free trade agenda and making Africa a strong economic bloc in the world. But if you're having this fragmentation in Africa, it can't happen. So what do you think about it?
You see, I think that it's even important what we are talking about now because after African free trade is about to take off, which means that Africans should prepare. We've signed the agreement. We are going to have to get to the stage where we start trading with ourselves. That's what the new government should actually be preparing for, linking up with other governments. Whether we like it or not, borders are going to have to be relaxed. African head of states will have to meet with each other more. And then African trade will have to boom. Nigeria should be preparing itself for such an eventuality now. That's what we should be preparing for. That's what other African countries should be preparing for. Just like Europe has shown. With a united unit, you can go far. Africa should be, coming head of state should be strategizing along those lines. The problem we had with the South Africans was simple. The average South African does not know how much Nigeria contributed to their liberation struggle. And
being a refugee to Mandela.
Yes, and at the time they first saw Nigerians, they saw perhaps the worst of us. Unfortunately, our economy was bad, and then many Nigerians went there that were perhaps not the best representation of Nigerians. But it is not strange what has happened. What has happened between Nigeria and South Africa actually happened between Nigeria and Ghana. You remember?
Yeah,
in
Ghana
69, the Ghanaians deported us, and we deported Ghanaians. They first deported us.
And they were deported. Okanda Shehu Shagari.
Then later, in the 60s, they deported us. We then deported them. So then the South Africans are like this. Maybe it's a lack of awareness. Maybe our military governments too, the way they pursued diplomacy. When you pursue diplomacy, it's like the relationship between you. You must always remember also your own self-interest. Sure. So that when you are doing something, you think of what is in it for me.
Cost and benefits.
The way America goes out and does things for countries, they always think, what is in it for America? How can America benefit? You see what they did for the Koreans, but they ensured that American companies benefited from that. When they even when they did Afghanistan, they ensured American benefited from it. When we do foreign, we went to Liberia and we didn't get anything much from it. When we do our foreign policy, we are not thinking in terms of what we will get from it. It's something that needs to be changed. There's no Father Christmas in the world. Just like an individual, you can't just be giving people things and without thinking of what you get from it. It's a basic concept in international relations. We need, with South Africans, to forget what is happening at the moment. We need to forget and forgive because it happens between nations. What we need to do is, how do we start a new relationship with them in which we show that we can trade together, and these two countries can partner to raise the profile of Africa. Sure. Because these are the two powerhouses of Africa today.
You know, it's quite unfortunate that Obasanjo contributed to his peace deal in Ethiopia. He was the one that actually chairman on behalf of the African Union, and ending 2 years civil war in Tigray region versus Ethiopian government to a halt. Then Obasanjo is the former president of Nigeria, and then Nigerians were fleeing a war in Sudan to Ethiopia, and this same Ethiopian government shot their doors against Nigeria. That's quite funny. I know you want to say something, Victor, as we round up.
Well, I mean, as we wrap up, it also piggybacks back to, what I said earlier, which is really about, I mean, you mentioned something around African Union. I mean, if we're trying to build a lot of solid ties, if we're trying to build something that will be transgenerational, because if we just assume that we'll be here forever, right, you would not be, you're going to play the ball is going to pass to you, you will play in your own time, and at some point you won't be able to play. What legacies are we leaving behind? Why should I even require a visa to go to any African country? Why are we doing this to ourselves? And I mean, you go to the UK, I mean, you just wake up and you travel to the next neighboring country. Scotland. Do you understand? But you can't even try.
You can't do free trade that way.
But the thing is, we also need to, I think something is wrong with us internally. And it's this thing that's also happening when you come down to Nigeria, where, I mean, this is not even being tribalistic. The Igbos are not united. I mean, that's just is a strong, but that's a thing, right? So there's also this thing of, you are Yoruba, but you are a foreign Yoruba. I'm a deeper Yoruba. All of these things. So if Africa must come together, exactly. We must begin to see ourselves as one. I should wake up and pack my bags and go to Ethiopia without having to worry about anything. And Ethiopian should be able to come to Nigeria. We should begin to. I don't know if you watched that video that's been trending on Twitter, but I forgot. I think the president of Kenya, he was talking. Yeah, he was talking about the fact that they treated us like kids, put us into a bus. He was trending. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, so he was trending. So I want to censor some things he said, but it was really profound. But again, he piggybacked the fact that even amongst ourselves, we don't value ourselves.
Oh, I get.
We don't carry ourselves with dignity. So in a way, I mean, the colonization happened many years ago.
Exactly.
But somehow there's still a mental slavery.
We are even worse off to ourselves.
Exactly, exactly. So I'll wrap up with this. It's almost like that king, right? That king that wanted to forgive debtors. So he sent for his, servants, get me the debtors, book list. And say, you know what? I forgive every one of you that's owed me so much money. And a certain man was owing the king the largest sum of money. He was forgiving that debt. Guess what? The man stepped out, right, and went to grab the truth of somebody that is within his environment that is owing him just 1/10 of that bigger debt that the king forgave him, for. And so he couldn't forgive that small. The thing he heard about it, the king got angry and threw that man in jail. So it's this thing of within ourselves, we don't look after ourselves. We don't see ourselves as valuable. So how are, those that are not of the African descendant, how would they see us as valuable? I mean, it's a deep call of reflection for us.
Yes.
We need to start seeing ourselves differently. We need to start seeing ourselves of high value. Let's put up a solid front. African Union, we must be solid. Put up a solid front such that when these guys come in, right, we can say, oh, this is how we want to do things. We are united. But when you say, let me go to Ghana to do this, and say, no, don't worry anyway, I will go to Nigeria, they will accept. So you see so when you say, oh no, these guys are united. So if you try to enter through Ghana, it doesn't work. You go through Ethiopia, it will not going to work. Oh, we've given you one voice. We are united on this matter.
Exactly.
But when you say, oh, Ethiopian president is saying no, let me go to Liberia, let me go to Senegal, they will say yes. There's no united front. We need to have that united front. That's what I'm advocating for today.
That's very good. That's fair. That's fair. Thank you very much for your input, gentlemen. Victor Onyekere is next after the break.
Good morning.
The headlines are buzzing this morning.
And the global scene has never been more unpredictable.
So much to talk about.
I am Maureen.
And I am Nyamgo. Join us every morning for the breakfast.
Right here on Plus TV Africa.
NYC at 50. Many social media platforms have been flooded with image memories from people who have successfully passed through the National Youth Service Corps program in commemoration of NYC at 50 years. Amidst the different images from people, brought back, some nostalgia. Many people shared their NYC experience. There are several key lessons to draw from these experiences, and if we're to make progressive headway with the NYC program, we must go back to the drawing board. The NYC program was created on the 22nd of May 1973 as an avenue for the reconciliation, reconstruction, and rebuilding of the nation after the Civil War. It was established based on the Decree number 24, which stated that the scheme was created with a view to the proper encouragement and development of common ties among the youths of Nigeria, and of course, the promotion of national unity. Some years ago, there had been a movement to scrap the NYSC program, and it had more negative impact than the intended positive impact for which it was originally designed in 1973. It stems from the fact that many young people wasted 11 months of their lives sitting in a remote village where they were literally incapacitated. I mean, if we think about it deeply, we all know that the NYSC program needs a lot of facelift. I personally do not hold the opinion that it should be scrapped, but we can do so much to revamping it into something much better. The program affords the government an opportunity to get real-time feedback from core members, but I doubt that the government has explored this opportunity. These feedbacks will become the necessary tool to rebuilding and restructuring the NYSC program. The program also reveals how much broken our educational system is. There is very low premium on education. There's also the issue of, national safety and national security, which has always been there. I strongly believe that the NYSC program is a massive opportunity for cultural awareness and integration across board. People shouldn't have to influence their deployment and posting, but it's happening till this very day. We won't pretend that we don't mostly know why people influence their deployment. There's a lot of untapped potential with the NYSC program. And I am especially calling on the government this very minute to invite relevant key stakeholders to take another critical look into the program. So I'm going to start with Elijah. You served, during the National Youth Service Corps program, right? What was the experience for you?
I served in 2017, 2018.
Awesome.
August 2017 to July 2018 in Anambra, specifically Onitsha. Well, aside from the nice food, ofaku and rice, I don't joke with that.
Yeah,
aside from
that's
the
like
nice
cultural
food,
integration,
yeah,
right?
Cultural integration. I am able to go and test my Igbo understanding. Actually, I understand Igbo language to a very good extent, and I can write to a very good extent. I may not be able to speak fluently, but it was an opportunity for me to test my but the good thing is, during the period of my service, I met people from different parts of the world, Nigeria, that came there to serve, and of course we learned quite a lot of things, meeting people and the rest. But the service itself, the scheme itself, I think there's supposed to be some overhauling. Let me give you an example. They want to emphasize skill acquisition because of trying to give us this idea that don't expect the government to provide job for you. You can actually acquire skill and use this for your own economic advantage. But the process by which they recruit people to give you such kind of number one, the trainings are not sufficient enough. Timing, and maybe some people are not really in tune with what they're aiming for. So I think they can work with stakeholders to make it more meaningful. Over the years, NYC has, I wouldn't say it has outlived its purpose. This period that we're having problem of, I don't want to use the word national disintegration, but you know what I'm saying.
Exactly.
People saying, oh, this you are from social tribe, you don't marry this. I think NYC scheme should be fostered to help national integration, but it should be revamped.
True.
It should be revamped because I remember a case where, when you go to when we're in camp, we learned quite some things. But if you check, these things they are teaching you, is it relevant to today's markets? Now, those days, if you go for and serve, it has served this purpose. They need teachers in villages and all those things. Yeah, it's okay. But right now, Nigeria should not be dragged to that level. Just being a rural teacher, that's all. You want to help the government in helping educate children in a rural environment. What will the government do for you? How can you be able to key into the 21st century business-like era or recommended skill? So I think the government should look into it.
Fantastic.
And it's a good thing that some other countries are copying, I wouldn't say copying us, but they're emulating us. Countries like Niger Republic, I think that was the time their president came to Nigeria, I think some years back, where they wanted to launch their own national service. Even Ghana does same.
Awesome.
Ghana does same. Other countries like Israel, South Korea, their own is more military-like. But I think whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well.
Wow, awesome, Elijah. So let me come back to Mr. Stephen. So basically, right, it's been a long time you served. I don't know if you can remember your experience.
No.
But hold on. So I'd like to share your experience, and also, what do you think? I mean, it would also be good to glean on, several decades since you served, and then looking at what it is now, right? And how can we really tap into the full potential of this program?
Okay, so I served in the last year of the 80s. And
where?
In Niger State, Mina.
Okay,
Mina.
Now, my experiences, well, I think I found in the ordinary Nigerian there a fellowship, a welcome. I mean, on a broad look at it, I was welcomed by people I did not know. Once it was recognized that I was a youth corper, amenities were made, accommodation was made for me. Oh, he's a youth corper, let's see what we can do and all that and all that. So on that level, just imagine if people like us had not gone there, that just seeing people from another culture, just seeing other people would not have happened. So on that level, there's much to say is progressive about youth corps. But then we lose a lot when, like we mentioned, you have these manipulations of you transfer, you are doing redeployment and all these things. You miss the purpose. And these days it has become massive. Even that essence of mixing up with cultures that you don't know, we miss it a lot.
But you can't blame them now, considering the what happened in 2011 in Kaduna, where core members were killed following the re-election of, or should I call it re-election? Okay, following the election, it was actually not a re-election.
Very unfortunate.
Of Goodluck Jonathan.
Very unfortunate.
Security concerns.
Very unfortunate. Also, on another level, I want to take it from the management level. Over the years, I think also what has not been looked at is how NYC itself has been managed. Has it been prudently managed economically, and all those factors need to be looked at. When you embark on such huge projects, there should be time when you come back and reflect on what you are doing. I don't think that kind of reflection has gone on with NYC. NYC is an offshoot of something old. America used to have what they called Peace Corps, but they use it as an instrument of diplomacy.
Yeah.
They take a young person who has graduated and bring him to your country to teach and all that. We, in Nigeria here, we receive such people. They managed it up to the point they realized, okay, are we getting the bang for the buck? And they gradually did away with it. Like you said, other countries do military service. What other countries do with military services, they look at it and say, we are not constantly at war. Do we need a standing army of this proportion? Can we use young people coming up to be stopgap and to keep them in the army as people who can be brought back? America does something like that. South Korea does something like that. And some other countries, Switzerland does something like that, where the bulk of the army is the youth. They are trained. They are part of the army for a number of years till they are 40. But they go to work. If there's a war, they could be called back. In that way, you are managing your resources in terms of you are not wasting money, which is where I go back to what I was talking about fund management and all that. Because what they are doing, they are killing two birds with one stone. They are having an army at the same time.
Working class people.
Working
class people and the army.
Working class people and the army and all that. So those help their security along the line and all that. The issue of insecurity across the country is a big issue that will need us to reflect on the value of NYC. Nobody wants to train anybody and send him defenseless to a place where he's endangered.
And come back in the box. Imagine how many people left their father's house, but they were brought back to their father's house in a box, called a casket.
So they can't defend themselves. If to say they were sent into to be like in a military outfit, they will defend themselves. They will have things to defend themselves. They will be part of an army. But here, they are just sent there and they are left at anyone's mercy. But
there was a time one senator proposed the idea of military training for NYC, and it was turned down. Remember now? That was under
there's still the 3 weeks.
Right from the beginning, right from the beginning, it was raised. Right from the inception of NYC, it was raised. We were in military rule at that time, and the military did not like it. Although, ironically, every NYC station is headed by military man.
Yeah, by Brigadier General.
Brigadier General still. But they didn't like the idea. So we need to look at the insecurity in the land and ask ourselves whether, in the light of the insecurity that is going on, we may not need to adjust, because insecurity is not going to go away easily. You have a situation where Boko Haram, ISIS, and all that are growing. Above us, you have all kinds of things going on in Mali, Chad, and all that, and all that, and all that. So we like I said, you don't have big projects like this without sitting back after some time and reflecting. Come back, sit down, and reflect on what you are doing. What are the challenges? What is the future? What is the forward way forward? I don't see, at 50, you should expect, I don't know whether there's such a colloquium of them coming back to seriously talk about what's the future of NYC, given all the challenges that is facing.
What's the next 50 years going to look like?
Are we going to move forward towards a paramilitary something, or is it giving us bang for the buck, or is it not? And with these redeployments, what's going on? We need to sit down and think of it, reflect for the future, plan for the future. Other nations which progress, this is what they do. There's no perfect anything. Every time you come and you fine-tune and you think about it, but you must always do it honestly for your own progress.
Fantastic.
Profound.
All right. So I believe we can do great things within these 12 months. We only need to intentionally create the enabling environment to make it happen. Stephen Agiode is next after the break. Please stay with us.
Lessons from Sudan. In the morning of the 15th of April 2023, the world woke up to the news of open armed conflict in the city of Khartoum, capital of Sudan, between rival factions within the government of Sudan. The conflict is escalating and threatens to explode into a full-scale civil war. To be sure, Sudan is no stranger to war. It seems to have walked into conflict soon after its birth in 1956, when its then southern parts, unhappy with lack of autonomy, went to war. Many years after, and at the price, amongst other things, of an estimated 2 million dead, southern Sudan eventually emerged as an independent state in 2011, and its own internal conflicts promptly began. Nigeria has a human stake in the happenings in Sudan. Many Nigerians go for their education, sometimes sponsored by state governments. Beyond this, technically, Sudan has always been a refuge for Nigerians. If Section 25 of the Constitution is soberly read, it must not be forgotten, for one, that the children and followers of the last Sultan of Sokoto, before the conquest of the Sokoto Empire by the British, Mohammed Atiru I, lived there and called it home. In many respects, our pre- and post-colonial histories are not dissimilar. There are lessons to be drawn from their experience. The first one, many years after independence, the fact is still not recognized that our nations were arbitrarily cobbled together by our colonizers. leaving ethnic features that require understanding and careful handling. There can be no sustainable development without peace, but sustainable peace will not be guaranteed by fiat and the martial boots. There must be a continuous and sincere discussion and bargains for the best arrangement of power that will move our nations forward. Here, there have been much discussion on restructuring, some sincere, some in contempt. But what we must say is that serious attention should be paid to it. Secondly, in general, we must do everything to limit foreign interference in our domestic politics. Every nation, like every human being, has its own interest. Implicated in Sudan's crisis is the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Russia, even the EU, which provided funding to a faction there to police a fence against a wave of immigration. This is, of course, not a license to roll out the artillery against citizens who seek foreign aid against oppression. To the contrary, it is an admonition to leaders to avoid creating the conditions that promote helplessness and the sense of oppression and injustice that leads to these interventions by constantly and sincerely taking into account the desires of all their people and not only some. Thirdly, there is a need for African nations, including Nigeria, to develop the capacity of their states to assume full control of the mining and trade of natural resources. One of the factional heads involved in this crisis owns gold mines. The oil bunkering now prevalent here is the cousin of the illegal mining of solid minerals. Sudan teaches us we should not thereby allow ordinary citizens and even foreign bandits to become de facto states unto themselves. Lastly, increasingly, the muscles of the African Union have grown flabby. Since the Arusha Accords that played a part in ending the Rwandan conflict, African leaders have largely stood by as the conflicts in DRC, Libya, Cameroon, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Mali, and others have festered. The EU needs to rediscover its mission, especially in the area of mediation and peer-to-peer review of its leaders.
This is really... You know what caught my attention there was the African Union.
Yes.
The conflict in Cameroon. I remember in 2019, I traveled to Cameroon via the sea from Oran. Took a speedboat to Cameroon. When I got there, it was not really very pleasant. The people are generally nice, but the situation at that time was there was war, civil war.
Yes. So, between the English-speaking parts.
The Amazonian, what they call them, the English and the French.
Exactly.
So, at that point, at some point, I was harassed at the border, close to the border, because I was trying to have conversation with a French-speaking military officer. She's a woman. I think one of the gender marine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, gender marine. She was not very fluent in speaking English. I was not very speaking French, and I was trying to talk to her.
Gender.
She could not understand. She didn't really understand where I was coming from.
Okay.
And I was going back to Nigeria, and I was rough-handed just because of that.
Yes.
And you know what? The excuse. You look at one silly thing they said that really broke my heart was that. The country is at war. We can just label you as one of the troublemakers. I was like, what's the meaning of that? Like, as we Africa, have we gone to this level? Killings in Cameroon.
Yes.
And they won't allow foreign press, especially, not even the press, to even capture anything. And yes, African Union will sit down there and be having general assemblies. What are they discussing in the general assemblies? The conflicts in Ethiopia was one. And thank God, Olusegun Obasanjo was able to chairman the peace deal. But we should not wait for outsiders to come and solve our problem as Africa. We can do more. Let's muzzle up. African Union has a lot to offer.
I agree.
Muzzle up.
The conflict in DRC, for instance, for me, is very shameful. I mean, and this is one of the misgivings I have about Kigami, because you virtually have one small African state twisting in its terms, a bigger African state.
Yeah.
And all that. You have other regional countries involved. These are countries controlled by the same leaders in the African Union that should be making the peace. At a point, you remember there was a point in their conflict where even South Africa was involved. It's a shame.
Yeah.
It's a
Very
shame.
big shame.
Yeah. It's a big shame. These are the things we should see down in Africa. As we go into NAFTA and all that, and we are trying to do free trade, that we should think about and talk about seriously. We can't go on like this. This can't go on forever.
The assignment we are giving them is African Union, try to foster unity and peace amongst African nations.
Yes.
Real integration, economic integration. You know, we can become a very strong economic bloc to the world. It's not that every time there's problem in Africa or there's problem in the world, you see different world powers, Russia, US, China, they will come and start picking different states and start giving them something. I want to use and influence you. So
in fact, I'm happy you've mentioned it, because actually that's what's happening in Africa now. You see above us in the Maghreb, you hear the Russian Wagner group is always there. Some say it's even in Nigeria here, and that some of the clashes you see for all these bandits and all that.
Even
are motivated by them because
they were accusing France that they have.
Yes, because where there's confusion, they can mine more. You see what happened in Sudan. The man owned a gold mine.
One of the generals.
The general that is causing the...
Is he the president or the vice president?
No, the vice president.
The vice president.
He owns,
and he's fighting the president.
Exactly.
You see, the problem with Sudan was that both of them connived to remove the president then.
Exactly.
And what's his name again? His name was... He actually set up these two generals so that he will remain in power. One will fight one in case if they want to remove him. The team teamed up and removed him. Now they are fighting themselves.
So what I'm saying is, the point I was making with that was, look, don't let individuals be bigger than the states. We see
government
also,
should be of laws.
We talk of privatization, but let us be careful. And that's one of the lessons I was saying we should draw in Nigeria. Let us be careful that we don't move into oligarchy.
Yeah.
Where
that's the
few
privileged
exactly where the state is actually controlled
by
individuals, and the individuals are stronger than the government.
Yes, we should build strong institutions that will outlive any human. Not the other way around.
Not the other way around. So these are the lessons. You can have states. If, for instance, someone corners the oil in Nigeria, you imagine what that person virtually owns Nigeria. It's a cautionary tale that may be happening.
So, what I'm going to say in all of this is, I think oftentimes the enemy is within. Right? The enemy that we're fighting is within, and not without. If you can conquer the enemy within, then it's easier to, again, picking back to what I said earlier, putting up a solid front. We must conquer the enemy within. We must conquer ourselves. We must conquer our self-centeredness. We must come together as much as, politics is played everywhere virtually, even in the United States and all of that. But there's an approach, right? There's always that, I've been seeing some of these US government political series on Netflix, right? When you see how they govern, there's always that thin line they are not going to go beyond. This is where we draw the line on this, right? So there is this balance, in their political approach. Well, most of them. But when you look at Africa, we don't even value the value of a human life is almost next to nothing. The value of a human life. What do you say?
It's a piece of bread to some people. Give them a piece of bread and they kill some people.
So the value of a human life is like this. It's just like any. You just throw it away and it doesn't matter, right? So we need to come back again to our values.
And I also want to go to one extreme. If you look at the past history of Europe and wars and all that, you'll notice that the wars were fought by leaders to benefit not themselves but the state.
The state, yeah.
If you look at Napoleon, if you look at Bismarck, even if you look at the Hitler you mentioned, he was not fighting so that he could become rich. That's the problem in Sudan.
Is fighting.
That was leadership, but of course in the reverse. But I mean, that's leadership.
Yeah, that's leadership. There's a negative
Osama bin Laden is a leader.
Exactly. So they are fighting for their state, not for themselves.
For something bigger than
them.
Yeah.
This is what Africans need to
must
develop.
Think beyond
exactly,
our pockets,
exactly.
And of course, like you said, build a global institution, something that will outlive.
If Napoleon was fighting for himself, he would probably have been the richest man in the world. But he wasn't. That was
something I still want us to drop in our consciousness and to our viewers out there, including government listening, African Union members of member states of African Union. How come we have beautiful countries like Egypt? Yeah, Egypt. They always call them Middle East and North Africa. Middle East and North Africa. Why? I'm not saying it's wrong to form. Anybody can form their own economic bloc, but notwithstanding, can we associate more with Africans?
And Morocco too is also.
Yeah, they're always wanting to be referred to as Middle East. We want to associate with Saudi Arabia.
Well, they will come and play African.
But when it comes to Africa, they don't want to be associated. Let me say something good. We are Africans. When it's something bad, we are not Africans.
Once free trade becomes fantastic here, everybody will. Once free trade becomes fantastic,
everybody has to play their part. President of Egypt, Mohammed El-Sisi, right? He should play his part. Every other president, including our own president or the incoming president.
But you know, right now, what is going on is that every African wants to go out. But perhaps when we are trading together and we see the benefit of trading with ourselves and moving together in a collective and helping to solve our own problems. I mean, sometimes you see a country want to borrow money. Some of the money they want to borrow is not something that cannot be raised in a prosperous Africa. You want to raise $8 billion. If we come together, are we really saying $8 billion is not something we can borrow within ourselves? You know, so
awesome. We'll get there.
Anybody can do whatever they want.
I think Ruto made that point.
Meet with whoever they want to meet, but more importantly, your home.
Yes.
You should also make your home strong as much as you want to explore other continents, other countries, other states. Make your home strong. Africa is our home, so make it strong. So that's the idea. The end always seems to come too soon on advocates. However, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms. On Facebook, PlusTvAfrica, hashtag TheAdvocateNG, or on Twitter and Instagram at PlusTvAfrica, hashtag TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to PlusTvAfrica.com/TheAdvocateNG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, PlusTvAfrica. Till next week, same time on this station, let's keep advocating for a better society.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in a Tiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Forcemen named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asewaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Usayomi Sale. And drum roll. We have to do drum roll for her. Mary that went a wall. Welcome, Mary. How are you?
I'm good. Welcome, Mary. Exhausted.
I know. You look. Like today is that day.
It's crazy. It's crazy, but and the heat is not making
Oh.
it. Yeah, the sun is hot.
So literally, right after my morning workout this morning, the way I was sweating, you would think that there was.
You did so much workout, like.
You understand? It was just a 30-minute workout, but if you see this sweat, even after I'd had my shower, like I was still dripping. Literally, I had to jump quickly into the car because the AC was not even cooling at all. I said, the workout was melting a lot of things in my system. My darling, in the right places. I saw one of my, I'll call her friend, she's an actress. I sent her a private WhatsApp chat. I said, the way your body is looking, please show me the way. She said, the way is exercise. I said, you count me out. Count me out. It is where. How are you, Dee? How was your night and how was the day today?
It was okay. It was okay. I can't wait for the day to be over.
Literally, my eyes like literally. If you see me sleep, let me give advance notice because I'm extremely exhausted.
We got this. We got this.
We got it. We came for you. Came for Mary's jugular.
They didn't call for me.
We came for Mary's jugular on today's topic. I here's what we found first of all as today's quote. It is illegal, to price or.
Continue.
Wait now.
You're thinking
denominate the cost of any product or service, visible or invincible, in any foreign currency. See, I'm waking up already. In Nigeria, and no business offer or acceptance should be consummated in Nigeria in any currency other than the naira. And this was from the Central Bank of Nigeria.
It's only that part of the law that it's all right.
She's prepared for us.
She's very prepared.
All right, so in case you're wondering, right, in a video that we saw today, that was trending online, a designer justifies why she charges her customers in dollars in Nigeria. And this has elicited a lot of reactions, especially in reference to what impact this act would have on further devaluing the naira. So it's our ladies' night out, Adiola. Mary and I, of course, as you see, are here to discuss the topic. Should we normalize businesses charging foreign currencies within Nigeria? That's the question. Of course, when we open our phone lines today, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. But first, let's go on a break. When we come back, we'll see what we found in today's news.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Alright, you're still watching Ways now. International Girls' Day is celebrated annually on November 14th. It was created by Kappa Delta sorority to celebrate girls and young women, combat harmful stereotypes about how girls are supposed to look and act, and encourage girls to be unapologetically themselves. So happy International Girl Day. All of una. You see, this is why they.
Honestly,
Yeah?
this is like the second or third one.
Una know they let the men, the boys breathe.
We can't let them breathe. Because it's so funny. Because I woke up this morning and the first song I wanted to listen to was "Flawless" by Beyonce, the one that has the Chimamanda thing, and she made so much sense. And I didn't even know it was the girl child thing. So, shout out to all girls. You know,
you're such a girly girl.
Yeah,
she is. That because of you.
Yeah.
You know, it's so interesting that I did not understand that girls and women were so important and so special. You understand? Because my mom wanted a boy. When I showed up, I was a girl. You know, and my sisters, they're all girls. You know, for some strange reason, we were raised to be all these girly. You know, even when we rejected it, when she would buy all those pinky things, I'm not the one. Give me my jeans and my t-shirt, I'm good to go. So when I see people that are very girly, I say, nice, but I'm not that person.
But am I girly?
You are. It's a question.
Did she just ask?
Wait, so what qualifies that? Would you say, like, what would make you think that I'm girly?
It's so I think to a large extent it's your mannerisms, your soft.
Yeah, so you know, and that's also part of like
stereotype.
The stereotype.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
That
You're
just
right.
Said that
You're right.
If you know, a gender is soft, so definitely it has to be the female.
No, not really, because we have a lot of soft men as well.
But you see, we think them weak when they're soft.
Yes.
We say, oh, that bolo. You understand? That's what we qualify a soft guy. And I'm not even very sure that that's even wrong. Sometimes guys can just get more in tune with their feminine side.
They're effeminate, yeah. They're effeminate, they do.
Yeah, why the
Me, I'm a very tomboy.
Why the stereotype?
I don't know.
I think the world just
But I don't know, but I think so. Let me explain how I see the female gender, right? You're very beautifully crafted as a woman.
Yes.
And like it was really specific. God took his time. I mean, if you look at the physique of a woman, you know, all her features, you know, I mean, it's really so. I learned that even though I was raised and I grew up a tomboy, right? But when I started embracing my feminine side, it was really, really interesting because now I get to do all the, so what I can, and the good thing about me, I can switch. I can be the and I can do the girly, do like a princess and a queen and all of that. But I can't see you do the other side of the town. you're permanently on one side. But I get you. There are stereotypes. No, but it's good.
I like it.
It is
good. It's good. It works for you. And you see, that's a beautiful thing about. I say to people, understand your strength and embrace it, right? Some people, right, they have a smile that can melt any wicked heart. So, like, literally, they walk into the room.
Mary does.
Yeah, and she does. She has a beautiful smile. So you walk into the room, and somebody just gives you this, you say, oh my God, she's melted. They will say, come and take my life savings.
No, but you see,
I wish I could be like that.
You know, I actually think the world is what has made women tough. Women generally
are meant to be. Yeah, if you leave me,
soft-spoken, just soft, you have this delicate thing. Just that's the way a woman is built. But again, a lot of things happen that forces you to find that.
Interesting. I was listening to one podcast, and the lady said that she can switch. She can become the alpha, and she can become the very, very girly, quiet, soft, nothing. But the truth is, when a woman feels threatened, like she feels like maybe her comfort or whatever is being, so literally that energy comes out from inside. I said, if you leave me, I don't taste the less soft life. I can literally just be sitting down, lounging. Somebody will be giving me grapes, breakfast in bed. I can do all of that.
You can do that all day now.
Auntie, with what I've seen, I can do that all day. I'll go to the swimming pool, I'll go to the gym, they'll bring a masseuse, give me a personal trainer. I can do all of those things. But hey, life actually will wake you up to the reality. All right, ladies, what did we find in the news?
Okay, so this was a sad one for me. A Benue woman kills 11-month-old daughter.
Oh wow,
very sad. So she initially she had said that the baby died. The baby had a burning fever and died overnight, and then she was actually caught because the neighbors saw her trying to bury the child in the morning. So they asked questions, or so she kept saying, "Oh no, the baby died, during the night," until the police came, and then she was forced to confess. And then she said that it was because the boy that impregnated her abandoned her, and she just can't cope anymore. So she just poisoned the baby. It's just sad, honestly. I wish there would be safe spaces for people like this, young people.
No, but there are everywhere.
Where? If there are, people don't know.
There are
like,
everywhere.
Where you have a safe space.
Literally, you can go to a
just
church.
Go and have your baby.
You don't get it. Literally, you can go to a church or a mosque or anywhere, just abandon the child there and just run away.
It's just so sad.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, there are other options.
Do that now in Nigeria. They will drag you back. On whose account?
No, but they will take. So if you leave the child there, they will take the child to an orphanage.
Sister.
That's why there are orphanages. Do you know that?
Do you know
to adopt a child in this country,
in Nigeria,
and
is
this
one
is
of the hardest to adopt a child in this country. It's
sad.
so hard.
That's sad.
To adopt a
for
child.
her to have carried a child for 9 months,
and
taking care of the child up until how many months?
11 months.
11 months, like almost a year.
The crazy thing is, she only sees the pain now.
She's not
seeing this is a trauma. This is a broken person waiting to happen in a couple of years.
And she had just experienced, sad, very sad.
Yeah.
Mary, your story.
I have a video from Mercy Johnson complaining why that she doesn't see the reason why exchange rates is going to affect the cost of chicken.
Is it the chicken or the egg?
The eggs, rather.
Yeah.
Can they play?
I think they'll try to pull it out. So I was trying to explain to Mary.
Yeah, cost of feed and all of that.
As you see this life right now.
Yes. So everything is gonna go up.
Oh, is that the video? So I think we should just take a listen.
I get confused. So I think I asked them. Now this egg now, they say dollar don't go up, so egg don't cost. If I will lay this egg, they are abroad or in Nigeria. You understand what I wasn't the bother me? If I will lay this egg now, they are abroad, now that's $1 they take cheap the fowl come, or the fowl in Nigeria. So what's it concern the fowl? Come get the leg, come lay egg with dollar, we can increase. A very important question. I never know. Because when they catch me, I say, make I drink tea. I say, give me bread. They say, flour don't cost, bread don't cost. Give me egg too. They say, dollar don't go up, egg don't cost. So this particular fowl now, when they this egg, they are abroad. If I ask, they are abroad. Your mother, they are abroad.
Mary Oma Williams. So you will open your eye and say egg in dollars, have you?
But dollar is not a legal tender now, so what?
So let me explain. So I was trying to say that because for anybody that does either as a farmer, whether animal husbandry or crop or whatever, everything you do right now is tied to the dollar. Yeah. So if you want to get fertilizers for the chicken, if you want to get the feed, so some people even get byproducts from farmers. So for instance, we grow corn for the nearby poultries as well. Mm-hmm. The corn seedlings is gotten in dollars. Mm-hmm. The things like chemicals to treat the pesticides.
So legal tender.
I'm just explaining to you that she's talking about cost now. She's saying why is the egg? That is the egg. Is the chicken?
The price
is the chicken coming from abroad? But you need to feed the chicken for the chicken to be able to produce food. And some of the drugs that they feed, because in chicken, they give them drugs in their water. And they give them drugs in their feed. So all these are the things that makes up the cost that eventually now
comes back to the consumer,
via either the chicken or the egg, right? So my sister,
and then there is
dollar
also
they affect everything.
logistics.
Even ewedu,
yeah,
ugu, dollar they affect that.
They'll buy well. They'll transport from farm.
Everything.
It's a ripple effect.
It's a ripple effect. It affects. Yeah. So mine is actually a very interesting story. They can play it as an essay. Wait, now they come for your topic. Were you trying to use this topic to escape?
She was trying.
It's not going to happen.
She was trying.
So the governor-elect of Kogi State, he said he don't drink Gary since the kingdom come. They say the Gary nice save him as secondary school. Say he will continue to drink Gary forever and ever. I like this story, and I saw it. I was just
pepper soup Gary.
The Gary looked interesting, Sha. It looked like there was pepper soup inside. I mean, was there Milo or something?
Are you sure this is Gary?
I'm just.
But now Gary ain't the right for this thing, Sha. Usman Ododo, we healthy. But the thing is, right? I take Ijebu Gary and granite.
It's the best.
Almost like literally. In fact, I had to stop myself this week because every day I just have it by the fridge in my office. I have Gary there. I have Ijebu Gary. I have.
Would you be bloated?
No.
Okay, me, I drink Gary with milk.
No, I don't drink. That's the thing. I don't know how to take Gary and milk. Right? So for me, right, there are some things that are just like, it's us. This is our brand.
I'm going to drink Gary when I go.
Eh?
I'm going to drink Gary when I go.
Wait. When you come to my office or when you grow up?
When I go home now.
When you go, my sister. and you know have some ice cubes. You know, put some nuts. You know. You get my point. Like literally, sometimes I put some almonds in it. You know,
come on, let's
spice it up, baby.
Give it another
So
day.
please, governor, don't do. I mean, governor elect. We hear you. You're doing well. And I think you should promote the brand Nigeria. Gary is our brand, right? Drinking of Gary and granola is our brand.
But
so
it's very well promoted.
yes, it is. No, but I'm saying that when we
suffering meal.
Yeah, it's not a suffer meal, honestly. So I mean,
even expensive.
By choice, I me they drink my Gary, and they buy the very clean Ijebu. Not the one we see go they pour water like 50 times before they clean. I love it.
Oh, you've not got
actually soak yellow Gary.
And
I filter my Gary before.
Well, I filter.
No, you should try Ijebu Gary. That
no,
is clean.
I can't.
It's too
no, it's the sour you don't like.
I just don't.
It's too fermented.
I can't eat it as Eba.
No, you can't do Ijebu as Gary as Eba.
I don't like anything about Ijebu.
No, it's too. For me, I can take it. I'm saying people don't like it. I do it. No, funny enough, I eat Ijebu Gary. See, anyhow the Ijebu is, if it is Eba, as long as it is Ijebu, I take it. I really don't, because you know, from Edo State, where we come from, it is red Gary that is our brand.
Yes.
But I don't particularly like. It's too starchy. Yeah. So when I went to the university in Delta State, right, and I was first introduced to like literally you go to chew Eba, you go be like saying a chewing gum they chew. So the starch was just too much for me. You know, the Ijebu Gary has very little starch.
Fermented.
Thank you, very little starch. So for me, that is
good for your gut.
So that doesn't give me all the bloats and all of
fermented
that.
Food.
See the way they talk Gary matter. If let's say some people go so Gary like this as they talk, but honestly, I feel like but let me leave it till tomorrow because I've passed my time for eating. Tomorrow afternoon it will be a date. Ice block, Ijebu, some cubes of sugar. Oh Lord have mercy. But I like the story when I saw it. I said today is feel good day, but we are coming for Mary. After the show, stay with us. We'll be right back.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
understand? That's why sometimes when people start posting on social media saying, oh, all these Nigerian businesses that will be charging in pounds and dollars, I wonder if it's not the same country that we are. I'll just always look at them and be like, maybe you should start a business first before you open your mouth and talk. Yeah. Because by the time you pay $1,500 for fabric will be say before if you buy like $300K, which is like $300. Yes. Now you're paying $1,500. Knowing what in naira they talk. Yes. So you can't expect me make I no charge for dollars. How? China naira I won't charge you. Do you understand? That's why sometimes
I'm gonna be charging in dollars. So allowing businesses to charge foreign currencies within Nigeria has its pros and cons, such as the potential for increased competition, foreign investment, and ease of purchasing foreign goods and services. It could also increase the potential for higher prices, right, for Nigerian consumers, decrease the value of the Nigerian naira, and increase the difficulty for Nigerian businesses to compete domestically. Now, the question of whether businesses should be allowed to charge foreign currencies within Nigeria needs to be made on a case-by-case basis, considering all the potential factors. So today we're asking, should we normalize, businesses charging foreign currencies within Nigeria? Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-8038-4663. Mary Oma Williams. I must call your full name. Why are you charging people goods and services in foreign currency?
In dollars, yeah. However, you can pay. We accept naira. We haven't said that we don't accept naira. I think the clause. I was going to read out something, a statement from a Templars lawyer that was put out there concerning the clause. It's not that we do not accept naira. We just retail our prices in dollars. However, based on the conversion rates, we convert for you and we take your naira.
Based on the current rate?
Yes.
So do you use the black market rate or you use the CBN rate?
We use inflow rates because that is how we're able to pay our suppliers. So that's the rates that we use. Whatever the inflow rate is, our management advises, and then we go ahead and use that. So, I mean, that also shields us from inflation in terms of if you know something is priced at $100, if you come next tomorrow, it's still going to be $100. We're not increasing prices based on...
so it's just the naira,
your currency value that will determine how much it will be.
Yes.
But should that be? Let me come to you, Diola.
Well,
should we have businesses? Because this is not unique to just, I'm just teasing Mary. But the truth is, I know some properties in Ikoyi, some properties within Eco Atlantic, some property sellers now, it's not even Eco anywhere, the ones in Ekpe. A lot of, because most of the people that are selling properties now, they sell more to diasporans.
Yeah.
So a lot of these property people, most of them are collecting hard currency.
Of course.
And, and they would state the same clear fact that it is not our problem is the dancing dollar. Today is here, tomorrow is there. So we have a fixed price. So whatever the dollar comes to meet you at, it is your price. But this is the fixed rate. If we say we're selling this property for $10,000, it is $10,000. So if your dollar today is 10,000 naira, fine. If it is 1 million naira tomorrow, fine. But this is our fixed rate. But do you think that should be?
Okay, so sorry to cut you. I have an issue with that. Now, I get that certain goods and services, especially if you're dealing with imports, you're bringing things because of how you're buying, you're spending FX. Do you understand? But if you're doing local services in terms of you want to sell a house. Did you import the house from diaspora?
But so...
As long as you're using local resource.
No, because those houses, the finishing, the things that they are buying to finish the house, like the doors, you hear them say, oh, this was Turkey door, Italian door.
Did they bring them from?
Yes, usually
they
ship them in. No, a lot of all these property developers, right? They ship their things in containers. I'm not holding brief for them, but I'm trying to explain to you that. So I know property developers now, for instance, right? A lot of them, because of, in terms of cost, right? they would rather have, because if they are building like 1,000 units of houses or 100 units of houses, you don't expect them to buy doors from a local, because most of these local people too also import. So what they also do is just import directly, you understand, and bring them in so that all their raw materials comes at a controlled cost. The only thing I will say to you is that, you know, if they have already shipped in all the materials that is needed and the house is complete, inflation shouldn't really affect the house because it was not built again. You know, it was not built. But they would, but like I said, they would tell you that, see, let's just not argue too much. I built this house with $1,000. Just pay me $1,000. So whatever the rate of $1,000 at the time you're buying is really not their business.
But you see, what happens is it's almost like an artificial way of increasing price.
Yeah.
It is. And that's why we're seeing an escalating amount of, I mean, in terms of properties. It doesn't make sense. The value in correlation with the prices, the quality, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. Again, they're trying to protect themselves. They're shoring up against inflation and all that. But inflation, the more you do that, the higher inflation will be. That's the honest truth. So if you're not, I get, and this is me not trying to even hold brief for certain kind of businesses, but if you're into a luxury line, so to say, it's not for everybody. Do you understand? It's for a very select few. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes, you may be able to do that. But if you're in the space where you're trying to, you know, target a lot of people, you know, average people, not necessarily the 1%, I'm not sure that that's the right way to go about it.
So they will also tell you that some of these things, like for instance, the video that we took, which is our anchor story, I think her name is Vicky James, right?
Vicky James.
And I've heard that, you know, her designs are quite beautiful and they are actually luxury. So she's not actually I mean, what Mary sells is premium luxury. Of course, it is a niche market. You understand?
Exactly.
Yes, you're a franchise of this brand in Nigeria. It's not like you are going to go and buy from the store to sell.
Exactly.
So it is expected that the same standard you see in the stores globally is the same standard you will meet here. Right? Same thing with, I mean, the Vicky James. Her brand is luxury, pure luxury. I've seen her designs; they are like breathtaking. You know, one day they thought, may we be able to afford one piece? You know, she's the kind of designer that you would aspire to have a piece of, you know, a Vicky James in your closet because her brand is quite luxury. And I mean, listen to her argument. I'm a business person too myself, right? I bought some equipment. You know, I shipped in some equipment. I'm supposed to ship in more. The way the prices, you understand, just skyrocketed on me. I've not been able to do that second installment, you know, in terms of bringing in all the equipment that I need. Because now, what I paid in February, March, when I did the first purchase, what we're paying now is almost 3 times the cost. So when I'm now talking to someone, right, I don't even know what to charge the person. Because you're not even getting the point. Because even if I charge the Naira, it's going to be very difficult for me to be able to make any meaningful, because if you look at the competition around, right, it is going to be difficult to do any transaction. So to the point of whether it is okay for us to start to normalize what's it called, foreign currencies in Nigeria, I would say it's not okay. I would say it's not okay, right? Literally, you can't go anywhere. I mean, it's only places maybe like Dubai, but even at that, you better go and change your money. Because trust me, when you take that dollar to the stores, the rate you're going to be getting, you would run at a loss. So they do all of those things to discourage people from spending those foreign currencies within their economy. They'd rather you go to an exchange, what's it called, bureau de change, and get their own local currency and go pay for whatever it is you want to pay. I don't know, but I'm saying that yes, I get the fact that there are specialized products, but if we really want to improve this economy, I think we should really rethink.
Yeah, we have
you know. But you see, where my problem really lies with all of this conversation is the fact that we are still unable to manufacture certain things within the economy. So for instance, why would she need to import fabric We are a home of cotton. Like literally, there's nothing that is linked to fabric that we cannot manufacture here.
Absolutely.
So the fact that she's not able to source premium fabric, that she needs to source it from another country, is the big problem that we should focus on.
Yeah.
You understand? Because these are all symptoms of a bigger problem, that our manufacturing industry is comatose.
Yeah.
You understand? Because we don't really have anything. If you want to do raw material stuff, for instance, you say, I want to go into making beautiful like ready to wear apparel, like your normal ready to wear. Like you want to, let's pick a brand, for instance, say maybe you want to start producing lines for like the way H&M or Zara or Next or whatever can produce, or Mango. You really can't produce anything here because we don't have the support structure in terms of the fabrics and all of that. So all of these things are tied to FX.
Absolutely.
Do you understand? And until we are ready to really, it's two things that would happen. We know they do luxury again. Mary doesn't want to hear that. And let us push for grow Nigeria. You understand? Build locally, grow Nigeria. Build locally, grow Nigeria. So no matter what it is, let's keep pushing for like buy Nigeria, buy Nigeria, buy Nigeria. And at whatever its level of quality it comes, let us be taking it like that. It's either we do that, or we'll continue to face these conversations around, people spending. Because trust me, if I go and I bought this ring for $2,000, you understand, and I said, okay, my markup will be 50%. I do it for at $3,000. That's 50%, right? Whenever I want to sell it, it is $3,000. If your naira is dancing, maybe when I bought it, it was 200 naira to $1, and now it is like 50,000 naira to $1. That's not my business.
Yeah.
My business is that I bought it and I have to make profit, because guess what? This person needs to replace this product.
Yeah.
If I sell this, I need to be able to buy it again.
Yeah.
And don't forget that where I'm going to go and buy it, it is still the same $2,000 that it will come to. So that's the dynamics of business that is just a bit,
I'm just very surprised that we don't take manufacture seriously in this country, because countries like Vietnam, like China, they don't even have the human capacity and resource that we have in Nigeria. Imagine, we have people alone, and then you have industry, you have assembly lines, and then electric. See, once we are able to solve energy problem in this country, everything will work.
I've been trying to solve energy.
No, that's it. So long
Since I was
as
a child.
we don't solve that, let's not talk about manufacturing. It's simple, because manufacturing is
directly tied.
It's directly.
You know what? Let's take a break. When we come back from that break, we'd love to open our phone lines, then hear your thoughts on this topic. Should we normalize using dollar in Nigeria? Stay with us. All right, so if you just tuned in, it's our Ladies Night Out, and we're discussing normalizing. We're asking, should we normalize businesses charging in foreign currencies within Nigeria? Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. Our phone line is now open. The number to call is 07025007749. Remember to turn off the volume of whatever device it is that you're watching us from. Again, 07025007749. Okay. Mary, you wanted to read something out for us.
Okay, so this is from the author, a law partner at Templars, and I'll just go from here, which says, a common feature of all the above circulars and statements of the CBN on this subject has been to make heavy weather of the fact of the Naira being legal tender in Nigeria and effectively conclude that local transactions expressed or conducted in a currency other than the legal tender for that reason is illegal. That thinking unfortunately completely misunderstands or at least misapplies the concept of legal tender and its implications on the freedom of contracting parties to elect their preferred medium of exchange. As a matter of law, legal tender simply and squarely means such money as cannot legally be rejected locally in settlement of debts expressed in local currency in relation to debts expressed in foreign currency but payable locally. The harshest impact that the concept of legal tender could have is that the debtor may have a general right of conversion to local currency. In other words, the debtor may either pay in the stated foreign currency if he chooses, or he may exercise his right of conversion and pay in the local currency equivalent. Although the CBN has never fully explained on the legal basis for the steps it has taken to date on this subject, it is very likely that it has relied on a certain provision of the CBN Act that appears to give the CBN the power to prescribe when foreign currencies may be used in Nigeria. This provision is to be found in proviso to the penalty for the breach of the legal tender rule by Section 25 of the Act. It is provided that a person who refuses to accept the Naira as a means of payment is guilty of an offense and liable on conviction to a fine.
So that is the definition of the legal tender, meaning say, if somebody came to Nigeria and they gave you Naira and you refuse to collect Naira.
Yeah. So if that's, and that's why I stated, if you come to the store, we can't tell you that because we retail in dollars, we can't accept Naira. That's when we would have to be penalized. Yes, it's when you can't accept
So but let me explain something to you. I know a lot of businesses, right? They will tell you outright
that they don't accept.
You cannot pay me in Naira.
Then that is wrong. Then they should be penalized for that.
That's the point. But they say that.
No, you say you're coming
for every conversation, they come for your jugular. For every conversation, right?
Yeah.
The reason I need us to see the root cause of some of these things.
Yeah.
Remember that when they had the presidential primaries in this same country, what was shared as what's it called? Delegate excursion fee. It was in FX. There used to be a time, and people would tell you that the reason that they go with FX is because of it is less bulky.
Yeah.
So I can literally give you $10,000, convert that to
that's
$10
million,
and it's just one packet inside your hand. So the reason a lot of these transactions are happening in FX is because it's easier to move funds, right? So if you really want to solve the problem of these dollar transactions, you have to go back again to politicians. Because a lot of these people, are the ones that infiltrate the system with a lot of, foreign currencies. Because it is easier to move those $100 bills, right? Imagine if I was going to be sharing 100K, it's going to be bulky. To say you want to share to 10 million people, it's going to be bulky. So I'd rather just have, the few notes within a foreign currency. That's one. When you go to the clubs, a lot of all of these clubs right now, right, most of the transactions that happen, they are happening with foreign currencies, right? So I get the fact that the legal tender explanation or maybe definition should be that there is nowhere anybody should present to you Naira that you should reject it. At the same time, there is a stench. I mean, the quote we took today clearly states it. That is illegal it is illegal for you to transact business within Nigeria using foreign currency. Because like your day-to-day business, It's a different thing if you just came into this country and probably the only currency you have the banks. You can go to the bureau de change, you can change the money there. Those are the people that are literally authorized, right, to be able to transact, so that whatever it is that you are able to, they are now able to give you a legal tender that you can then use to do transactions within the country. But the fact that we keep on getting to this point where it is now, oh, you are now doing day to day, I want to buy this earring from dollar and I'm paying in dollar, our naira will continue to suffer. Our naira will continue to be devalued. Our naira will never ever. You understand?
Well, it's already hurting businesses by the time you are now converting to pay from your suppliers, which is what the Vicky James lady said. It's going to hurt a lot of businesses
if they take naira.
Well, yes. So if you continue to transact in naira, you continue to increase the price. It seems, outrageous when you call the naira value. You now go to the bank. There was a period where even businesses couldn't access their money. So even to pay your supplier is a hassle. So how do we resolve all of that?
Like you always say that it's a
Hydra-headed monster.
Really, because this point she made, in fact, I had a friend, he's like the financial controller of an organization. I remember a period of like 2 weeks, he was literally mad in this Lagos looking for FX, because they actually run an FMCG. That means they constantly need to keep paying for, raw material. If you call him, he's shouting, screaming,
Look at what even happened to the airlines. You're going too far.
Exactly.
The airlines in Nigeria shut down because, again,
you can't access their money from CBN.
I don't even know how to explain this.
So yes, now you see why businesses would say that, rather than deal with all that, rather than deal with CBN, rather than deal with all that, rather than even go to the black market looking for dollar, let me get my own dollar so that I can keep stocking and I can keep my business afloat. There is that rationale as well. So it's just in the largest sense of it.
Well, so my point is, if we really want to solve this problem, what are we willing to sacrifice as a people? Because really, the reason they try to explain something to Una.
We get you.
The reason we need these FX is because most of the things that we are buying with FX, it's not a way to go and buy with FX.
Yes.
Most of the things that we're buying with FX are highly, luxury items. Go and check it.
Do
you understand? So the raw material one is just like I said, even with the seedlings but I'm saying the majority. So you want to ship in drinks, all these assorted drinks. I'm doing for clients, and you want to get the assorted chocolates and cookies and all of those things. Those things are expensive, but it is because. So I'm saying that how can we turn this around? I remember the time President shut down the borders to insist on us eating local rice and all of that. That didn't work. I bought rice today, 85,000 naira per bag. It's an imported rice from the UK or something. 85,000 naira per bag. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because again, now, even with the local rice, the fear that people are having is that a lot of this rice have been mixed. So you are not even sure of what it is that you're buying. So for safety, it's best to just go and buy the expensive one. But look at it now. At what expense? So I don't even know the problem, the solution to the problem.
I think the government. Just recently, there was.
No, if you leave me, it's ofada rice I eat. But this one, I'm cooking it for a large population. It's not for me. If you go to my house, the only rice you will find is ofada rice. That's all I eat. I actually love the rice because it's healthier for me.
Then you promote ofada rice to the people.
She's coming for your job.
No, but it's the same thing. If you do something, if you stand by something, it's like a mini influencing. You stand by something that this is what you do, and you're inviting people also, and it's also an opportunity for them to try. Maybe there might be some people among the crowd that never tasted ofada rice, and that's the option that is available. They can either choose to eat it or not eat it, and they eat it and they realize, you know what, this thing is not bad. They to decide, okay, you know what, me, I want to be buying ofada rice. You've converted one more person,
and you've shot up the naira.
No, don't talk for me.
Okay, I was also going to say, going back to what you said about politicians, having that rationale that it's just easier to move money. I also think that it's for some of them, or quite a whole lot of them, maybe not necessarily politicians, but there are a group of people who use Forex just because they don't want paper trails. There is that. So if government is going to address all of this thing, they need to, I don't know, sometimes, when we have conversations like this, it's always almost as if the so-called experts that should know these things don't know. Because I imagine that if they're having conversations that they're looking at it from multiple angles, then they may be able to come up with robust solutions. But rather they just focus, okay, dollarization, no to dollarization. So no to dollarization. All right. But what about all these issues?
Yeah.
What happens? What are the solutions?
Because I think what Mary is trying to say, she wants to leave the price at $100,000. What she's refusing to say is that it is the stress, which she kind of alluded to. It's the stress of changing your prices every day.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Why do I need to be changing prices every day, checking FX rate and changing? So today, maybe you came yesterday to price this item, it was 100,000 naira. You are coming today is 150. Tomorrow you are coming is 120, 130.
And
it's just dancing like that.
Business,
and I think there's also a psychology towards because of the value for the product.
The number of zeros.
Yes, for products that we sell, there's a psychology actually behind it. We opened a new store that is priced in naira, and they usually retail in naira. And trust me, the same thing I would buy in my own department that is retailed in dollars. I saw it in naira and I said, geez. Exactly. Why would I pay this much? Exactly. Something K for a phone case? And I said, oh wait.
That's the same amount I paid.
Yeah, just it's different in dollars. When you just say it's 200, it's two notes.
It's just two
and
notes.
Gives you,
and
you
that
know,
one
so,
is how many?
Or if I should call a $60,000 watch for you in naira, and even if you have the money, you will rethink it to
Very
say,
true. The psychology of buying.
So those are also factors. I mean, I can only speak for the luxury industry, and well, yeah.
So you don't see the luxury industry changing to? It's not going to happen.
No, unless maybe they achieve a permanent. You understand? But as long as FX keeps, it's of no benefit to them. In fact, businesses around that kind of sector will just collapse. They can't sustain it. They can't. Because how would they even get FX to pay their suppliers? So on one hand, there is also if you want to pay in dollars, that saves me the stress of looking for dollars, right? Because it means that I would be able to ensure continuity of this product in my store. But if I can't find FX, I can't pay my supplier. My business is gone.
And the sad part is that the problem with some of these things is that once you are there, you've collected. So let's say, for instance, you sold an item and you converted it at 1,000 naira per dollar. You have to use speed to go and quickly change that money, because anything happens and that money
drop.
If it dips, that you have sold that item at a loss.
Yes, you've lost.
I get you. Let's take comments.
Okay, so this is good evening, my dear beautiful sisters. What are you saying? #ways. Should we normalize businesses charging foreign currencies within Nigeria? I really don't think so. I don't know what you beautiful ladies think, but to me, I don't agree. Why don't we stick to our own currency alone? Like my dear beautiful sister Ua said, after making reference to the period of the presidential election, it was foreign currency that was shared. People prefer to do business with foreign currency simply because it is not bulky and easy to carry about. Whether Naira is bulky or not, let us stick to Naira. My name is Daniel Ila Ways, regular fare.
She's well. So what is our final thoughts on this?
Laws are not cast in stone. Laws are for people, and laws should evolve. That's policies should evolve to ensure the safety of businesses, of individuals, but at the same time to ensure a level playing field for everyone.
You know, this thing actually affected direct investment, foreign direct investment.
Now,
that's why you see the brands like Virgin, what's his name, Richard Branson pulled out quickly because, you know, it is all this dwindling. So I think the problem, if you ask me, I'll say, why don't we solve the economic, what's it called, the economic instability? Because you see, if the system is stable, I can sell in naira.
Yeah,
do you understand?
$10 was to 1 to 1.
Yes, I can sell in naira.
I don't think anybody was talking about.
You can't solve economic crisis issues if you are a consumption nation. You can't. You would always be at the mercy.
That's what I'm saying. So we need to now move. So that's the final thing I was driving to.
We must
move, but the only way we can move to that consumption. How did Peter Obi used to say it? Production to consumption, be consumption to production. Do you understand? For us to be able to move to that production country, right? We first of all, we must truly turn a blind eye to some of these things that are, you know, are luxury. If we solve basic problem in terms of manufacturing and all of that, and we're able to start to really, really be intentional about growing the economy, it will grow. So it means that we must lose taste. Our taste bud must completely be lost from some of these things. You understand? Then we must be intentional about the quality of what we are manufacturing in Nigeria. I think so.
I agree.
Okay, we have one more comment.
Go ahead, please.
It says, no, it's not okay to normalize dollars as legal tender in Nigeria. But unfortunately, the Nigerian economy not stable and normal. Hence, the dollar kind of normalized as legal tender unofficially, especially by the very group of people meant to uphold the naira as a legal tender and ensure the economy stable. That is the political class. The political class uses dollar to move loot ever since the 1983 coup, when naira
notes changed overnight, with loots becoming worthless.
Okay.
So until we have a political class who are patriotic, no end in sight. Thank you. I think that really wraps it up. Thank you, ladies. Miri, I was not planning to come for your jugular. I needed to understand your business.
And I'm glad that you do now.
Before we go, make sure you follow us across all our social media handles. Thanks, Dee. And you can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our engagements on social media. Like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. I'm struggling to stay awake.
Yes, you are. Your eyes are so
If you missed our quotes for today, here it is again. It is illegal to price or denominate the cost of any product or services, visible or invincible. That's the part I like. In any foreign currency in Nigeria, and no business offer or acceptance should be consummated in naira in any currency other than in Nigeria, in any currency other than naira. This was from the Central Bank of Nigeria. We'll see you guys. I hope I'll be awake tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Ciao.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. You know, when they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You know, you just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
In a world where social media communities can feel as real as physical communities, experiences and challenges can also be similar. With a growing number of people striving to be online influencers, many, including young women, are falling under the influence of an excessive and risky amount of social media use in search of viewers and followers. Hello, I'm Oriani Tangishaka, and welcome to this week's episode of Our Voices. On today's program, we'll examine the potential dangers and benefits of being on social media. We'll look into the advantages and challenges of being a social media influencer. We'll hear from some female influencers about their journeys. We'll also hear from experts and authors following closely the psychological effects of being under the influence of social media. Last but not least, we'll look at the role of big tech companies that create and manages the different online platforms. We begin with some of the advantages and reasons why some young women are choosing social media platforms for their everyday activities. My colleague Paul Ndiho had a chance to travel to Accra, Ghana, and met Rachel Apusiani, a young lady nicknamed the Instagram Queen in her neighborhood of Achimota.
23-year-old Rachel Apusiani is a law student at the University of Ghana in Accra. She is a budding businesswoman and the creator and lead designer of her own label, Bonnet Haven.
But I started when I was 21. My parents will send you allowance. That's what I used to start my bonnet with: 20 pieces, paper bags, and an Instagram page, and a photo shoot.
Known in her neighborhood of Achimota, a town in the Accra Metropolitan District, as the Instagram Queen, she has become an internet sensation.
And from June till date, we've sold close to 1,000 pieces.
It wasn't until Apusiani took a professional photography class and learned how to take and post professional pictures on her Instagram page that people started taking her seriously. Building a Bonnet Haven has been tough for Apusiani, but with help from her family, a support network of other women entrepreneurs, her trusted delivery guy, she is optimistic that things will get better.
Before, I had a page, but the pictures were very unprofessional. It was just camera shots. But the minute I posted professional ones, people took interest because I appeared serious. That's okay, I know what I'm about. And that's how it started. But it's not been without help.
She hopes that one day her product will be in the hands of millions of new customers. Franklin Owusu-Kakari, Director of Business Support and Policy at the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Programs, a government initiative to empower young people, says entrepreneurs like Rachel have a unique opportunity to grow their business and make money.
When your business fails, that's a good opportunity for you to backtrack and assess yourself where you went wrong and bounce back again. Then you can be able to, because the failures, the mistakes I made in my first business, I have to be able to avoid them with the new businesses that I've set up. And for the last 10 years, our businesses have been able to stand the test of time.
Africa has one of the world's fastest growing telecom markets, and analysts say internet-based mobile solutions are helping boost development and growth on the continent. Paul Ndiho, VOA News.
Now, though parents may worry much about the amount of time their children spend on social media, others are content with those platforms which help to keep them learning during lockdowns caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. VOA's Mariama Diallo gives us an example of how using social media platforms such as Twitter, WhatsApp, and Instagram has offered free online classes to about 1,000 students or more in Nigeria.
With extended pandemic lockdowns, Basirat Ajayi decided she had to do something to help her struggling students who have been unable to go to school for months.
I do short video of it, a mathematics class. I send it to them, like 3-minute videos, 5 minutes maximum. I send it to them. Then they watch the video, they respond to it. Then I send classwork and assignments.
Using social media platforms such as Twitter, WhatsApp, and Instagram, she offers free online math classes to about 1,000 students from all over Nigeria, including 17-year-old Fortune Declan.
I'm watching a video from the online math class now.
Now other students, including one from Canada, are also joining her sessions.
Originally, when I started learning differentiation on my own, it was kind of twitchy. But when I joined the online maths platform, I started learning differentiation rapidly.
Ajayi says while COVID has had a negative impact on people's lives, it pushed her to figure out creative ways to keep going.
The positive impact is that we can use technology to teach our students now, and which I'm very, very happy about.
The coronavirus pandemic forced many parents to lose their jobs, causing them to struggle to make a living and pay for the technology needed by their children to access online classes. Franca Declan is a parent.
Not all can afford the data, and not all parents can also afford the phone to give to their child to go for the online lessons.
When the 36-year-old teacher started her classes, she would use white sheets of paper to solve math problems and then videotape the steps. That changed after a parent donated a whiteboard for her to use. Mariama Diallo, VOA News.
We have to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll introduce you to some female influencers on the continent who may inspire you to live your best life online as well as make money off of it. That's coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
We're bringing women's voices to the conversation, and more than that, we're building a community of inclusion and empowerment.
Here in Kinshasa, campaigns to raise awareness against the spread of coronavirus are common, but getting that information to people who have no access to water, electricity, or money can be a challenge.
We are here at Kalerwe Market in Uganda, Kampala, where in this whole market, women are crying out for their situations to change.
For women, it will be better for us.
I think a big thing for me is just being able to say that when these protests are happening, does it turn around into policy?
Our kids are raped every single day.
This movement got the governments to listen. It really was powerful because it showed what is possible when men and women band together and say enough is enough.
It's not necessary anymore to climb on a car. I can be in any place to cheer with the people.
Welcome back. You're watching Our Voices. I am Oriani Tangishaka. We're discussing the risks and benefits, advantages and disadvantages of social media platforms, especially as an influencer. Sylvia Njoki, an influencer in the East African nation of Kenya, pulls us into her world with stunning images of her life as a model and a traveler around the world, exploring its beauty one country at a time, sometimes with her young daughter. She spoke to me from Nairobi right after a trip in the countryside. I began asking her what made her become a content creator.
I was working as a fashion stylist for a long time, and I was lucky to style some of the top celebrities in Kenya, some big TV shows at the time. That was about 9 years ago. But when I got pregnant, it was very impossible for me to work or give my styling profession 100%. So I started taking pictures with the outfits I was wearing, my maternity clothing, the little things I was making for my daughter. And that's how I launched my blog. And through my love for fashion, fashion has always been the core of what I do online.
Since then, you have about 100,000 or more viewers and followers. How do you manage to keep them coming? And is that a tough job to do?
I think that if you're true to yourself and you post what is genuinely true to you and authentic, then the people who are drawn to you genuinely will stay. So as much as, financially, you sometimes have to look at the numbers. For me, I find it very draining looking at the numbers, but more rewarding to see how my content is impacting people, and 3 people who tell me that I've made their day or I've inspired them to visit a place. I think that's more rewarding for me.
So how do you balance your life as a mom, as an influencer, as someone who's in the media?
Luckily, I have a daughter who's very keen in what I'm doing in terms of photography and videography. So I do take her along with me to work sometimes. I try to balance that part of my life with her. If I can bring her with me on a trip, I'll bring her. If she can take pictures of me at home, then she'll do that. So I try to involve her in my career. I do make time for my friends as well. We are in the digital space. We are able to stay online and contact each other and stay connected. So as much as it's not very easy to meet them face to face, we are connected with my family, and you just make time for things that really matter to you, I guess.
Lately, there's been things in the medical field, worries in the medical field that children or young people are developing tics, for instance, from being so much on TikTok. Do you worry about that, or do you think that she'll grow to have a balanced amount of use of the internet and social media?
I do try and protect her. I got her off TikTok a year ago when she told me, when she only had like 4 followers, who were all girls in her class. And she said, oh, Mommy, could you please ask people to follow me? I don't get any likes. And I'm like, oh no, maybe this is not the right thing. If you're 7 years old and you're concerned that you're not getting as many likes as your 4 friends on TikTok, I just thought it was a place for her to express herself creatively. And she's old enough for me to have conversations and show her what's happening on the internet with, the bad, the good, and the bad that's happening online to not just children, but even to adults. So I do try to make her aware of these conversations. And, we can only protect them so much when they're in our spaces. They're out there, they have friends, but I think having these conversations with them gives them a sense of awareness. And
what would you give as an advice to young women who are coming up and, as you said, could actually make it a job and an income? What would be one of your advices?
I think it's a good thing when it starts off as a hobby. When you do something, whether you're cooking and you do it for fun, or you love dressing up, or you love taking photos of your neighborhood or your friends, when it starts off as a hobby, that is the most beautiful thing. Because when people start paying you to do what you love, there's nothing more rewarding. And sometimes I get so tired doing photo shoots, but at the end of the day, it's what I love. And I'd rather be tired doing what I love than being paid to. I always tell my friends this, I have a degree in food science and technology. I say, oh, I'm so much happier being paid doing photo shoots rather than standing in a food factory or a food lab all day.
Now we go to Uganda. I spoke to none other than Zahara Toto, also known as DJ Zato, a woman whose energy is unmatched when it's time for action online or offline. I met her 2 years ago in Kampala, was impressed by her energy, work ethic, as well as passion for everything she does as an entertainer. DJ Zato has an army of more than 500,000 followers just on Instagram. She's a TV and radio presenter at NBS and Next Radio. She spoke to me from the studios in Kampala right after her midday show. I began asking her if she predicted the large following she has today.
I grew up a social person. I've always been on TV. I've always been on radio. I was raised for that. I was raised for being on the media platforms. So I never thought that social media would contribute that so much to my career and my path. The greatest advantage is that I've got an opportunity to showcase my work, my line of business on social media.
Now, companies must be behind you all the time wanting to do advertisement with you. How do you handle that dozens of requests? I mean, do you have people helping you, or do you manage all of that?
Well, I don't have anybody helping me as of now. Being a social media influencer in my country, Uganda, is kind of hard and difficult. It's so hard to trust somebody to run your accounts for you. Yeah, so you find yourself doing all this work by yourself. And I'm okay with it, Orion. I'm alone and I'm okay with it.
That's great. Wow.
Yeah.
You're a superwoman, I tell you. You have faithful followers. What are some of the tips you can give women influencers, young women influencers who are coming up on the scene and they want to be where you are, even beyond?
All right, now, first and foremost, you gotta find your niche. Orion, you got to find that one ground. That's something that you love most, yeah? Something that you really love, because once you love that something, once you wanna do it on a daily, you're going to do it with consistency. And consistency is key if you are a social media influencer. So consistency on content. Yeah, on content, on whatever you want to push. Is it your lifestyle that you want to show people out there? Is it your work? Is it your business, your products? What exactly do you want the world to see out there? You have to find a social media calendar. Like I said, consistency is key. No matter what you do, you have to align your content. You cannot post 1,000 contents in a day and tomorrow you have nothing to post. So you have to draw your influencing calendar, and that will be good for you. The other thing is you have to choose a platform. Yeah, you have to choose a platform. You might choose any platform, like you might find your energies are bigger on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Yet on TikTok and Snapchat, your energy is not there. So focus where your energy, where your followers, your fan base is. Focus on what your fans really, really, really love, and that will make you successful.
Do you ever feel maybe I've influenced people in the wrong way? I didn't mean this particular post. What do you do then?
Yeah, sometimes I go overboard. But you know that overboard that I go, I'm actually the me that the social media doesn't know. That's actually the me. So even though I post something or influence something in a negative manner or in a wrong way, or maybe somebody or the crowd or my followers take it in a wrong way, Orion, I think I'm portraying the me people don't know, and I'm okay with it. And I don't feel bad about showing them that other side of me. It's me being human on social media. Everybody makes mistakes, and I'm okay and open to criticism.
We have social media influencers that are also parents, and they're also single moms that are also doing other things. How do you strike a balance?
First and foremost, my kids know my line of business. They know my line of job. They never intervene with anything concerning me and my work. They know it brings food on our plates. It provides a good, healthy living for themselves. So they never intervene in any way. And being a mother and a social media influencer, I've also tried to influence a lot of mother in Africa, in my country. You know, being a strong mother in my country is very hard. Having 3 kids and no husband and no boyfriend, just one job is not easy. So I've used my influencing work and my pages to influence and empower young women in my country. Orion, I feel very powerful. I feel very good when I do that for the young ladies out there, and they are so proud of me. Same applies for my children. They are so proud of me.
We have to take another quick break, but when we come back, we discuss the dangers to produce content at all costs. Pressures causing some to wonder whether some are influencers or are under the influence of social media. We bring you a story of an Instagram influencer who recently faced backlash after posing in front of her deceased father's casket. We also talk to an author who's following closely the phenomenon of young women developing tics from TikTok. You don't want to miss that. Stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Our Voices. Now, an influencer is someone who can promote a brand or make a brand out of their lifestyle by using social media such as Facebook, YouTube, or Instagram to influence followers to buy into that lifestyle. Now, what about those who some people view as personalities under the influence of social media, doing the most in search of viewers and followers? Some even are developing what clinicians are calling functional lactic behavior. Now, to discuss this very worrisome health report, I spoke to author and blogger Heather Carter. Mrs. Carter writes extensively about addiction as well as what she calls diseases of the soul.
I think for me, I was just astounded that you can develop a physical type of disorder from repeatedly watching these TikToks.
Mm-hmm. Now, in a Wall Street Journal article, writer Julie Jargon explains the tic phenomena this way. The movements are sociogenetic, meaning they are developed socially but have a profound and real neurological effects. Patients had physical jerks such as neck twitching or were compulsively and involuntarily repeating words like beans. Why beans?
They don't even explain the beans. I'm not sure why beans got in there, but you know, obviously what we think about, we bring about. You know, if we're watching things over and over, and that's why I love the idea of ruminating on scripture, memorizing things that God has for us to hear, because those things are eventually going to come out also. But we have to insert that information more often and more regular than what the things we're seeing on TV or social media or with our friends. You know, it's not just social media's fault. We're the ones who have to control what's going in.
So could that be precisely what we're talking about? Influencers and those under the influence?
Well, and that is the thing that really hit home because I just came out with my new book called Soul Selfie, #NoFilter. And it's my second book. My first one's just called Soul Selfie. But it's the idea that we turn that camera back around on our own souls and take a look what's going on in there. And when I realized how people are being physically affected by the repetition of TikToks and other things from social media, it really makes me think about what's going on. That came after what started happening in here. So how many things are happening to women by what they watch and how we're comparing ourselves to things that aren't even real. We know they're not real, but we still seem to base our identity often on what we see on social media.
Heather, can you explain to us what you mean by diseases of the soul, which could be what some are going through or are experiencing on the internet?
Well, one of the things that I learned from my leukemia journey is that God just said, Heather, you are a full-time job. And that meant that I needed to turn that camera back around and look at the things that were going on in me. So diseases of the soul, or common plagues of the heart, as I call them, are worry, fear, resentment, control, image management, comparison, jealousy, just to name a few. And I found that I'm not the only one who has those diseases. And unfortunately, they are chronic. And my goal in writing is to help you know that you're not alone in your struggles and that there's always hope.
And so in your view, the internet has been where most people have been going to trying to find solutions to those diseases of the soul that you talk about in your writing?
People are looking to the wrong sources for those answers. Even though it seems like we're really all connected, we're really isolated because those aren't real. We see real pictures on social media, but they are not, it's not the real world. Mm-hmm. We only see a snapshot of their day and it looks perfect. But you didn't see the fight before the shot, and you didn't see the argument after the shot was taken, but we're comparing ourselves to that cute little picture.
We now bring you the story that recently raised a lot of eyebrows. An influencer or someone under the influence of social media? Well, we'll let you be the judge. A young woman in Florida, here in the United States, recently faced harsh criticism after posing in front of her deceased father's casket and posting it on Instagram. 24-year-old Jane Rivera shared photos of her posing next to her father's open casket at his funeral. She was wearing what some consider to be a sexy black suit. Now, in some of the pictures, she appeared to be content of the images, even smiling in some of them. Now, many people took it to Twitter and commented extensively about her pictures and videos, trying to make sense out of them. Here's what some had to say. When you surround yourself daily with people who do nothing but tell you how awesome and hot you are and everything you do is perfect, then this makes perfect sense. Oh my God, this is the exact representation of a hollow generation, sick with social networks, empty, just looking for approval. These Instagram influencers can do anything for looking good and for some followers. Shame on such people. According to NBCnews.com, in an interview with them, Mrs. Rivera said that she, quote unquote, understood the negative reception, but clarified by stating that the photos were taken, and I quote, with the best intentions in the manner my father would have approved had he still been alive. Let us know what you think about Mrs. Rivera's social media post about her deceased father's pictures and videos. We are on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Our handle is @VOA Our Voices. We are also on WhatsApp. Our number is right there on your screen. Now, last but not least, some may ask, what is the role of big tech companies who create and run the social media platforms? Facebook was recently in the hot seat again. A Wall Street Journal report cites the internal knowledge of its harmful effect and the company's unwillingness to act. A whistleblower, a former Facebook employee, came out in public in October to testify against the social media company, only adding to the scrutiny. VOA's Tina Trim tells us more.
Facebook, the social networking giant that also owns Instagram and WhatsApp, is in the spotlight once again.
I'm here today because I believe Facebook's products harm children, stoke division, and weaken our democracy.
Frances Haugen worked at Facebook for 2 years as a project manager, but has since become known as the Facebook whistleblower. Haugen testified at a Senate hearing about what she says is an intentional lack of action and transparency by the company and its related apps, such as Instagram. She said Facebook algorithms tend to promote falsehoods faster than the truth, citing misinformation campaigns that have spread in the US and abroad.
The company's leadership knows how to make Facebook and Instagram safer, but won't make the necessary changes because they have put their astronomical profits before people.
According to Facebook's own study, 32% of teenage girls on Instagram said that when they felt bad about their bodies, the site made them feel worse.
Facebook knows that its amplification algorithms, things like engagement-based ranking on Instagram, can lead children from very innocuous topics like healthy recipes, just something innocent like healthy recipes, to anorexia promoting content over a very short period of time.
But Facebook says that Haugen only had a limited view of research and policy decisions at the social media firm and pointed that out during her testimony. Facebook's head of global safety appeared before senators.
Has Facebook ever found a change to its platform would potentially inflict harm on users, but move forward because the change would also grow users or increase revenue?
Has not been my experience at all at Facebook. We care deeply about the safety and security of the people on our platform. We've invested $12 billion in it. We have thousands and thousands of people working on this issue. That's just not how we would approach it.
We've had Facebook, in testimonies at hearings, also always saying they're going to do better, they're going to do different, and then they walk away and nothing happens or nothing majorly happens. And I think that this is the first time that that's being documented about all the things that they actually had information about, things that they could have done, and they just didn't do it.
Some are comparing Facebook to a pivotal moment in the cigarette industries.
Facebook and big tech are facing a big tobacco moment, a moment of reckoning. When we learned of those files that showed not only that big tobacco knew that its product caused cancer, but that they had done the research, they concealed the files.
It remains to be seen if lawmakers and regulators will act to curtail Facebook's alleged harm. And it's not clear how Facebook will respond, even if the calls for change originate from within. Tina Trin, VOA News.
And that's all for us this week. On behalf of VOA and my colleagues on Our Voices, thank you for being with us. Until next time, have a great day.
When you hear of drug abuse, what comes to your mind?
When we say drug abuse, it seems like something that is so distant, but it's happening every day in our homes.
1 in every 4 persons has mental illness.
Regardless of your notion of what drug abuse is, you are sure to get the right meaning here. Welcome to Regardless, an anti-drug abuse television show put together by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry.
Regardless, the anti-drug abuse show, airing on PlusTvAfrica every Tuesday at 5:30 p.m.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
and welcome to One on One. My name is Fumi Onajefe, and today we'll be talking about road safety in Nigeria. My guest is Assistant Corps Commander Sani Abdullahi. He's the unit commander for Lekki Command of the Federal Road Safety Corps. He has an MSc in Defense and Strategic Studies from the Nigerian Defense Academy, Kaduna, and BSc in Political Science from the University of Abuja. He has experience in the FRC. He has served in various positions in the Corps, including Staff Officer Operations, Head of Protocol Unit at Kaduna State Sector Command, and Media Assistant to Corps Marshal. He has been the Unit Commander for the Lekki Unit Command since August 2021. Welcome with me. Good day, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for making our time to join us today.
I appreciate the platform.
Okay, so let's talk about your growing up. What was growing up like for you, sir?
Oh, God. Thank you very much. I happened to be born in Ajobe.
Okay.
That is somewhere in Ankpa local government area of Kogi State.
Okay.
In the 60s. I'm a grandfather now.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah.
That's nice.
And as it was at that time, a child growing up was, first of all, a Muslim child.
Yeah.
First of all, start with Quranic school.
Okay.
I completed my Quranic school, and as I was completing it, I started primary school.
Oh, okay.
Ending my primary school, I went to Tenka school. From Tenka school, knowing that I didn't have so much play with tools and working with electrical instrument that I read. I had to go and do my external GCE, which I passed.
Yeah, okay.
After which I went to University of Ibadan, Adult Education Center, got my advanced level GCE. From then I proceeded to the University of Abuja, after which I joined FRSC, and all the long, here we are today.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. So let's talk about, so every time Road Safety Corps or, policeman or even LASMA, but usually it's the Road Safety Corps members that check my car. So I have a fire extinguisher, I have a C caution. Well, they usually let me go when they just check my papers, really.
Okay.
But I just wanted to find out, is there any other thing, even if the Road Safety Corps member is not checking for it in your car, what are the essentials that a car owner should have, whether a commercial bus driver or a private car owner? What should they have?
Thank you for that experience. The idea of we now delving into checking those things because of the consequences of not having them. They look basic, but definitely they are very, very important.
Okay.
So even if it's not for checking, in your own interest, in your own safety interest, you should have those basic things. For instance, when they check something like fire extinguisher, it looks, many people forget that fire extinguisher is as important to you as the vehicle you are driving. Because in the event of any fire accident, that 10,000, 5,000 naira fire extinguisher could save the whole of your millions of naira vehicle.
Okay.
People misunderstand it. The triangular warning sign, the C caution.
Yes.
Yes, as minor as it is, as minor as people take it to, you discover that if your vehicle breaks down suddenly on the road, you cannot move away from the road. You have to walk on it there, put it at the back, where people that are coming will be warned that a stationary vehicle is in front. And anybody who did not observe that and still run into you, cannot say that person is guilty of not being diligent. You understand?
Yeah.
And you look at issues of a light sign violation, like your trafficator, your full headlamp, your brake lights. These are things people take for granted. They believe that they don't need it. But we also know that these are minor things that people overlook, but are very important. So when they check all these things, and they also come to the issue of, let me look at your extra tire.
Okay.
Yes, you will think that you are safe when your tires are functional, you are moving, but not knowing that in the event of that tire, getting punctured, you need another one, which you may not get. And the place this happen may not be the place where you can keep the vehicle. Go and look for the tire to be the one that you are using to be repaired before you now join it. All these are things that are measures. You may not use them, but when you need to use them, are they available? So these are the basic things that.
So how often? So if I buy a fire extinguisher, how regularly should I, change it? Does it expire? So is it until I use it, or it's just there in my car?
It expires, and the expiring days are there.
Okay.
So if you have fire, many people we have seen, majority of them don't even know how to operate it. But it's not something you need to go to school to do. Or read the instructions. They are normally put there, and you may buy it just like tire too. Tires are like drugs. They also expire.
Okay.
Many people don't know that the tire you are using also have expiring date. They are there, but many people don't look at them. Therefore, they just believe that they bought new tires, but those new tires have expiring date that might have even expired. You understand? Just like a fire extinguisher too. The fire extinguisher you buy now may look new, or you might have bought it brand new, but it's expired. Therefore, it's still not serve the purpose of which you have bought it.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's talk about education from the FRC to especially commercial drivers.
Yes.
Do you go to their motor parks? Because I see them all the time. So for example, this morning on my way to work,
yes,
I saw an overloaded food truck. It was carrying food items going to the island, and this little was not a very big truck, was tilted to the other side and moving at a very slow pace.
Yeah.
So I wanted to find out, beyond just arresting them on the highway, do you go to their motor parks to educate them, to talk with them, even in the markets, open places? What does the FRC do to educate these drivers?
Thank you. You see, FRC management, in its wisdom, directed all the field operators that every morning, from units to the sector, every operational base of the corps, you must go to garages.
Okay.
Talk to the driver even before they set out for their daily activities. Talk to them on the need, first of all, to make sure they check the basic items, tire, water in their vehicles, the wiper, and other basic things. And the need for them not to do some certain, engage in some certain traffic violations, like you have mentioned, overloading. The consequences of overloading the vehicle. Because when you overload the vehicle, you are not only overburdening the vehicle, you are creating the opportunity for you not to maneuver in the event of any incident. Because you are reducing the lifespan of that vehicle through constant overloading. So we put all these information to them, though we may not reach everyone every day, but as much as possible, we use all platforms, media platforms, part of which is what I'm even doing here now. Social media, mainstream media, motorpark rallies, conferences.
Well, you have motorpark rallies.
Of course, it's part of what the FRC is known for.
Okay.
We organize motorpark rallies, and in fact, as we are going to the Ember Month now, you are going to be seeing the FRC flagging off the campaign through motorpark rallies.
Okay.
Motorpark rally is one of our daily assignments, or common assignment that we carry out as a way of enlightening, updating, and educating the drivers on what to do and what not to do to avert road traffic crisis.
So now I am interested in those motorpark rallies that you talk about.
Yes.
What about the trailer parks? Because everybody in Nigeria knows how, and you are the FRC official who will have all the rates and how often trucks that carry containers, the heavy duty vehicles, how often they have their accidents for the minutest of things. Sometimes it's as bad as a friend of mine, her car was, thank God she had insurance for one of those heavy duty vehicles, and his brake was bad. And he would just say, Madam, I beg, no vex, my brake no catch. And I'm like, I don't understand.
Exactly.
So if you go to the trailer parks and you go to the motor parks and you have all these rallies, how come with this incidents are still on the increase?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. We are living in a third world country, where safety is always put at the back end. We don't take it to the front end. And it's part of the challenges that FRSC has to face. You know, before the establishment of the Corps in 1988, Nigeria was rated as one of the worst nations to drive motor vehicle on. And coming from that, you will see situations whereby when road traffic crises happen, Nigerians believe that it is an act of God or evil spirits. Fatalistic belief that don't attribute those causes to factors that scientifically are known. So we have to battle with that to create the impression that road traffic crises don't just happen. They are caused. And they are caused by factors that we know. And if we play by the rules, if we abide by those rules, we have confidence and trust that accidents will not happen. And even if they happen, they will not lead to death or fatal injuries the way we are seeing it. This has been the center point of our campaign all along. We are not getting over yet. We specifically look at the menace of vehicles falling. Let's say tankers falling, and articulated vehicle not properly hooked, also falling and causing hazards. We have had cause to engage in aggressive education, enlightenment, and enforcement. Part of which was even the issue of the minimum safety standards that articulated vehicles will meet up before they can be said to be operating on the road.
So what are the minimum safety standards that these vehicles should meet up?
These are one of them, as I speak to you now.
Yes.
We have those that load, because when cases of petrol tankers falling became too much, FRSC has to go into the questions of safe to load. That is physically deploying our men who stay at those depot and ensuring that whichever vehicle that will be made to load must have some basic things like the brake you are talking about.
Yes.
The brake must be functional. The lighting system must be there. The tires, and the driver himself must also have evidence.
But how do you ensure, for example, so it's one thing that your official is there.
Yeah.
So what if he flags the vehicle and says this vehicle cannot go, but they still go ahead and get on the road?
No, because we are there in cooperation with the management of those depots. Therefore, whichever vehicle we identify not fit to load cannot load.
So what happens when this vehicle, so what about vehicles that now have accidents? Do they go back and trace it maybe to your FRC officials? Because we are in Nigeria, and sometimes officials can get compromised.
It's possible that, when we talk about accident, if it is a real accident have dimensions.
Yes.
It's possible that what has happened was something that was unavoidable. But if it's something that was a result of somebody's negligence, it can also be traced. And I think we don't have such cases of a vehicle certified to have been safe to load it and went to have. But of course, there are other places or areas probably which we have not covered and which those people could get all those items, and it could happen that way.
Right.
But definitely to cover the major ones that are engaged in this, we'll make sure that our men are there. And so far, that is why you are able to see reduce cases the way you are seeing now.
Okay.
If not, in 4 or 5 years back, you know how it was in this country, where you're hearing of it happening here, it happening the second day, and so on.
Okay.
It's a continuous effort.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll take a quick break. When we come back from the break, we'll be looking at, December, the festive season is upon us, so we're just going to be looking at, all the safety measures we all need to take, especially with commercial vehicle drivers. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Thank you for staying with us. This is One and One. If you're just tuning in, my name is Fumiono Ajefe, and I have an FRC official with me today. So let's talk about now the festive season is, we call it Ember months in Nigeria. Yes. September, October, November, and then December, the mother of all festivities in Nigeria. So how is the FRC preparing for this? And let's first of all talk in line with commercial drivers. We'll start with Lagos, for example, where we have the yellow buses. And we know that for anyone who has ever entered a yellow bus in Lagos, that seat belt doesn't really fasten. It's only most times when they see the FRC officials or last mile officials that they quickly just, put it on. So we're talking about going to their motor parks to educate them, but consistently, this young man, I know there was a time not so long ago, the sale of alcohol was banned in the motor parks. So what is the FRC doing about commercial drivers and safety of passengers?
Thank you. It's an issue in Nigeria where people maybe get up in the morning or they didn't sleep well, they want to artificially enhance their energy going through alcoholic or drug intake to keep them awake, and thereby making them to engage in acts that are hazardous to their life and the life of others. Like you mentioned earlier, that is why, in collaboration with relevant agencies, the sale of alcohol and some drugs within the parks were banned, so that at least the access to them could be restricted, and so that we can also be sure that whoever that is driving vehicle that we come across are not people that are under the social influences of illicit drugs, because we know the consequences of being there. What we are seeing in terms of people not understanding the benefit or adherence to the requirement for seat belts is the way it is in Africa or in the kind of society we live in, where education is very limited. I know when we started the campaign for seat belts, which is not even too long, majority of the people don't even know what the seat belt is all about. And they have never used it. They don't even know how it is. We even have to struggle with teaching people how, since they started using it, we are seeing increased level of compliance. There are still some people that have still not keyed into it, but definitely improvements are obvious. That people these days now know that it is in their interest that when they are seated in the vehicle, either in the front or at the back, the seatbelt, because of the safety aspect of it, because of what the safety benefit of using seatbelt. We have said it before, that overloading your vehicle, you are not helping yourself. And it is most common during this Ember month, during this December period, where many passengers are available, and the driver want to maximize the profit, the benefit by trying not only to overload, but also to overspeed, to speed to a level where they will go and come back and go and come back as many times as possible, so that they can drive. And the consequence of it is accident, crashes that could lead to death or fatal injuries, and ending people's lives in a manner that could be avoided.
Okay, let's talk about the fact that, there's a time that the FRC, the federal government, well, your organization wanted your officers to carry firearms at that point in time. How far has this gone? Because many people, even I kicked against it. I'm like, already with the policemen, we have so many issues. And then FRC officials, you have also seen videos of where some of the times, and I understand sometimes it can be frustrating. You're correcting, a motorist or a passenger and they're misbehaving. You get emotional. You're jumping on their vehicle. So what happens when you now have a firearm? You shoot the person down. So how far with that? Has it been put down, or you're still carrying on to having firearms?
Okay, I think your opinion, people with this kind of opinion is why FRSA management has not been too aggressive in pushing for that arms. Because immediately, in fact, majority of us have gone for the training.
Well, why? I want to find out, why do you need firearms?
No, we too, we are also vulnerable to violent attacks from not drivers or motorists, but also from armed people who may want to attack us, or violent people who come with arms, and we become defenseless. We know over the years that the law that established the core made provision for FRSC personnel to bear arms. But the fact that we have been able to enforce this law consistently for over 30 something years without that arms, anytime we stress the need for us, based on the experience our men have on the road to just armed attacks, the public opinion will want to say, no, we don't need FRSC to, and that's why government has been very, very reluctant. Outside that violent attack that our men are subjected to sometimes, and invading our offices where we become defenseless, we have been successful in using civil means to really enforce traffic rules in Nigeria. And even this debate came during the last National Constituent Assembly, during one of the assemblies, where one of the members was asking the Corps Marshal then, that is there any nation that you can recall that can enforce law without arms? And you really may not have that examples. You understand? But we, in our own case, we have been very, very successful in enforcing laws without recourse to arms, to use of arms. And that is a very good example that Nigeria is having. Despite the violent nature of the environment and the people with whom we have to enforce this law, at least we have been successful in enforcing the law without recourse to the use of arms.
All right, fantastic. We just have a few more minutes to wrap up. I just want you to give a message to the motorists on the road. What are the things that what are the things or one thing they need to know to ensure their safety on the road?
Thank you very much. First of all, when you operate with the cautiousness that your families are waiting for you, you will not even need a law enforcement officer to restrain you from speeding, to make sure that you check your vehicle well before you enter it, and that as you are driving, you are not driving alone, you are driving and sharing the road with other road users, and that your action, or the action or inaction of others, your lives will not depend on source, that you have responsibility to be defensive in driving, and making sure that you don't overload your vehicle, you don't overspeed, your lighting system are functional, your tires are properly inflated, not over, not under, and that you are not under the influence of any drug or alcohol, and that you can see and be seen, and that your judgment may not lead to anything happening to you. When you are operating like this, even if we cannot prevent accident from happening, we have the assurance that even if they happen, they may not lead to fatal death or fatal injury. These are the realities with life, that accidents don't just happen. They are caused and they can be avoided.
Okay.
Yes.
So I just wanted to find out from you, what about your erring officers in FRC? How do you ensure that the officers, under your command are doing their job, they're not compromised, and when they do fall out of line, they're punished, and when they also do very well, they're rewarded.
Thank you. In fact, FRSC is one organization that you can say have the strictest type of guidelines on monitoring their officers. We are people that, we are an organization that is dependent on civility as our principle. Even as the law trusts us with enforcement, they also trust us with attending to crash victims. We are blending regimentation with civility. And that is a peculiarity that is not too common. That as you are seeing me in uniform now, people see us as enforcers. We are also first aiders. You understand?
Yeah.
That creates that personality that a nation must trust. And therefore, we cannot afford a situation where our officer and men will betray that trust. That is why constantly they are under surveillance. Surveillance to make sure that whatever they do conform with the operational guideline. Under the surveillance that they don't intimidate, they don't harass the people they accost in the course of doing their work. And two, that whenever there are cases of corruption, like taking bribe, well, no nation or no institution is able to say we are 100% pure. But in the case of FRSC, since we don't have a return system whereby people go to the road and do something and return to the command officer, they know that if you are involved, if you are caught, either by the command officer himself or outside surveillance, you are on your own. With that institutional support for corruption or corrupt practices does not exist in FRSC. And that has been our focus. And that is where we are.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Thank you very much for your time. We'll be reaching out to you more often, talk about this, especially now, like we're going into September, October. We'll be, calling on you. And then please let us know about, your road rallies, multi-park rallies to see, how we can also work with you so we can also enlighten people as well about this.
Right.
All right.
I assure you that whenever we are going to launch our coming number one at my own units.
Okay, please let us know. PlusTvAfrica would like to be a part of that. All right, thank you very much for taking out your time to watch and enjoy the show. I'm so sure you have learned some things from it today. Stay with us again, and we'll be on your screen next week. My name is Fumino Ajefe.
When you hear of drug abuse, what comes to your mind?
When we say drug abuse, it seems like something that is so distant, but it's happening every day in our homes.
1 in every 4 persons has mental illness.
Regardless of your notion of what drug abuse is, you are sure to get the right meaning here. Welcome to Regardless, an anti-drug abuse television show put together by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry.
Regardless, the anti-drug abuse show airing on PlusTvAfrica every Tuesday at 5:30 p.m.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Hello, you're welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. My guest today is a pioneer of hip-hop music in Nigeria, a gentleman who made such marks that his songs became trademark for entertainment, for fun, and enjoyment. He branded himself with a torchlight, and also he included his cultural insignia of having the Benue type, the black and white coloring on his hat.
Nigerian music star, performer, songwriter, music producer, and executive producer Zaki Aze is recognized as one of the pioneers of hip-hop music in Nigeria. He was born in 1975 to the family of Thomas Ateva Fete in Kaduna, where he was also brought up. He is from Benue State. He shot into the limelight after the release of his first album titled Loaded in 1994. Zaki is also the CEO of True Nigerian TV, a TV program that celebrates Nigerians across the country and people who should be emulated as role models. Zaki Aze is currently the Vice President of Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN, a Human Rights Ambassador with the National Human Rights Commission, NHRC, Special Marshal with the Federal Road Safety Commission.
Please welcome with me Zaki Aze. Zaki?
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. One of my legs is already shaking.
Why is it shaking?
When you sit with
no,
veterans like you.
Look at us. You be man, I be man. No wahala.
Okay.
Now let's look at something. You were born in Kaduna.
Yes.
And you're from Benue State.
Yes.
What impact did that have on your music?
A lot. Not from me, from my great-grandfather,
okay.
Even on both parents' side, both my mother's side and father's side.
Yeah.
We're all born and brought up in Kaduna State.
In Kaduna.
I was now born and brought up also in Kaduna State.
Yeah.
That gave me an advantage of a wider scope, which is the Hausa language.
Yes.
Because growing up, that was the only language we knew. As we speak, I still don't know how to speak my tribe like 100%. I'm careful.
Yep.
That's Tiv.
Yeah, Tiv. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Tiv.
Okay.
I'm careful when I'm speaking amongst our people.
Okay.
So I'll put English, I'll speak a bit, put English because they would criticize me. You understand? But Hausa give me an edge, being the second widest language in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
So you give me an edge. It gave me a more broader fan base.
Yes.
Starting up as an artist.
Okay, and then
so I think that is the
one of your songs that really struck a very strong chord with someone like me is Namigo Mariam.
Namigo Mariam from the very start.
Yeah.
I wanna marry you.
Exactly.
But then I feel ashamed. Do the chorus now. Namigo Maria. As opposed to Maria.
It's very simple, easy to follow, and it's relatable. What inspired you to do it?
Well, years back, when I was in Borno State. Loved her, and you know, if you understand Hausa, the rap in Hausa is saying, your father refused, I will not marry you, but even if they refuse, I will go to any extent to marry you, etc. I think is that love affair that, you know, and it wasn't a love relationship that was, there was no, you know, in those days, relationships don't have sexual until after marriage and all that. Sure. So it was that kind of relationship. You cuddle each other, we love, everybody in the area knows, okay, this is my babe, she's for me.
So you people were already an item.
Yes, and we're really looking forward to getting married when we grow up and all that. But I think a lot of issues came in, you know, and then I made that song out of it.
Are you still friends?
Well, yes, but you know, she's
settled down and all that.
She's settled down. She's not even in Nigeria now.
Okay.
She works with a big NGO somewhere abroad and all that. So, well, we're in touch, but we're not in touch. Let me just see. I just see her on Instagram.
Okay. Thank God for Instagram.
Thank God for Instagram.
You know. But then, you know, let's talk about love. There's this thing. They say that there's not much love amongst the African people, especially from the male side. Do you think so?
There's not much love, especially from the male side.
That men are not romantic.
Yeah, I agree.
How?
Yeah, that's true. I think our tradition costs most of. We have some certain, you know, not everything about our tradition as African men is good.
Like
especially,
what?
Man, the one I hate most, it is after when you die and your family comes to take over everything from your wife. In some cases, they say one of the brother would marry. I mean, so how is the woman supposed to take care of what did you work for? How is she now supposed to take care of your kids when you are not there? So, you know, some tradition, I really don't, that's the one I hate most.
But then we've also heard of very good romantic stories, love stories within the African setting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and even within the polygamous setting.
That most of the time has to do with personalities. Yeah. Some personalities break even from tradition. Some personalities know tradition. Such personalities in Africa, they call them woman rapper.
Yes.
Yeah, once they see you like that, they call you woman rapper. But it's not really woman, it's just pure love. I believe in love. I've always believed in love, no matter what the trend of the world is saying. Love is...
You see, as much as you believe in love, right, it's been alleged that you don't show that much love at home. Your former wife accused you of not showing that much love.
Well, I'm sure my former wife, well, I'm not in her mind, but I know she would definitely be regretting now.
No,
I think, well, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I think there were a lot of negative influence, especially for a girl who has not been to Lagos before. Understand? So I think there were a lot of influence, you know, negative influence, and she was carried away by so many things. That's what I think.
That's
and
you
then,
talking.
And then that's me talking, yeah? I also think that the way it happened, understand, the way she did it, I had no chance.
You are taking yourself out of it.
No. I'm just but
yeah,
it was all in the media.
So
it was in court. Police came to my house. It was in the media. Every channel that I would have used, you know, no matter what. I'm not saying I am guilty of anything.
That you are not guilty.
No, I'm not. I know that I'm innocent of everything.
Everything. Yeah, like even when she accused you of beating her.
I'm innocent. So we went to court. And in court, I remember one of the main marks. I remember clearly. You know, it's always good to say these things so that people also will learn. one of the main things she was using against me, which was a birthmark she had on her chest, and claimed is from the beating.
Yeah.
So I remember in court, they now brought that issue of beating and how she has that on her chest. So I said, okay, there's no way I can prove this, because the only people that lived with me is her brother and her mom. And there's no way they will testify against their own daughter. But I thank God for technology now. I would pay any amount, let them go and verify where that thing, that mark came from. It's a small swelling. Yeah. So let them go and verify where it came from. If they can prove it, I accept everything she says I'm guilty. And they could not.
Okay,
You
so
understand?
the court records show that.
Yeah, it's there. I mean, it's there. You know, so, but you know, such things like divorce is something that I would not advise, because, I mean, there are children in between.
Yeah,
so divorce is something that I will not, in fact, I did everything to try to stop that. You know, one of the things I did was to chase her around, you know, and beg, even though I just think that something happened in between. I travel a lot. I'm not always around. Even now, even in this marriage,
That's
I'm
the
always
new marriage.
traveling.
Your current marriage.
Well, my current marriage is still new. It's almost 10 years now.
Well, compared to that one, is
yeah, compared to that one.
Yeah.
No, compared to that one, this one is older. That one did not last up to this one.
Yeah, well, that one is first.
That one,
so is the
that
old
one is
marriage.
first. It's the old marriage.
Yeah, so
but this one has lasted longer.
This is a new, longer lasting marriage.
You understand? So, I tried that. I even took it to my pastor then, Odukoya.
Okay, Pastor Odukoya, yeah.
The truth is that one lesson I learned from all that is that I'm going to, this is hard, but one major lesson I learned is that not every tears is real tears. Don't ever fall for a woman's tears. Some women can easily shed tears, to prove their innocence.
Can we say some people, and not just women?
Okay, some people.
So we're not sexist.
Women don't shed, men don't shed tears.
Men do.
Men shed tears.
Oh yes, men do.
Cry like tears.
Oh yes, sure, they do. Haven't you seen a man cry before?
I don't. Well.
I do.
But I think the way men cry is even more emotional than women. It's just that they don't show it. Understand? You don't have to see a man's tears to know that a man is crying, if you ask me.
That's part of why they say that men are not emotional, and that's wrong. Africa. But complete that statement you were making about the...
No, yeah, because most of the places we go, the woman talks faster, she would talk, she would shed tears, and then she would, the shocking one is, she would swear. Do you understand? For me, that's strange. I can never swear for something that is not true. And then, so if you are the one trying to judge, what would you do? So everybody just looked at me as a monster. But also, one thing I also would say from my experience is that no matter what you do in life, the truth will always come out.
Very true.
And this is very important for everybody out there in that situation. It's one situation I wish I can reverse. It's something I never want to happen to even my enemy.
Yeah.
If you remember, go and read my articles before that scandal.
Yes.
I have always been saying marriage is the most important thing in the world. If you get it wrong, it's better for you to die than marry a wrong woman. I've been saying that before, even my first marriage. Now, what is most important in all this is do not, there is no remedy. Do not ever think that you have dated 1 million women, so you know women.
Yeah.
The only way you can assess a good woman and a good wife is by prayer, period.
Prayer.
It's by prayer. If you pray and God's approve for you to
proceed.
Proceed. But if you think that with your expertise, you are an expert, you are a big joker. That's one of the things I've learned from this.
So now, that's in the past now. Right, but what about the children? How are they doing?
They're fine. They're fine. 2 of them are in the university now.
That's good.
In fact, I just spoke to one while I was waiting for you to understand. One is still in the secondary school, but you know we are not salary earners, so
I know.
I try to do things in long term.
That's true.
So I try not to pay school fees small. You just pay for 1 year or pay for 2 years.
Yes, that's wisdom.
That's wisdom.
That's wisdom.
Even house rent, I try to do like 3 years, 5 years.
Yes. So you have some peace of mind.
So you have some peace of mind.
Yeah. Okay, so now the home base, that's your home base now. Everything is settled. Your current marriage is...
Yeah, I'm happy. I thank God. I learnt my lessons the bitter way. When this happened, I didn't see it coming. I never expected for someone... But I'm not trying to play Mr. Good, but I always ask God, particularly one question. That's, I'm married now, so don't think I'm campaigning for myself. I've always been, as a young man, that guy who believes in one woman at a time, love one woman. And then I have friends who, they have 3, they have 6, they just treat them anyhow. And these people eventually got married and are living peacefully and happily with their wives.
Yeah.
No consequences of their past. I, who is an innocent boy who didn't do all that, why do I have to face this? That's my question, that maybe when I get in heaven...
Well, life happens to all of us. That's just the truth.
No, but I think that kind of thing should happen to people as consequences of the life that they live. Don't you think?
No, I don't think so. I think life happens. Many things in life happen without us being able to determine how they should flow. That's just the truth. Like you get out of your house and then somebody hits your car.
That's material. You can't compare that to
marriage. No. I'm talking about things happening that you don't have control over.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
It's you're a very careful driver, but somebody hits your car. What are you going to do? You can't stop driving,
especially Kobe.
So it happens. Now let's move away from that and get a little bit back to that thing about romance of the African. And I'm asking you because many of your songs tend to look towards love, romance, and all that. And what's going on? Why is it alleged that the African man is unromantic or non-romantic or not romantic?
Yeah, the African man always feel he's a macho man, and then tradition. The African man always thinks of what family or society or friends will say. Like I was trying to, instead of being yourself, especially if the woman is someone who loves you and is honest to you. What I can't stand is dishonesty. Once you're honest to me, I'm fine. Understand? So I think that the reason why, and then there's also the, I don't want to use monetary, but these days now, especially around here, I don't know whether it's because of culture or tradition, I think it all starts from parents celebrating their children that are more successful against the ones that are not too successful.
That happens everywhere in the world.
Yeah, but I think that is where the materialism or the quest for everybody wanting somebody who can, what can you do for me? Can you take care of me? I think that's most of the basis now for love or romantic, you know.
But I think that most times these things go back in history. Traditionally, historically, men have been burdened with the responsibility of taking care of their women.
Yes.
Right, and by inference, their households.
I agree, but it's just the way the African man takes care of his woman, it's not even romantic. It's everything is like, look at, I'm not saying we should be like the white man, but women are emotional, you know. I can bet you there are some marriages and some husbands who have not said I love you in the last 7 years.
That's deep.
Understand? I can bet you, especially around here. After all, I give her everything she wants. She has a good car, she has a good house. I give her all the money she needs. That's hell. I mean, that's not the end of it. There should be some.
So you believe that we should be as expressive as possible?
You should be friendly. You should never ever see your wife as your wife.
How do you want to see her?
As your girlfriend. You know how you treat your girlfriend when you are dating, when you are just...
You're going to have to explain that to me.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, do the things you used to do before the kids. You know, the same, take her out, you play, you do things like... let me make a confession. I think it rained like 3 or 4 days ago. But all of us were in the rain. The kids, my wife, and I were running around the house and playing in the rain. Those are things I used to do when I was a kid. And we're still doing it. Or get pipe water and start chasing each other.
You're just saying like creating a quality time
you have to.
For yourself and your wife as against just for the children alone.
Yes.
But that
apart from children, you are not getting what I'm trying to say here is that the African man believes that once he can provide money for you, that's it. That's love. That's romance.
All men. It's not all Africans. So it's just that there is some classification that says that's the way they all behave.
You know, sometimes some women, let me not say what women, don't help it. They are also money. So the man feels okay. She doesn't even care about me. You know, it's money. Okay, take money. Let me just be my own.
Okay,
you understand?
Okay, now I'll challenge you about something. You said the men don't cry, right? Or you said they don't cry. And I said, oh, men cry. I've seen men cry. I cry when it's necessary, you understand? And it doesn't stop me from being a man. Now, would you say that concept of the man in Africa not crying is not also part of the culture that forbids us from expressing how we truly feel? And it is reflecting on our romance and romantic life.
You see, we when we were talking about cry, we spoke about tears. Have you ever heard when an African man is wailing in pain?
Yeah, still crying.
But there's no tears.
He doesn't shed.
But you feel his
pain. He may not be shedding some tears.
That's what I mean. Okay, a man is supposed to be a shoulder that you can cry to or lean on. So you as a man, you are crying. What would the woman do? Where will she lean to? Where will she fall to? Who is going to console the children or the woman or the other people? You are the man. That's what it takes to be a man. So be a man. You can't be,
That is something that I think I will look for a day that I bring you back in the studio and get other people who would express their own positions too. Because really, I believe that it is easier.
Even if you have to cry, nobody should see you crying.
Why can't you be
Because
seen?
you are what they look up to.
Yeah.
It is you that should stop them from crying.
But you also have needs.
Then you go and take it with God.
And the
that with God.
And the people in
go
your house,
to your room and cry and then tell God what you want to do. Then wipe your tears and come and be strong for them.
And the people in your house don't know how you truly feel, and they will keep thinking that you are a very
tell
strong
them
man.
by crying.
No, I mean, if your emotions break out, let it be free.
Wallahi, but you never come.
You have to explain what your wallahi Medama means now.
I don't agree with that. That's
You
what
don't
I
agree
mean.
with me. All right. I think we should take a break now. When we come back, we'll continue our conversations with Zaki Aze. Please stay tuned.
Maybe you cry for me a bit.
Yes, you're welcome back to Timeless Conversations. And I still have Zaki Aze in the studio with me. Zaki, it's really nice to have you here. Now, let's go back to the things we have said so we can move on to the things we're about to say. And that's specifically the fact that a man cannot cry or should not cry or should cry. But, well, in the interceding period, you've had a little bit of a change of mind.
Well,
or a little bit of a rethink.
Yes. You know, you can't know it all. You know, sometimes. So, at the angle that you are coming from, or the way you are looking at it, I think there may be some sense in it, because sometimes it's. I just feel that if you want to express yourself, you should. You can do that, quietly on your own, where nobody is seeing, because you represent the head of the family and all that. But it's also good sometimes for people to know that even the head can break down, so that people are also, so that you get some attention that could probably save your life or.
Oh, exactly. Somebody within
but
your...
I'm giving you only 20%. Not as if I agree totally. I'm just
considering. It's not the percentage, it's the fact that there's space for growth.
Yeah,
all right.
There's space for growth.
There's space for growth.
Yes.
Okay, now let's look at something about... In 1993, you came on the scene, right? And you were pivotal in the change of the music types and the listening choices of the Nigerian audience. It's almost 30 years now. Are you feeling old?
Not really. I'm not feeling anything yet. But it's the grace of God.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling anything yet, both physically, musically, spiritually.
Okay. Now, spiritually, you've had a very interesting encounter
with God.
With God, yes.
Man. Sometimes I feel as if I'm the only one that exists. Because he's mindful of even things that I did not expect him to put his mouth. He put his mouth.
Okay, tell me about that one where you were planning on acquiring some vehicle and then...
Oh, yes. We were Glow ambassadors at that time. And Glow took me, Lagbaja, Dibanj, I think even Paul Play at that time, to South Africa to do some stuffs. And we came back. I was still single. You understand? Then
Pikin never enter.
I was just there. So when we came back, they paid us some good money. At that time, you could buy anything. So my colleagues already bought some Jeeps. I remember Paul Play bought X5 then. A BMW Jeep.
X5
then. So I was now swearing, okay, me too, I'll go and buy. But the kind of relationship I've had with God before that time, even up till now, that I'm still enjoying, is that I get directions and he speaks to me, he guides me. So whatever he says, I dare not disobey, although I've always been the type that sees God as he's with me. He's not in heaven. I can talk to him like father to son. So I went 2 days before the time when I was supposed to go and buy a car. He came and he directed me. I don't want to go into how he came and everything, but he directed me to go and buy properties, like plots of land somewhere in the island. He even mentioned the area in the island. Then I was in the mainland. So when I woke up in the morning, because there are several issues where every time I get some money, he will intervene and tell me how to spend it. And it's becoming too, I want to flex, as a young man. I was even a teenager.
Yes.
Understand? I wanted to flex. I wanted to do things that other people are doing. Let me enjoy life. But, So he came this time and said that so I was angry and now took a chair. I remember. I was very angry. I was sweating. Carried chair and kept it like this. I said, look,
one
Jesus,
chair for him,
one chair for me and him. I said, look, Jesus, sit down. If not because you are God, I will blow you. I will not only blow you, I will, if I want, I will tell you. So I started talking, I was quarreling and quarreling. Look at all these people, they are buying things, they are doing you brought me to show business. You are the one who put me in show business. And show business is all about show.
Show, go.
So if I don't show, how would I do the business? I was very angry. I ranted for like 3 hours until I got tired.
Oh, you got tired?
Yeah, I got tired. And he didn't even say, he didn't even answer me, you understand? So, the next day I called my lawyer and said, look, go and help me look. He's barrister Issa. Yes, Victor Issa.
Yes.
He was also a member of Fountain of Life Church then. He's now abroad. And I called him and said, go to the island, please. Help me look for properties.
You followed the instructions?
I followed the instructions.
Any regrets?
No regrets. No regrets.
So he went?
So he went. To cut the long story short, he came back, he said nothing. I said, no, I know what I had, go back.
Yes.
He went the third time and said, Kai, there must be something I'm doing. I said, no, I'm sure of what I'm saying. He now told me that they are asking for 1.4 million naira or so at that time.
Yeah.
And then I will do something, everything 1.6 million for about 6 plots of land, So I was like, wow, okay, take the money. He said, he's a lawyer. I said, no, now, wait, now, let me go and do. I said, look, God has shown me this thing, just take. He said, no, I said, take. So I wrote the check and gave him, and he bought it eventually. And
it's your gold mine today.
I'm sure you know how much a lot of land.
That's what I'm saying. It's your gold mine today. It pays to listen.
It pays to listen. It's
and
good
to
to be
obey.
obedient. Yes. But you see, it's more important to first have that relationship.
That's true.
That's the key thing. Once you have that relationship, for you to even get that relationship, you will know that you must obey.
Yes.
You must have gotten to a level where he knows that you will obey.
Yes.
So you are like, so now anything I'm doing, I just ask. If he says cool, I cool. If he say go, I go. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not saying it's all rosy for me. There are hard times, but at the end, we all know that I will always win because it's not me. It's by his grace.
Very good. We'll take a break now. And when we're back, we'll talk. Welcome back. We're still with Zaki in the studio. So Zaki, your music career started about 30 years ago, and in those 30 years, you've dropped different hits and albums and all that. How do you fit into today's music types?
First of all, before I answer that question, you can see that I'm smiling. I'm just so happy.
Yeah.
I'm so happy with what is going on now. I least expect that I will still be alive. Everything happened so fast.
Yeah.
Understand? I think the point where the foundation and what gave us that's the major thing that caused all this boom because when we started, we were struggling. The airwaves, we played 95% Western music. The Nigerian music is like you have to, they just put you once because the in thing for everybody then, even our dressing, everything is American music, foreign music and all that. But somehow we kept trying, and plus the contribution of, we must not forget, the Nigerians in diaspora. While we were like 60% going with the struggle, they came in with their knowledge and expertise, what they have learned abroad. I can mention names, the No Hits group that came in. They boosted all these things. They increased the love for Nigerian music. Tiwa Savage, Banky W, A lot of, Nigerians who were abroad, when they now saw that, okay, the Nigerian music industry is growing, they came in and they did it in a different way that even we that are in Nigeria learned and changed our game too.
Yeah.
So Nigerians quickly now 100% accepted Nigerian music.
Okay.
That is the boom. That is the turning point for Nigerian music. So for me, I am first very happy, and I am also enjoying one fact that my kind of music is different. So I'm still enjoying it. There's no competition for me, and what I have always said before is Mercedes-Benz is still Mercedes-Benz.
Mm-hmm.
Coca-Cola is still Coca-Cola. They rebrand.
Yes.
What is in their rebrand? They just change the shape of the bottle.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the same content.
Yeah.
So that is how you need to upgrade yourself.
Yes.
I was listening to, I can't remember who I was listening to. He said that the difference between old and young is when you refuse to evolve with time, develop yourself. You are still in the analog age. Understand? It has to do with your brain.
Yes.
If you decide to follow the trend and follow at your age, maybe you are age 90, you are age 80, you can still do Twitter, you can do Instagram, you are on TikTok, you know everything that is going, you are following the technology, you read a book every month or two, you read you keep learning, you just remain young.
Young, yes.
And relevant.
Yeah.
For me, that's what I've been doing, just to keep upgrading myself. And I also try to, I owned a studio for a long time.
Yes.
Most of my colleagues used to come and record in my studio, music studio. I produced some of my songs. But one of the key things I also did immediately I saw that change was to stop producing.
Okay.
And start using other producers. So I now go to different producers, different fields, but maintained my style of traditional hip-hop and Gida music.
Okay.
Which has a lot to do with Hausa, mixed up, and all that.
Nigerian influence.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So you see, most of these producers, and I don't work with producers that are my set.
Yeah.
I always make sure I work with producers that are of the Gen Zs.
Oh, the younger
producers.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
No.
What informed that?
Yeah. So you are. There's always a clash between me and them.
Okay.
So that clash is what now produces something very unique.
Okay.
I know a lot of things they don't know. They know a lot of things I don't know.
Yes.
So by the time we work together, it brings out a unique sound.
Okay.
Understand? I always contribute a lot. I'm also a producer and a singer, but I don't influence what they say. I give them free hand to do whatever they want. When they have finished with doing whatever they want, I now put in one or two things, that is different from what they know.
Okay.
So they learn from me, I learn from them, and we produce something
and the
very
sound is
unique.
different.
And then I continue to evolve with time, using them.
Yes.
Yeah. That's
all right.
how
So
I'm doing it.
now, do you write all of your songs, or you have songs written by other people?
Well, I would say that I write all my songs. Yeah,
Okay.
There's only one song that was not written by me.
Which one was that?
Mata.
Oh, that one?
Yeah, that. Mata.
Yes.
One of my friends, I can't even remember his name now.
Wow.
He is
the
back.
guy will fight you if you can't remember his name.
Jesus, I can't remember his name now. It's long.
Okay.
And he just came to me like a joke that I should do this song now. I said, leave me alone.
I love that song too.
Yeah, today is an evergreen. In fact, to shock you, I just did a remix of that song that is featuring Dija. You remember Dija from Marvin?
You should put it on YouTube then.
Yeah,
I listen to Mata on YouTube. Yeah. I watch it on.
I just collected it from Chucky, the producer.
Okay.
So those are the kind of producers I'm talking about.
Okay.
Chucky is not. Chucky should be like 25.
But then he's got the talent.
Yeah, he's good.
Yes.
In fact, the other song, Notice, the guy is 22, Trent.
Wow.
He's 22 years old. As of the time we did Notice. Maybe now he's 23 or so.
Okay. So it's like you don't have any problem mingling with the sound and music of the Gen Z generation.
If you have any problem with that sound, something must be wrong with you. That's what I think.
That's heavy.
Yeah, that's heavy, yeah. You know why you cannot have anything wrong with the sound? It's because it's so versatile. It's so much. It's so different.
Mm-hmm.
They have different feels. If you say, okay, you don't want Afrobeat,
Yes.
what would you say about Chike?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It's sentimental.
That's something
so,
different.
You must not. I don't think anybody in his right senses will say he has problem with the sounds of now, because there are too many. They are different. If you don't like Burna Boy, you will like Wizkid or Wande Cole.
Yes.
Or there are just too many for you to choose from.
Wande Cole is also very strong.
Yeah.
Very, very
Very
strong.
talented and
Yes,
strong.
Yes. And he's also very proud of his background.
Yes.
Just like
Mushin
you.
boy.
Yes, now. The last time we were talking, you said something about the influence of Kaduna on your music.
Yeah.
And so
Kaduna
Kaduna is really home.
Yeah, that's home. That's home for me. That's home. I started going to Benue State at
an older age.
Older age, yeah. But Kaduna, sometimes I feel very bad with what's going on there.
Yeah.
Even now with the several kidnappings, the original indigenes of the Kaduna state are being dominated and flushed out systematically. It's painful. But that is one of the most peaceful.
One of the most peaceful places that you grew up in.
Yeah. Everybody was like sister and brother. Different tribes, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. There's no segregation, Muslim, Christian. There's nothing like that. It was really a good place. That's why I did this song, Wayo Kaduna, Wayo Kaduna, but you may not know it because...
No, I may not understand the language, but I can flow with the music.
Yeah, that's true.
I flow with the passion that's coming from you in the song, and I wish there could be something that could be done. What would you like done to Kaduna?
I want them to live in peace and unity, and to also try and also give the position of leadership to the original indigenes of Kaduna State.
Who are the original?
The Gwaris.
Yes.
They are the Gwari people, understand? The majority of the Kaduna indigenes are Gwari people.
Okay.
They are the original owners of Kaduna, understand? I'm not saying the other minority tribes should not be in position of power, but it's good to always balance it. When you have a lot of the leadership position coming from one side, it's also good for the other side to
be included.
Have a fair share, so that there would be peace, there will be balance, and everybody will feel not cheated. And sometimes when you are from a certain area, you feel their pain, you know their needs more. Because one of the major problems we have in leadership is that there's always a bridge in communication between the people that are being led and the leaders.
And those leading them.
The people leading them just think that, okay, they need this. You just come and do it, not knowing and finding out from the people what is your pain, what is your actual need, what is your wish, how can we improve your lives, how can we lead you and and make progress.
Okay, let's talk about your role as second vice president of PMAN. What do you think PMAN ought to be doing or should be doing or is doing in the Nigerian entertainment sector?
Well, one of the main thing I think PMAN should be doing, which we are doing, is try to unite us. That is why us, I mean everybody in the entertainment industry, including you, sir. I think one of the major issues that we've always had in PMAN for years is the fact that most entertainers don't believe in P-Man because of the differences, different fractions in the past that we've been having, fighting each other, and not doing much for the entertainers themselves. So people don't have faith, just like the way Nigerian politics used to be. You know, it's now that everybody's attention is in leadership and Nigerian politics. Before, these politicians are like, nobody cares about politicians, but now. So it's the same thing with P-Man. You know, it was just ups and downs. If you remember, I've been vice president of P-Man longer. I've been with P-Man longer than even the president now, because I was the vice president for Femi Lasode, if you remember, years back.
Femi Lasode, yes.
Okay, so there's a reason why I have always been particular and voluntary, because there's a lot of P-Man takes a lot of your time and your money. We've worked so hard to bring P-Man where it is. 9 years, putting our own money. Sometimes we fight over money. Every time I'm the one bringing 100, 200,000. What about, you know, there's always that. But we're putting in our money just because we also have children now that are growing up. We don't want it to be continuous. Most of them want to come into music. They will now come and suffer what we suffered. And then if you travel, whilst I told you how we went to record for Glow, is it the keyboardist or the producer came with a 7 Series BMW
in South Africa?
In South Africa. In Nigeria, is the A-list star that we call a producer, or not. You see, but now producers drive those kind of cars.
Yes.
You can see that we're growing now. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Now we're having A-list artists coming to P-Man. The Gen Zs are now coming. The new generation artists. Before, P-Man is where you go and see both smoking, retired people who are just, you know, there going from one governor to source for funds. We have members of P-Man, they collect, you know, all that. They are not really doing what P-Man stands for.
So you're saying that P-Man now, right, is all about making the music pay for the musician.
Yeah, it's P-Man, the major aim of P-Man is the welfare of the entertainers. Understand? So, like now we've created what is called biometric cards. Where, as a member of P-Man, you just register with 6,000 naira. You have health insurance. Your intellectual properties are protected. We even give loans, some soft loans, you understand? You have health insurance. No more like, okay, contribute money, and this person is sick. All that is history. If you are a member of P-Man.
If you are a registered
If you are a registered member of P-Man. That's why we have a lot of people coming to register now. You know, so we're trying to clean our house first, and then put the right structures in the. We just the bill that was just passed with the presidency. That was our work. That was our effort. Understand? So a lot of things are changing, and the NCC is really working with us hand to hand. We've been able to achieve a lot already. But before, nobody's gonna give the government in the center will not give that kind of attention to P-Man. But now they are giving us attention. Plus, look at the P-Man has never ever had an office of his own.
Able to leverage on the improvement in the boom, as you called it, in the Nigerian music industry.
No. I wouldn't say that, because all these things were already in place. We had already, well, I don't know how to put it. Maybe.
Okay,
I'm trying to
say you said those things were in place.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like preparation meeting opportunity.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. They were already in place. Understand? So we are just opportune that the boom is coming now that we are ready.
Yes.
We are putting our house in order. And you know, the key factor, that is why the major problem of Nigeria has always been leadership. We will never make any progress in this country if we don't sort our leadership issues. We must get good leaders to achieve anything. It's the same thing that has happened to PMAN. This progress we are making is because we have a leader who has a vision, who is not a corner person.
Pranking.
Yes. Who have seen his passion on the entertainment industry and how to provide good welfare for the entertainers themselves, especially musicians.
Yes.
You know, so seeing that, I keyed in. I'm a very busy person. I can't be wasting my time in PMAN if the leadership is not right. It's because I saw that the leadership was right that I went in. That is why I worked with Femi Lasode. He also was a good leader, but the people around him. But this particular leader is wise to surround himself with people like us. Understand, who will not mislead him or will not go and betray him or do something wrong that we spoil his works.
So on a larger plane now, where do you see PMAN going?
PMAN would eventually arrive as the biggest union, in the entertainment industry, eventually, in the whole of Africa, because only Nigeria is leading. Nigeria is leading the world now, musically, anywhere you go to in the world. The fact that we have this population and we are leading, we're on top musically, it also means that eventually PMAN will be recognized and accepted. There's no way you would want to attract what is going on now, because music has changed. The musicians themselves have changed. Before, producers are not superstars. Today, producers are superstars. Models are superstars. Keyboardists are celebrities. Everybody is being celebrated now. The industry has fully blown now. So this is even the best time for what is happening to happen. So I think, like you said, it's an opportunity
preparation meeting opportunity.
Preparation meet opportunity. That's exactly what's happening in PMAN.
Okay. So it's been nice having you, Zaki. I have enjoyed my chat with you.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Believe that soon we will get together again.
Okay.
Maybe we'll just allow some months to go by. Yes. And we'll come back. Thank you so much, Zaki.
I'm looking forward to the tears.
Yeah, to the tears.
You promised me.
If
you promised me to cry me a tear. Cry me a river.
Even you said you tear up when you watch movies.
Yeah.
So if you can cry then, so please, there's nothing wrong in crying.
That means I cried before.
You here, man. Nice having you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes,
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
It's been Timeless Conversations with Zaki Aze as my guest. Next time, we'll bring you another guest and some more conversation. Thank you for watching. Take care.
Mata iyayen mu ne su, dole ne mu zange mama su, dole wata guda so dole daidai, ku dubi yunkurin haifa ya'ya, kun ga su suke haifa ya'ya, suke wanke ya'ya, suke runguma ya'ya, suke goya ya'ya, har yara su girma. Ba shakka. Yan uwa ku bare na mata, yan uwa ku bare na mata, mata iyayen mu ne su, mata iyayen mu ne su, yan uwa ku bare na mata, yan uwa ku bare na mata, mata iyayen mu ne su, mata iyayen mu ne su. Ko ako ina sai da mata, aiki daban-daban gare su mata, mata suna nan da aure, su je dawa.
Jacob, you are one family.
There's nothing wrong with this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
My ID starting salary is 150, and I believe in every company, if they should be paying individual or average Nigerian people to be collecting that such amount of salary, I think it will be beneficial for the citizen.
I would say a typical Nigerian working on a day-to-day job, I would say my salary will be nothing less than 70 to 80,000 naira. Because of my skills, I would say I'm a professional cleaner, though I own a cleaning company, but because of my skills and everything, I would say my this will be like, if I'm working for someone, it will be like 70 to 80,000.
Presently, our ideal salary is 100,000. My best work experience is a sales consultant, and I love the work presently, and the work is making me to have.
If the minimum wage should be between a region of 60,000, at least for a start now, compared to the inflation we are facing now, the cost of living, accommodation, and other charges. So at least for a start, 60,000 is not bad.
To me, probably if I say like 180,000 naira is manageable, that's as the way the country is right now. It's better than just sitting at home or for me to being frustrated and misbehaving. So instead of that, so let me just doing it. At least I can see at the end of the day, I won't be able to save anything down. I'll be able to use it to eat. That's all.
If you pay me 1 billion naira, I will not mind. If you pay 1 million a week, I will not mind. But the point remains, we are running an economy that ought to have grown. I don't belong to the class that say a growing economy. We ought to have grown. We are an overfed baby as far as Nigerian economy is concerned. Howbeit, given the society we are in today, some of the boys, I call them boys, at the National and even the State Assembly, earn close to 2-3 million naira a month. So for some of us who've paid our dues, especially in the media, if going by the standard of living in this country today, 1 million naira will not be a bad idea.
My ideal working salary has been from 200 to 400 to get, and that's what I prefer to always get from any company, because I'm always a strategist. I render solutions to companies on how the company can move ahead as well there.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's nothing wrong with this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Hello, welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. And it's going to be a very interesting conversation today because I have a very dear brother, friend, and personality that we all know, Dede.
Thank you very much.
Now, Dede and I, we go back many years. Many years. Now, he is somebody who shoots straight, who doesn't know how to hold back, but he gives information based on his understanding. So, Dede, again, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Now, let me ask you this question. You read theater arts, you practice, as you say, theater arts, but in a different way. You're using music as the propellant for that practice.
Art itself, yes.
Okay. how has life been for you as a musician and entertainer?
It's been very interesting. If you take a spectrum of it from whence I came, to me, it's been a journey worth its salt. It's been a journey worthwhile. From the era where because prior to my time into the field itself, artists were seen as ne'er-do-wells in the society.
Yeah, true.
So it was difficult to have parents accept, even in my time, that a child would want to be an artist. They would call you all kinds of names. You know now.
Yeah, I know.
And but you had to rebel in one way or the other, especially if you come from families like the one I come from, to get into this field itself.
Yeah.
And for us to see that today, the spectrum has changed, comparatively so, because some of us have paid the price for it. You know, for the new generation to have a freer sphere to operate in the arts sphere as a whole.
Yeah. Okay, so you're successful. You're known. You're a known brand.
Well, I'm a known person. I don't know about brand.
Well, you see, there are no two Dede Mabiakus.
Oh, yeah. You know.
So that's a known brand.
Okay.
Right.
Let's put it that way.
You know, shortly before we came on now, one of my people was asking you, Uncle Dede, when are you coming on another show? Right?
Another reality show.
Yes, that's recognizing you as a brand because you shoot straight.
That's right.
What had been those things that prepared you for it?
Would I say, first of all, the grounding I received from home.
Okay.
Prior to that, or added to that.
Grounding you received from home prior to your rebellion?
Yeah, prior to my rebellion. But within that sphere itself, I mean, when I was in secondary school, I was in the musical society. I was in the cultural society. I was in the school band. Secondary school.
That's Federal Government
College, Warri.
Okay.
When I was in the primary school, I was even among the people playing the drum for
your school band?
Yeah, school band.
Yes.
And I was in the cultural society also. So it's like my life has been more or less entwined within. But family-wise, you know the usual things that happen. They will kick against, they will fight against, and you have to prove that you are deserved of being within this sphere. If not, that wouldn't have worked. But, you know, for me, I would say it's been a very open-ended journey. You know, best way to put it. Because you cannot say that it's one angle you want to look at particularly. You know, coming through the journey, primary, secondary, I get into the university. I was in a school band. In the university, I was in a band,
as well.
Sonics. When I got to University of Benin, when I was in University of Jos, in every cultural activity in the Department of Theatre Arts, I belonged. I was also in the I was drumming to self in Power Drinkers Club.
Okay.
You know, way back 78, 79, you know, stuff like that. And it was fun because then it was just about music, fun, and more fun. You know, and I never knew that I was preparing myself for the journey to be this way, this time. Coming forth, working through with the NTA era and all of those things, you know, I found myself comparatively unfulfilled at a certain stage. And my mind was searching, reaching out for that thing that gave credibility and credence and value to this that I profess to be handling. I did stage, lots of it, in the National Theatre, which you are aware of. And I did television also, and won that award as the, I think I was the first person to win that award in this country.
There are many
the best actor, best actor in the country. Then we never had so many awards. It was the Naifetep Telefest thing. It was just one. It was like our Oscar.
Yes.
And I won the best actor then. Well, I did. And my script with Roland Henshaw won the best script also. You know, and so that was value. But I only gained the essence when I moved finally into the sojourn I went into with the great one, Fela Nicola Kuti.
Yes.
I wouldn't lie about that. I need to give that to him.
No, you have to.
I know. Come on,
You
nobody
have to.
can take that from him.
You see, it's 25 years after Fela passed, right? That's a quarter of a century.
Yes.
What has that been like? That vacuum his passing created.
Well, the vacuum was just his physical presence exiting. Because it was, to me, it was a marker of his ancestorialization. You know, Fela transcends the physical. If 25 years after, he is the most sought out, talked about act from this part of the world, the whole of Africa, then that tells you the strength and the essence of the being he carries. So Fela classed very easily. That's the heavy Orisha.
Okay.
And to sit there and learn at his feet is a blessing that I don't know why Olodumare put me there, but the journey is still on.
Okay.
So saying 25 years after, it's a spiritual thing. And I am still within it. He's still within it with me. I know so. I feel so always. Because everything he says, everybody attests to the fact that it's true. It's coming to pass.
Yes.
That's prophetic. For you to be within a unit that is so prophetic 25 years after, that is so sought after now by the entire world, 25 years after physical exit, tells you the power of what that represents.
You know, the impact of Fela's music, locally and globally, was such that when he coined and created Afrobeat, you know, that Fela had played a bit of high life, a bit of soul and all that until...
And jazz, lots of jazz.
Lots of jazz, yeah. And he settled for Afrobeat, and particularly now using the music form as a platform for sensitization of his people.
Yes.
Years after, music from Nigeria by the younger generation now, everybody now, is no longer called Afrobeat, but Afrobeats.
Well,
what's your take on that?
My take on that is simply this. For want of a better way to place what the younger generation are doing, some group of people, a Ghanaian and some British, decided to play act a name coinage. And it stuck because of the present day social media.
Ghanaian and what did you say now?
Some white.
No, there are also Nigerians.
No. See, the Nigerians came into the picture later.
Okay.
Came into the picture later. Let's be frank. The picture here is wanting to harness benefits from the root source itself. So the only way is to retain the name, just put an S at the end. So that there's more focus towards what they're digging into and digging out from. Listen, the young ones, the present day generation are tapping from the root itself, from the source.
Yes.
But the value of what they do is not within the realms of what the source created. Fela's genre of classical African sound was very serious, very dogmatic, very pragmatic, very studious. Fela remains the most atonal master as far as music is concerned in the world. It took so many discordant notes, fused them together to create harmony. And it's something you cannot take from him.
Yes.
Fela created sound based on bands.
Yes.
So the essence of what he did was live. And so it's standing the test of time. The reason why is because he did it for real. There was more of the spirit essence in it. The arts is a very spiritual medium. So many of the younger generation now who are coming into it as a means to an end need to wake up and start to readjust what they've been fortunate enough. Artistry is dying. There's a dearth of musicianship in the system. And it needs to change a little.
I was coming to that.
Yeah.
See, this is it. When you look at what has happened, Fela laid a foundation, a credible foundation.
Solid.
A younger generation came into it, saw it, and copied from it, took from it,
Yes.
and let's say expanded a little bit of it when I say a little bit of it, I mean that, for instance, they don't have they couldn't replicate the showmanship of Fela. They couldn't replicate the political side of Fela.
Even the musicianship.
No, wait. The musicianship stands alone. However, the traits that they've been able to take from it cannot be denied.
Good. Be that as it may, because concretizing on that, it just shows that they just picked some parts and it is blooming, because the present day world of the social media blitz creates a situation where the modern trend makes it possible for thoughts to happen that easily. Why? The computers are there where you can loop sound.
Yes.
Right?
You sample.
And you sample it. Sing upon it. Auto-tune if that be the case, to adjust and correct. And then throw it out quickly. And people receive vastly. Very unlike how it used to be in those days.
The world is yearning for something.
Yeah, so give them a little and they think it's a lot because of the way it is pushed forward.
Many of today's performers are not performers. Many of them are not singers. They're just vocalists.
Well, they're not vocalists per se, they're entertainers.
Well, they vocalize.
Well,
but, right, the real dearth is that they are not musicians.
Musicologists are missing. And they, see, look, those days...
They're not instrumentalists. Few of them. A few days ago, I saw someone's YouTube performance, and I was thrilled that he was performing alongside a live band, and that was Burna Boy.
Yeah.
You understand me?
He's metamorphosed.
So thrilled.
He's metamorphosed into playing with a live band.
Yes.
And he's also learning instruments.
Yeah, that's good.
He's playing the guitar now.
Yeah.
And very soon he's going to come out with things like that, which is good. The more they listen, the more they learn, the more the system earns, because the more we generate more of the value of our sound, our culture, our essence to reverberate a lot louder, stronger around the world. Because doing it live is what our ancestry has taught. And there is power in doing it live. You know, that means you are committing to it.
Yes.
It's about committal. Most of them are not committed, which is the truth. They rather just do the skip and flip, go to the studio, loop, as far as they can just drop the voice there. Oh yeah, how you sound now? Hey, good, you like him? Oh yeah, put this on small. Sample something there, you know? And they keep moving, because they will get on the stage and do DJ, track 1, and it will come. Track 2, it will come. Those days we couldn't do that.
You couldn't even do that.
You couldn't even do that.
Well, maybe we had a more discerning audience then than now.
See, and added to that, which is one other thing people have not really looked at credibly. The generation before our generation was more patient than our generation. The present generation is so hyper impatient rather, about everything. The time of Beethoven, time of the great old masters in Africa of music. You see them, they start the music, it has its beginning, it has the sub-middle, before it gets to the middle, gets to the crescendo, then starts to descend to the point where it gets to the end part of the song. It takes time. You know, you build a song and let it ascend and gain its essence and value. But nowadays, their attention span is limited. 3 minutes maximum, they are tired. So what they do is just go in there, loop something quickly that they can listen to and just dance quick and let it go. That's how their life is being micromanaged by the Western system.
Well, you know, we're going to take a break now. When we come back, we'll still be talking to Dede Mabiaku. Thank you. Stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still Dede Mabiaku as my guest on this program. We were saying something about the impact, the influence of micromanaging of the music scene or the entertainment scene by the Western world. I don't think that's really fair.
I think it is.
No, wait. If we want worldwide recognition, the standards of the international community would have to be taken into cognizance. Or how would you explain yourself with that, your statement?
I would.
Oh, go ahead.
I'll break it down a little for you.
Yeah.
If you let the essence of one people's culture thrive and be propagated the right way, the values therein will come out. The reason why the Fela factor reigns dominant today is because he forced his way into letting the culture he was trying to build out for the world to see thrive.
Yes.
So he built the musicianship, he cultured the sound, he cultured his principles and dogma, and he wove around that essence of values, which he could carry anywhere undermining whose ox is God.
Yes.
Now, and he did all of these live. The present day generation, they just want them to quickly bring something that can hit the dance floor. So they made music much easier for them to access and dispense or disperse to the world out there. So people will not take it that seriously. They want to sit down to learn instrumentation for quite a while because they believe there will be a studio there they can press one note, the computer just gives them, they say, I like that sound, loop it. Our people believed in principles that we needed to follow for quite a while. Mentorship, very important. The mentor and the mentee have to groom over a period of time the essence of values they need to create. For that reason, the present day generation does not, they want to make it, but they don't want to learn it. They want to earn it, but they don't want to learn it. They want to gain it, but they don't want to train in it. You see, so there's been a big marked difference because of the way it's being thrust upon, because the West will grab it. But don't tell me that it is because the West wants it. No, it is because we need to put our feet down to be able to establish it the right way, for them to now finally accept it. This is the way it must be. Because that is how, you cannot tell me that the Nkpokiti dance, for instance, the Atilogu dance, for instance, or even if you go to Western culture, the Yoruba land, where you have the Bata drummers and the Omele and the Gongon together coming to preempt the arrival of the singers and then get the dancers to come into fray and express the culture with the value it has. Then you say, for instance, that I cut all of that out and just do something from the studio that sounds like Gongon and do something for the studio that mimics the Bata and the Omele and get just one person to come and emulate, and then they use the cameras and then put figures and different points. It will represent the culture the same way? Hell no. The essence of us is people. We are people-oriented, and we are driven by the essence of the values we create. The African value is what we are losing. We need to reculturalize their mindset based on what they say they need. They need to see our values, not their values.
But you know, the internationally, there is the threat to cultures everywhere.
Thank you. But you are the same person who attested to the fact that you are very happy when you saw that now. You saw Burna Boy playing live.
Yeah, I said
Thank
so.
you.
I said so because
here we go.
Also, as a professional, I know the essence of a live band.
People-oriented, people-driven sound.
A
not
performance
machine.
that is based on reality, not an assumption of this is what the sound is. Because in the long run, in the long run, right, the musicianship that is not exhibited is what we yearn for.
Thank you.
Because we had seen it before.
See, if you
However, what I'm saying is, I don't agree with you that it is the international community, the international controllers of music or the entertainment world that are making our people do that. I think it's a situation of people finding an easier way to produce sound, right? And then when they go for live performances, like shows that they have, right? And then they can't perform with a live band. They now have Mr. DJ, roll it.
We just said the same thing.
No, I'm telling you.
If they learned it,
yes,
the way the rudimentary style pattern of the African format cometh, i.e., you are mentored, you are trained, you learn.
Okay.
When you learn, You earn the knowledge.
Okay,
you
let me
earn
break
the
your
values.
thoughts. How would that be possible in today's world?
That's why I'm saying attention span is patience, tolerance. Look, listen, every world that you see comes with its own cliques are very important.
I'm saying, how do we make the younger generation learn it?
Simple. By starting from the base like it used to be done.
So
in those days, please bear me this.
I'm bearing you.
In those days, in primary schools, you had music lessons, you had music teachers.
They still
in secondary
teach it.
schools, you had music lessons and music teachers. It's not going on anymore.
Many
you don't have
schools
them.
still teach it.
No, sorry.
That they do.
Except you're talking about the school you are able to afford to send your children to.
No, I'm talking of the school that I attended.
No, bro. Look, your time is long time gone.
No, it's
The
there.
present
It's
time,
there right
not
now.
There.
It's there. Go to CMS Grammar School. They're doing it.
My brother, how many schools are like CMS Grammar School? CMS Grammar School is doing it now because the old boys came into the picture to make sure that some of the things
that we benefited from
are reintroduced. Now you are coming to my point.
Yes.
You see, the system has to be recalibrated to make the present day generation fall in line. If it is done in CMS Grammar School and it can be replicated in other grammar schools
Even
and in other secondary schools,
College,
Federal Government College Warri is not doing it the way that we used to do it.
So what's your old boys association
They are
doing?
struggling to make sure that these things are put in place right now.
You see, Dede, what I'm trying to show you is that we can't just leave it to the younger generation alone. All of us have a responsibility to make this thing happen.
That's what I just said.
We have a responsibility.
It is our responsibility to make sure that we push the powers that be plus us ourselves, being part of the powers that be, to make sure that these things work.
Dede, you are also part of the powers that be.
I've just said so.
No.
I said we need to push the powers that be.
No.
And
You said we as
also.
those.
I said, and we also as part of the powers that be.
Do you know how the younger generation see your generation, which is also my generation? Do you know how they see us?
The story different too.
Oh.
And
so we have to admit that we have not done enough.
That's what I'm saying, that we need to retrace this back.
No.
You cannot let what is coming from the West be a total dictate to what the present is receiving. We need to reculturalize the mindset of the generation we have.
We have phones. They come from the West. We use the phones.
I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm saying we need to reposition the mindset of our own in the present. There are examples beginning to come into fray. I'll give you this. Okay, many years back, we are thinking that it's just only of recent that people are tapping into the fella thing and the rest. No. Very, very many years, but look at people like Missy Elliott.
Yes.
Song like What You Gonna Do. If you listen to it, that's authority stealing now.
Yes.
You know, and these things have been there, but people did not really look at it the way we need to start looking at it. They were taking samples and looping. Whereas what we need to do is training the people to know how, so that they can handle these things the right way. We're giving room to the phone to control the children instead of making the children understand that they should control what they seek and use the phone for. We're leaving room for the children to be looping instead of teaching the children how to be the instrumentalists that will take control. Right. So at the end of the day, the control is left in the hands of the person who holds that. Your chip is just the access. They hold all your documentation. They are your storehouse. But your storehouse, which is live, cannot be taken away from you if you culture it. That's what I'm trying to say. The fella genre, fella generation taught all this to so many. Don't cave in to what they will give you in totality. Use the essence of those values, but it should be based on what we are culturalized, our ways of life, our cultural attributes. And this cuts across all spheres, music, because fella is not just music.
Yeah, sure, certainly.
Oh, it's a culture which is bigger than music. You and I know that. You know, because he transcended music, politics, economics. He was into
all over.
All over.
He was all over. Yeah.
Medicine, you know, and everything you want to talk about. Because, you see...
No. In fact, let me break into that. You know, when you mentioned medicine, I recall that for a long time, forever, he actually kept singing about and talking about the need for us to go
back to African medicine.
I remember that song. It said, herbal medicine, that's the solution. Why didn't we go back to herbal medicine? Well, we're going back now, I think.
Yeah, isn't it funny now that in the present day and time, some people seem not to even realize some certain facts. For too many years, that Oyibo queen went there for yonder, Iyachali, Queen of England, Oniwayo, she has been on herbal medicine for donkey years. During research, we found this out. And they have been pushing to us synthetic drugs for so many years, to the point that Nigeria as a whole is dependent on China and India for medicines.
But that's more of a business.
Thank you. It's the same thing we're talking about. Your cure. If we cure ourselves with what we know are natural, that man from outside will not pump in the synthetics into us, because that is not us at all. The truth of the matter is, the essence of what we live as human beings must be reappraised. For everything that afflicts man, Olodumare has left an answer in plants.
Yes, you know, herbs, plants,
herbs
generally have a therapeutic impact on the lives of humans.
It's nature for nature, nature to nature.
But there is also the need to be able to measure what doses or dosage would work.
Therein comes the problem of what the system has been faced with for too many years, the dogma, i.e. the health scheme put up by the governance over the years. Because commonsensically, when you look out there, you find that in nearly every major stores you see, even pharmacies some time back from Lagos, and say you are traveling to Benin. Look left, look right.
Yeah.
Omo, what will you see?
Yes,
untouched, untapped,
rainforest
unhindered, uninhibited natural resources. And in those places lie these things. But what has the Ministry of Health over the years done? What has the policy on health in the country been? Look, arguably, about 80% of Nigerians cannot afford to patronize the orthodox medical centers. So what has been keeping them alive? Has the health principles in the country take data for data about their claims, do a recce on these findings, do a test to find the efficacies therein or otherwise, so that we can now have a concrete database of what we know is proficiently patent to cure. We can cure the world.
But I can say this, that the policy has been evolving. All states in Nigeria, for instance, have boards of traditional medicine. Yes. And then some universities that I know of also have programs in traditional medicine.
How many universities?
It will start somewhere.
But
maybe we just want to mainstream it now.
If you want to start anything in this world,
yes,
it has to start from the grassroots.
Yeah.
Okay. When you say grassroots, it comes from base up.
Yes.
We start from the primaries. Start to teach the children. We need to go back. See, those people went down there 18 and above, it go hard to teach them new things. So those people went there for down. We go there, start to teach them the essence. This one is dogoyaro. This is lemongrass. This is why these people are using okpaing. This is why they are using.
But that is being done even in villages, in towns, in hamlets, and all that.
It is not done the way we need to make it nationalized.
That's why we need to, allow the evolution of the study aspect of it.
See,
of the codified aspect of it.
We cannot leave it, because this is the time for them to have even tapped deeper into it. Why do I say this? There are certain priests in Nigeria, somewhere around Edo State, that are carrying out researches on herbal cure.
Yeah, and they're producing a lot of solutions.
Yes. And they're working.
That are certified even by NAFDAC.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, I remember during when the COVID outbreak started,
yes,
they came out with 2 principles. And what were those principles? 1, wear a mask. 2, social distance.
Yeah.
Good. In Ajangbadi, Idi Arere, Idi Okpe, Idi Mangoro, Mushin, Agege, Isaleko, Apo, Ogwanja, Isapele, urban area, all those areas. Can they social distance? No. 2, when they stay 10 in a room, 20 sometimes in some room, they feel wear mask when light not there. Not be die with that. No. But we saw these people wake up in the morning, struggle to survive, go to any work they could find, look for the small food they could find to eat, come back in the night and sleep. Don't forget, dead body, no, they hide. And there were not many cases of fatalities during that period. As the World Health Organization done themselves a favor by showing the world that this happened within the period of the so-called, in quote, pandemic. Hold it. I'm coming to my point here. Did they show this to the world? That these people, how did they survive it? There were no hospitals. All we saw was that they kept some isolation centers that were like poster centers. And then in no time, all the isolation centers, nobody there inside again. Now, amala, ewedu, rice, mama, dodo, and the rest. And they give those people, they bring people coming, they're smart and they faded everything out.
Yeah.
Right? And the people were living steady. The major problem the people had then was what? Hunger.
Yes.
Next, the West propagated some certain theories medically. If I walk into the Western world today, or to Americas, and I stand in their midst and say, it looks like I have COVID, they will tell me to self-isolate for 14 days, max. But if I walk into their airport today and I say, it be like I get malaria, right there they will quarantine me. Instantly, they won't let me move. Which means that the efficacy of that so-called malaria, which they fear so much, is higher than the one they just brought in now from their laboratories. Bobomi, Rora.
No, you too, Rora. First, the World Health Organization, I know they are researching how it was possible for Africa generally to survive.
But I want to postulate
you understand
them.
And I'm waiting for the publication of their findings.
But you and I know some certain truths. That one, our ancestors coded this from the present day from knowing that they made us take our medicines as food.
You see,
check this out, brother.
Humanity generally did that.
No.
Generally did that.
No.
See, for instance, I have read and I have found information online concerning the fact that our eating habits were okay up until the 70s. And the 70s is just like about 50 years ago.
No, 60s. It started in the 60s.
Yes.
When they started to talk about
that you could eat like about 4, 5, 6 times in a day. The human body is not designed to eat like that. It's designed to work a bit, eat a bit, rest, then work again.
Recuperate.
You understand?
Let the system itself.
So, and that's when we started having issues of obesity, so quote and unquote pandemic of other stuff.
That's not when we started having obesity. Obesity has it's been a way of life. Look, see, obesity.
Go read. You too go read. You find that up until
my brother, go look back to the ancient days. Many of those people when they say they're affluent, Calabar, go to Calabar land from way back. To marry the girl, they go take and go where? Fattening room.
That one is a concept.
It's a concept. It's a dogma. It's a culture.
It's a concept.
It's a culture.
As part of the culture.
Thank you. It's a culture.
Right? But we're saying humanity generally, right, until the late 60s, early 70s, we didn't eat so much. We'll take a break now. It's Dede and I today. Stay tuned. You're welcome back to Timeless Conversations. Dede is my guest. Now, Dede,
yes.
The things we do off the air is what we're doing here.
Very precisely.
Right, but that's how knowledge is shared.
That's the only way we can do it.
Now, as humans, we need to get a good control over what we eat.
True that.
And the purpose of eating.
True that.
Then what we even ingest into our system, either by way of drink, eat, or smoke.
Or knowledge. Ingestion is multiple.
Okay, knowledge.
So important. You see, if not for the knowledge cast down, the other will not understand what came before.
Yes.
Others will stumble across some certain things. And by stumbling, they try to research and find out how and why. Yes, but passed down knowledge is power. Because it gives you a base first to start from.
Yes.
Now, when we talk of ingestion, I remember that they used to say in those days that if you chop so many discs, cholesterol this, cholesterol that, only for them to come now and debunk all the so-called cholesterol.
Oh, yes.
And they had made so many
plenty money.
Hundreds of trillions of dollars from this hoax.
Yes.
Now, you see, it is the big pharma at play.
Yes.
When they came with AIDS, they made us believe that it was green monkeys.
Yeah.
And it came from us as a people. Only for them to come and reveal now that it was from their laboratories. When they came with Ebola, they came with the same talk. Only for them to reveal by themselves that it was from their laboratories. They have now come with COVID. And one no, not to Bewa. What is the intention? Is to see that which can it's biological warfare, biologically eliminate a group of people from this world. Because it is not us that have been doing it, it's them that have been doing it. And they have been using, in quote, wanting to use us as guinea pigs. Waiting they take cure Ebola, for instance. Ewedu, last. That the common man wakes up in the morning in the whole of the Western region and is the first thing he goes for. Unknown to him, he has been curing himself and preventing himself from any of such.
Yeah, but that is the impact of knowledge.
That's why I'm saying this is the time.
The knowledge of food and food types.
As medicine.
Yes.
You see, people must accept this fact or come to understanding of these facts. That things like Ofe Onubu, Ofe Oha, Ofe Owere, Edikaikon, Afang, Ikokore, Ekpankukwo, and herbs like Ewuro, Efiri, Begiri, and all these things are very, very useful to the human. They are medicinal.
Yes.
Why do I say the time is now? The time is now for the health policy of this part of the world to change. Because they're beginning to find out that what those people claimed in the past, they are debunking by themselves in the present.
Yes.
The medicinal claims, they are debunking. Now the same Oyibo people come all of a sudden, they begin to package bitter leaf into capsule.
Because people cannot tolerate the taste.
No, that's what they claim. The point is this, what in people, they don't take and power now.
Yes.
They don't take and power. Now the thing when we know, we don't use them as a way of life. Our people don't chop them as their own mainstay that has been rebuilding and regenerating them over the years.
You know, we need to be careful not to stigmatize research into modern medicine.
No, I've just said that those who have gained the knowledge of the research methodology of modern medicine should now come and sit down and take details and dossier from those who profess the knowledge of the herbal.
Yes.
So that we can now carry out a reckoning and we start to make the trillions or more that the Chinese and Indians are making today.
I think more of making more people healthy.
That is the whole idea now. If you make person healthy, you know, you're not going to end for the thing.
Not just the money.
You sell amala to me, you know, collect money now free. My Uber boy, you know, they see all the yao them, and those people, they make money. Now, they don't do money. All those people, they sell paraga or pie and the rest, one paoni.
Yeah, they do.
So that's the whole idea.
But then there's a need for regulation of their
That's
trade.
why I said
there's a need for regulation.
That's why I said we should get our pharmacists, pharmacologists, health scientists,
yes, you said so.
Biophysicists, in conjunction with NAFDAC and the Ministry of Health, to correlate this together so that we are coordinated in a very organized manner.
A further reason is because sometimes, in fact, oftentimes, what is good for you may not be good for me.
True that.
So we need to regulate it. For instance, you have a lifestyle that I don't have.
Yes.
But it has not affected our friendship or relationship. Right?
Can it?
You take
if after 35 years we still relate the way we relate,
you take your Igbo. I have never taken it.
Yes.
But you're still my very good friend.
Till tomorrow.
You understand?
And you see, coming to that point of the Igbo factor again. Hold. All those years they will be stigmatizing us, castigating us. Hey, I'm bored, this, that. Now, Uncle. 80% of the hospitals in America, Europe, and the rest of it, once you walk in, the first thing you see, CBD oil, THC available. That's not Igbo now.
That's the
that's
the oil from it.
No, you see, here we go again. Now you start to tell me that's the oil from it.
Of course,
what else would it be again?
Of course, it is, because for years, for ages, they had always they had always used hemp, or what is it called, from it, the derivatives of it, in medicine.
Thank you. Now
they had always, but then what was frowned upon was the smoking of it, because a lot of the people who did it then didn't have even your own persona.
Okay.
It didn't affect you.
No, but you see, there we go again with something else.
Go.
It is the level of use and abuse that we need to you need to paraphrase in anything. Look, abuse water, wahala day. Abuse ogogoro, wahala day. Abuse even eba, gari, wahala day. Abuse anything for this world, wahala day. But tell you what, most of the guys who were, well, the poster stigma for things like the use of cannabis, where maybe some of those people who they go wake up in the morning, they never eat, they go drink ogogoro. Small time friend tell them, say, you go drink stout. Say, give me that because it's free. He drink on top. Then he can't go smoke Igbo. When they smoke the Igbo, go smoke one full big jumbo all by himself. Smoke and finish. Waka go. He never eat. What will happen to that person on the street?
He will misbehave.
Thank you. At the end of the day, they will say, but
that's the truth.
But the real picture, it's not that.
Yeah.
Because there are many other paradigms that he had crossed before getting to that last stage, which is the use of the weed. Tell you what, the Jamaicans have always called it the herb. Back at home, we always call it the herb.
Which home?
Every home.
We didn't call it herb, but we didn't call it Igbo.
Kinigbo. What is Igbo? Herb, the bush. Everything that is within. It is the strongest, most ethical plant. That's why they gave it the name of the bush as a whole. See, come on, is it not amazing that in America, the whole of America is legalized now?
No, not the whole.
No,
not the whole.
Most,
no.
When you have 75%, when you have 75% of the country,
some parts.
When you have 75% of the country,
there is still no federal law legalizing it. So
I say when you have 75% of the states in America,
waste time. Let's not waste time.
No, the whole of Canada, uncle.
I don't know about Canada.
Ghana they're in the
process.
They have started
in the process. Even here, Governor Akeredolu said some time ago that and even Showore said it. But you see, that's the thing about
it's reset back to that same thing, my brother.
It's about the evolution of society. It's the truth.
We are too slow in this evolution. That's what I'm trying to make you realize.
But you can't rush it.
No, it has been with us since. We're not rushing it. We are saying that this is the time we need to key into what we need. This is where you will get the most natural from. It is curing the world now. They're confirming it, affirming it, attesting to it. So we need to now key in. All our natural medicines, our vegetables are now being packaged.
Oh, yes, that's
We are
true.
the ones that should be doing the packaging, is what I'm saying. The Igbota and Soro that we're talking about, they are using it for many things all over the world now. We have the natural bed. Take seed from your mouth. Just remove a troyam. It will grow. So in essence, it is time to paraphrase the policies and principles, because we need to start now building those paradigms that make us producers of the essence of life and living. It is through the things we have as natural God-given gifts, the herbs, the foods. Starts from there. The culture. It's embedded within. The tradition is built within. We culturalize how we build on our own heroes. Instead of flashing everywhere other people's heroes, we flash our heroes. We're sending the message in. Look, the first African ever to be represented in the height of theaterdom in the world is who? Fela Anikulapo Kuti. And we are not tapping into the resources the way we need to tap into it. The system is supposed to have critically focused on that and done a proper research on the Fela factor. Its essence, its values, its growth. They're tapping the money from abroad now like no man's business. You all saw how Fela Live on Broadway went.
Yes.
Money spinner. Yeah. And they made a lot of money from all kinds of things, memorabilia from all kinds of things. That would have come home here. To the extent that, well, our people are also guilty, some of our people. They did not allow for our people to be embodied within that, to lead the trend of that. We would rather sell out than sell in. But we need to re-acculturalize our mindset from outward to inward.
But what if money comes from outward? You have to go
No,
there.
you can build the essence of letting the outward come with the money to collect the value from inward. That is all I'm trying to say.
Retain the essence.
Retain the essence because the value is therein. You trained in it. You were mentored in it. You learned in it. You are now well versed in it. So you are the authority in it. So they would need to come here to get it because the value therein lies within. So the returns will be commensurate with its value because you will dictate that which is the value, not them to dictate to you. Because they just come here, lift off your raw materials, carry your cocoa, go, bring chocolate, come.
Yeah, but that's because you have not taken the concrete steps towards making it happen.
It is not about you
No,
here.
wait now. Wait. For instance, you have a situation where, whilst we were growing up, the imported finished goods wasn't so much in our open markets. We had more industries working in this country then.
And the industries were from where?
Yeah.
Doing what thing?
We had industries.
No, give me the examples. I'll start coming in for you.
We had industries that were local, producing local products and selling within the Nigerian and West African markets.
Give me the products you're talking about. Let's go in.
I don't want to go into...
You want to talk about USC products?
Yeah, well, USC too.
Don't you know what USC is?
No, that's historical.
Historical?
At the point they became indigenized.
They did not.
They did.
No, they looked like.
No, they did.
Bro, see, when you tell me that something is indigenized, it means it is in its embodiment, its principles, its policies, its dictum, it's local. But when you do not do that, and the last base is Western, then it's not indigenized.
No, it is.
No. MDs for too many years remained Oyibo to start with. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Cadbury Nigeria Limited.
This is how we always did it.
Cadbury Nigeria Limited was not remitted. It wasn't a Nigerian fully owned company. Neither was Coca-Cola Nigeria Limited.
But then...
They all are offshoots of Cadbury International. What I'm trying to tell you is it is time for us to now realize that that era has gone. The era of us wanting to want that should die finally. We should start acculturalizing the present day generation with that empowerment process in the mindset.
That era would only die when we stop craving imported stuff.
Precisely what we're talking about.
Yes.
It's not imported stuff alone. You see, look, when we stop not training hours to value hours, it is our responsibility, like you said, and we must always keep doing this. We must teach them to understand the benefits, values accrued therein, and returns if need be. Because many of them, their mindset has been tuned. Look, in our time, you would take your time to go through a process. And through that process, you learn. From that process, you grow, right? Why do you think, for instance, the economic order in the world is understudying the Igbo mentorship system?
Yes.
In the business schools all abroad, they're studying it. Why? Because they've seen that it is a very, very strong model that works.
It is. It works.
Now, good. That is our cultural way. We as a people, we need to start going back into understanding the rudiments of what our cultural trainings were meant to have given to us. True enough, we talk of interregnum of 40 years of whatever, where they forced by force, that we turn our eyes away from that which is ours and focus directly on what we want to feed us with. That time is gone. The time is now where the world has been taken from where it was to where everybody is singularly reconnected.
Yeah.
Now, in those days, if our auntie open calabash with water inside, come clean, come say, come talk to your brother for London. I say, come talk to your brother. Then you can't look inside the pot, you go say, now witchcraft. Yes?
Yeah.
But today you go hold your phone, press button. You talk to your brother for London, you go call on technology.
No, one is technology, the other is metaphysical.
No, brother,
It's
look.
true,
No, come. We must start to understand that everything in this world is spirit-driven. It's spiritual. It's an essence. You call it metaphysical?
Yeah.
That's a spirit zone.
Yes.
That's a spiritual zone.
Yeah, but then,
everything in this world, we must empower ourselves with the essence of the African spiritualism and spirituality
I don't have
to know the values therein.
Did it? I don't have anything against the metaphysical aspect of our lives as Africans. Hold on, no. But technology, we must admit that technology is technology.
Technology and witchcraft.
Well, you may choose to describe it.
How you want to describe and when person just press button, light come. According to fella, technology.
Yes.
You just dey here, you sit down, you dey look me for television. You just dey there. Before you go, you don't enter motor, you kick him, he move.
Okay.
You do. Oh, now winch.
No.
The man will make like
okay,
go
so
school.
which kind of which you could describe this one as? We are recording a program that will become content for a television station.
Yes.
Oh yeah. So is that witchcraft? No.
Big time.
No.
Because you are using what we have. No, listen. We are using what we have within stored, the knowledge we have stored within, to share with the world out there, for them to gain the essence of what this world coming should be better thereof.
But what we are doing is we are deliberate. We are preparing something.
Precisely.
So the metaphysical thing is
And
different. Yeah, Pogede. The metaphysical thing is different, and the technological thing is different.
Can I tell you something?
No, don't tell me anything. Let me ask you a question.
It had to come through that to get to technology.
Don't worry.
What I'm trying to say is that the power of what we saw of our mothers doing or our ancestry doing,
yes.
we could rechannel that. Look at what they did in that movie, the Wakanda. What do they call it again?
That's
Black Panther.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
If you study look at the Black Panther world, you will see it's just an expression of what we had been doing as in our mindset as children.
Yes.
Those kind of ideas that came
as African children.
Thank you. So they now brought it and built a persona around it, putting essence and value in movie format.
And for commercial purposes.
For commercial purpose. What that has just told us is that there's so much untapped within us here that we have not packaged.
I agree.
And we need to now start reorientating, re-educating, and reinvesting into building that ground-based knowledge development.
I agree. The
that
difference
will now take from here the power and essence to sell to the world.
The difference is your characterization of it. But let me go. Don't worry. Let's do this.
Because I say your mama do all like this. Now say, look, your mother talk to her.
It's like
you go say that wish, but you go take phone. You go say that technology. No, papa, about me so yeah, man. It's which.
No worries. Say now winch, Abi.
Now winch.
Okay. Now, you know that within our culture,
yes,
there are different types of foods. And there are some people who will say, okra, for instance, we know the chop am for my family.
Because they take and do jazz for them family.
Yeah.
Yes. And they take self their juju. The essence of spirituality is about the value you calibrate according to the area you come from. It resonates with everybody.
Exactly.
Muslims, for instance, typical Muslims will tell you, they chop pig.
No, it's not typical. That's just it.
No, not many of them they chop. And they see them. But wait, I know they want. See, look, this is not about mentioning names.
We don't need to mention anybody's
It's not mentioning names, but
yes.
I'm confirming to you that I know some of my Muslim friends.
Yes.
Who eat.
Well, maybe they have eaten. Yes.
They eat.
Okay, go ahead. Very close to me, who said, in my hometown, in my village.
Yeah.
Right? You can't kill a snake.
You see now.
You understand? So those are the metaphysical parts of our ancestry, our culture, our ways of life. We need to understand it. I agree.
Modernize our approach to it by researching it the right way.
Okay,
so it can gain essence in the present.
Yeah, so now let me ask you a question about food types. What food types resonate very well with you?
Natural foods. I cook.
Yeah, I cook too.
Cook, so for me, I do foods like our typical Nigerian dishes. I know how to cook plenty. True. But many people do it. I they cook banga soup like crazy. I they cook gbagba fofo, gbagba kogiri. Those are Shekiri foods, Yes. I they cook owo well. I they do epuru, like the Robos call it.
What is epuru?
Ukodo.
Ukodo, okay.
That is yam and pepper soup,
soup, yes.
With the typical pepper soup, traditional pepper soup ingredients, I they cook 5 different types of egusi.
Yeah.
I they cook ofe oha, ofe owere, ofe onugbu,
No. Tell me the 5 different types of egusi.
Oh, Babapogiri, which is the first, the Shekiri style.
Yes.
You know, there is the Cameroonian style, where you pack the balls.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I've seen that.
There is the
okay. Go
there,
ahead.
there is the Elegusi,
yes.
which is the Yoruba style.
Yes.
And there's the Igbo style.
Yes.
You know, and these are everything have their own.
Yeah.
You know, then like the okra we talked about also. I cook about 4 or 5 different types. Shekiri type first. Yeah. You know.
Why you always putting Shekiri first?
Because that's my roots, man. Hello. Sell not yourself and then you are nobody.
I thought you wouldn't proclaim it easily.
No. Amy. Hey, Otoyeme. No. Don't go there. You must find the essence of where thou art from.
You have to be comfortable in your own skin.
You must
because
be before you can't give what you don't have.
Before you can project.
You can't give what you don't have.
That's true.
So from home first.
Yeah.
You know, Bago Fufu. Then I do the Igbo style where you cut the okra in a different style, then come mix with different vegetables, particular like bitter leaf and if you like,
yes.
Then they do the ila sepo, Yoruba style.
Yes.
Then they do the ila separate again with crayfish, with our you know, that you can use with stew, you know, by the side. You know, all these things are, and they are medicinal. It's proven.
So how much of foreign foods do you eat?
Of recent, I never see myself really eat foreign food. So
these things we just talked about, especially as it relates to food and
signal and symbolize more. Look at you, African fabric.
Look at you.
It's an African T-shirt, please. It's a Nigerian T-shirt, Nigerian made cotton, with fella as an insignia, as a symbol.